Hour of 6:30 having arrived, I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, July 11th, 2023, and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Vice President Figueroa Cole. Figueroa Cole is here. Govindarajan. Govindarajan.
MGR.
Govindarajan is here. Harrington McKinney. Harrington McKinney is here. Knox. Knox is here. Latimer Burris. Latimer Burris is here. Madison. Madison is here. Martinez Rutherford. Martinez Rutherford is here. Miadzi. Miadzi is here. Rummel. Rummel is here. Slack. Slack is here. Tischler. Tischler is here. Verveer. Verveer is here. Vitiver. Vitiver is here. Wahelia. Wahelia is here. Bennett. Bennett is here. Conklin. Conklin is here. President Curry. President Curry is here. Duncan. Duncan is here. Evers. Evers is here. Field. Field is here. Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. I will just take a moment to remind us that the convention of the council is to address each other by our titles, and that no matter how much we care, we tend to prefer to not use profanity in this room. Members of the body, staff, and folks from the public that are here to join us tonight are asked to respect that, and to generally remember that we're all here to do the business of the city of Madison, and that everybody comes, I believe, with good intent, so the kinder we can be to each other, the better. With that said, our first item is a presentation. It is Legistar 78440, a presentation from the Chief of Police on his first quarter report. So I will invite Chief Barnes. It's up to you whether you want to present from there or up here, but we have the PowerPoint coming shortly.
Thank you. I'll present from here so I can see. First of all, let me say thank you to our community. Thank you to our partners with Team City. Also, thank you to our men and women of the Madison Police Department for what I think is a very promising first quarter. In the 2022 budget, if you recall, through the generosity of the mayor and the generosity of the Common Council, we were able to add a new position. It's our highest ranking non-commissioned position. That position is the Director of Data, Innovation, and Reform. We filled that position with Dr. Lee Hunt, who's sitting immediately to my left. He is here today. His team helped put together this report, and we really appreciate him being here today. His responsibility is to improve our data analytics capabilities, to review our technology, to understand our reporting, to make it more legible for people to digest, as well as looking at our business processes. So thank you, Dr. Hunt, for being here with us today. Okay? Go ahead. Next slide. Thank you. This is our quarter one report. It is intended simply to be a summary. The full report is available online, and it is also attached to Legistar. Okay? Next slide, please. Thank you. I want to begin by talking about significant incidents. Significant incidents are those things in which our community, as well as our officers, identify as things that are directly correlated with fear of crime, with crime in our city. If you recall, 2 years ago, we began identifying significant incidents during our summer strategic plan. So we no longer do summer strategic plan. We do all year strategic plan based on the stratified policing model. So I'll begin by going through some of those significant incidents. The first, of course, is our shots fired. This report, again, is quarter one of 2023. We had 28 confirmed incidents of shots fired. That's where we have property damage or evidence of shell casings. We have a 42% decrease compared to the same time period in 2022, and we have a 39% decrease compared to the three-year average. The three-year average doesn't appear on the quarter report, but it's what I use to understand trends. How are we trending in these categories? The bigger the data set, the more you're able to say whether or not your changes are significantly significant. Okay, next one, please. The next is heroin overdoses. This is something that our community is very concerned about. These numbers really correlate with what we're seeing in the country. It is a significant issue for us. During this quarter, we had 78 known heroin overdoses. This is a 90% increase compared to 2022, 55% increase compared to the 3-year average. We had 10 believed suspected overdose deaths, although it is the medical examiner that will confirm those. This represents a 67% increase compared to 2022 and a 50% increase. This is mainly the responsibility of everyone, but our task force worked really hard to bring down some of these networks. Just during this one quarter alone, we had 3 executions of search warrants at homes of suspected heroin networks just during these 3 months. Okay. So this is robberies and burglaries. I put this slide on here just to remind people that they're not quite the same, although the terms are used interchangeably. But a robbery really refers to really a crime of property and person, where a burglary is of your home. Most people say, well, my home was robbed. Well, technically, that's really not the case. It was probably burglarized. And so I just wanted to draw that little distinction before I started showing some of these numbers. Thank you. Our robbery numbers for the first quarter, we had 32 confirmed robberies. That's a 7% increase year to date, but a 16% decrease compared to the 3-year average. In regards to burglaries, we had 140 burglaries reported in quarter one, which is a 1% increase, and a 23% decrease compared to the 3-year average. So we're certainly trending in the right direction, but there's a lot of work, I think, to be done on that. One of the things that we look at or that we use is called the crime prevention triangle or crime triangle. Sometimes it's called routine activity theory. And it basically says there are 3 things that really has to happen for a robbery or burglary. 1, you have to have a motivated offender. 2, you have to have a suitable target. And 3, you have to have somewhere that's unguarded. And the good news is you only need to affect one of those 3 to really take down that crime. And we reduce the motivation of offenders by our presence. We reduce the motivation of offenders by partnering with our communities to help people who may be struggling with criminality. And we also want to make sure that we can harden targets so targets aren't suitable. So you hear us talk a lot about locking your doors. You hear us talk a lot about talking to your neighbors. You hear us talk a lot about having surveillance systems or Ring cameras and things of that nature. But we think that we can certainly affect this. We're trending in the right direction. But again, this is one of those crimes that if you have ever experienced a burglary, you know it's definitely a violation. And so we work really hard on those. Okay. The next category of significant incidents I want to bring to your attention is the theft involving automobiles. This is something that, quite frankly, really has affected Wisconsin tremendously, beginning with the Kia Hyundai craze, beginning in another city, and then translating to us as well. But we think we're trending in the right direction here. We had 98 confirmed vehicles stolen during the first quarter, which represents a 32% decrease compared to the previous year, and a 40% decrease compared to the 3-year average. So we're trending certainly in the right direction. Thefts from auto is different. That's when we tell people to lock their cars. We tell people do not leave guns in your cars. You've heard me say this before, but cars make horrible gun safes. Go to your local store or wherever it may be, sporting goods store, and get a suitable safe, and do not leave those in your vehicle. A lot of times people are fishing for those. We lump these together because whatever we do to prevent one, we prevent the other. We call that diffusion of benefits. But we have a 1% decrease compared to 2022, which is good. That's from auto, but a 34% compared to the 3-year average. So we're certainly trending in the right direction. But again, this is something that we can all work together to get this number even lower. Next slide. On the report, you will see our arrest data and charges. This is based on the incident reporting system. This basically chart, if you look at the document has our persons arrested or cited. So a citation also counts as an arrest for the purpose of this particular document. The total number of incidents, if you're interested in that, is found in the 21st Century Policing Quarterly Data Report, and we have that. But it's also important to note that suspects may be arrested on multiple charges. So you could have someone who may represent two categories up here. They could have broken into someone's home, they could have stolen a vehicle, they could have assaulted someone. So that would be three categories, but it only represents one person. So I say that. Thank you. This is our arrest data by sex. It's really unchanged year to date, with the majority being male suspects who are arrested, followed by females. Okay. Arrests by race. These numbers are fairly consistent year to date, representing. I might have the wrong glasses on. Can't see it myself, I'm sorry. Representing 47%, 48% African American, and 46% Caucasian. These numbers remain fairly consistent over time. Okay. The use of force data is also tracked on this report. There is no standard set by the FBI for what you capture in this category, but it's important to note that our police department, we capture all uses of force, from hard hands, soft hands, takedowns, tasers, you name it. We probably have more categories in this description than most police departments, but we think it's important that our community sees that. Next, please. This table represents the amount of force that we actually use, or when we use force. So we had 74 contacts in Q1 that resulted in a use of force, which is about 0.22% of the time. So that little line in orange you see is the amount of time we actually have a reportable use of force during an encounter with one of our citizens. Again, these are some of the categories that we have. Decentralization or takedown, whenever we put someone on the ground or we request someone to go on the ground, we call that a use of force, whether we touch them or not. And so we want to make sure that we capture this, but it always leads to categories followed by countermeasures or strikes, taser deployment, even if we use a hobble restraint on someone that we did not have to use a traditional use of force, we document that as well. Okay. Restorative justice is something that, again, is mandated by our community, mandated by our council. Our officers will always do a restorative justice referral, even if the person isn't qualified. We have someone who works in our community outreach section that goes through all of those. So when you see neither, that means it was voided. That person really wasn't eligible, but the officer thought it was important to refer them to restorative justice as well. We're proud of this program. We think it works, and hopefully we can expand it. Just some good news. During the quarter, we had some promotions. You see those listed. I promoted an assistant chief, Matt Ty, promoted a captain, one lieutenant, one sergeant, one detective sergeant, and one detective in burglary crimes. This was significant to us because one of the changes that I made to combat stolen cars is we now assign those to our burglary crime unit. Before, they were assigned to officers who sometimes did not have the time to actually follow up on them adequately and to connect the dots. And so we think that some of the reductions that we have seen has been in that. The burglary crimes units have been doing an amazing job. Not only are they investigating these cases and following up with citizens, but they're conducting trainings for our officers. They did a training in our first quarter in service, which I thought was very good. They're also giving information to our communities and making great cases and sharing some of those stories. We did have a case where a young man stole a car ran from that car, and we brought him back to the car, and he denied it. Then his phone rang, and the young man unfortunately had synced his phone up to the stolen car. So we call that a clue in police work. So it worked very, very well. So they're doing a good job. Okay, next slide. Just some of the trainings that we've done are highlighted also in the quarterly report. I always do a vision training every year. And I did our departmental work plan, talk about what it is that we want to do, talk about partnerships and how we're working with people. And then some of the trainings that you see are listed. You can go to the next slide. If you want to know more about our SOPs, there is a link there, and that link is also included in the actual quarterly report. Okay. And then the last couple of slides are some of the SOPs that we updated. We try to update SOPs periodically. We go through, it could be a technology change, it could be a nomenclature issue, but we want to make sure that we're doing this so that we have the most current and up-to-date policies for our officers and employees to follow. Okay. This is just more examples. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Are there questions for the Chief? Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, and thank you for taking my questions that I sent over the weekend. So on the interest of time, I'm not going to repeat all the questions that I asked, but as soon as I get a written report, I will definitely share with the rest of you. So I do want to focus on a couple of things. Great information, and by the way, I love the presentation. It's easier to follow than the report, so I appreciate that gets added to Legistar. But I like to kind of focus again on a conversation that we've been having over the past 2 years on regards to human trafficking. This number continues to be 0 on these reports, and on this one, we have 1 case of prostitution. So I had 2 questions on that regard, and the first one is, how do we make a determination when we are arresting somebody if that is a prostitution case versus a human trafficking case?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question, and thank you for the added benefit of letting me consult with staff on this. So human trafficking really has 2 prongs to it. One is sex trafficking, the other is labor. Usually when people hear it, they automatically go to sex trafficking, but it is important to note that labor trafficking is prevalent too, and I believe it is prevalent in Wisconsin. But to answer your question, the key difference is consent, which quite frankly, we sometimes don't get until later. The good news about this report is when things change, if there's an arrest made or a change in the crime classification, we go back and it automatically updates. So if we do arrest someone for prostitution and later on when they feel safe, they want to disclose to us that they were a victim of human trafficking, we can go back and categorize that from prostitution to sex trafficking and hopefully arrest the trafficker if they're going to participate or with us. Sometimes people just want to be safe and they want to be away. But we've had a lot of, I think, success with partnering with other agencies, partnering with other people in the community. Because to be honest with you, people who are victims of sex trafficking, they already have a distrust in police, which makes them vulnerable. So, you know, for all our partners, I won't mention them, but I thank them for the work that they do, because to be honest with you, sometimes it is dangerous and they're willing to do that. So it's an excellent question.
Yeah, and on that regard, so you answer part of the next question, which is knowing, everybody knows that we have a human trafficking issue in the city. This is not unknown, and yet again the statistics continue to show that we don't have any arrest or any information from MPD, which is fine. I'm not criticizing that, but it will be great to understand how are we quantifying the issue, and if we were to need resources from MPD to tackle this matter, you know, how do we get to the actual numbers or some of the numbers? So I'm pleased to hear that you are working with other organizations that are managing this, but it would be great to put something in place for us to quantify the actual problem.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So we have 1 full-time detective, and that detective works nothing but human trafficking. Certainly, we could certainly use more, but it's important to note that a lot of times they're transit. transient. So if they're moving from this city to another city, I don't want to call cities' name to different cities, we might make the case in another city, and therefore it becomes their statistic, even though we worked on that case. And so it is hard to quantify. I will tell you that now. But we're certainly open to ideas, and anytime you want to meet with the detective to just hear about her work, it's very interesting, to be honest with you, some of the work that they're doing. But again, a lot of times the work is done not to get the public's attention, because we don't want people to pack up and leave or abuse people because they think someone was talking to the police and things of that nature. But if you want to come and have a presentation from the detective, I think we can do that.
I think that'd be a great idea, so we can be better informed. And then again, like I said, I have many other questions that you addressed some of them during the presentation, but so I'm going to just ask one more and wait for the answers for later. The DUI numbers are continually increasing, and again, how are we reaching out to the broader community to address that issue, like with the Tavern League or whatever, to make sure that we spread the accountability for driving under the influence?
Yeah, Madison is unique in that we did a study with Dr. Kaplan out of Temple University. It was a risk terrain analysis report where he charted where we were having instances of DUI and their relation to what's going on in that environment. It wasn't particularly useful, unfortunately, to me, because he said, where you guys are having your crashes, there are bars and places that sell alcohol. Well, that's probably every intersection in the city, unfortunately. So I really couldn't do much with that. But one thing that we do is, especially for our downtown entertainment area, is that we have a bar owners meeting every year, and we talk about over-serving, and we talk about issues of violence, and we talk about issues of improper touching. Unfortunately, that happens from time to time in our areas, and we try to give them strategies to look out for those things of that nature. But it is a problem, and we do our best. We certainly cannot arrest our way out of OWI issues here in Madison. As you know, that your first OWI isn't like it is in the state where I come from, where you would probably be put under the jail. It doesn't really happen that way here. And so I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done on that. And so, we're always looking for good ideas.
Thank you. And one of my favorite data sets was the one where we divided I think was the one with use of force that was divided by district. The numbers were divided by district. The city is working right now on a planning program where we're dividing the city in 12 different areas, and we are working with community members to develop the future plans of those areas. So it would be great if MPD and planning could collaborate on getting some kind of data, especially when it comes to public safety needs or basic needs, and be able for them to see bucketized by districts what are the highest needs on those 12 sectors that we selected.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I don't think it would work so well for DWIs because
in general.
Yeah, because usually where you get stopped is probably not where you. Sometimes people, they get close, they can see their house, and then here we come. So
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mean for the W. I mean like
Got it.
like for the data in general. Like again, if we have a lot of people going to the grocery store and stealing food, or kind of what are the highest crimes on those buckets areas, so we can then be able to allocate community services with some data related information.
Yeah, I think
Thank
that's
you.
already being done. Planning. I know they work with Captain Donahue on a couple of different areas that basically getting her opinion, because we did have a captain that did that and he left, but Captain Donahue has taken on that, and I know she is in some of the planning meetings, so I think that is occurring.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for all that work. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Knox.
Thank you. First of all, I want to apologize. I haven't had a chance to kind of dive in to your report, but one of the things that came up in your report, and I'm just curious, I saw where it said, what, in 2022, I think it was 47% arrests for African Americans, and then 2023, 48. So I was just curious, what are the top categories of the reasons that there, is it traffic? Is it, what is it?
Yeah, that's a good.
Sorry.
There we go. Yeah, that's a good question. And in fact, Alder Cole actually broached that question with me in writing. We currently are not tracking, unless we go through each one, what the crime was. But I did do a little bit of research, and I found that probably 50% or a little bit more, 50% have to do with alcohol, right? And so some alcohol-related offense usually translates into some type of use of force, unfortunately. But I had told her we would get back with a more detailed report on what the actual offense was, what drew the police to that person's attention, and what led to the desperate outcome.
And do you distinguish alcohol from AODA, other kind of?
Well,
under the
impairment.
influence?
I should say
There you go.
impairment.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I just had one other quick question, maybe you can answer it for me. You had your list of use of force.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I looked down the list. So I'm pretty sure you know what a control hold is, correct?
Control hold?
Yes.
Okay.
You? You're
Yes,
familiar with
yes.
that term?
Uh-huh.
So would that be an example of a use of force or no?
It would be, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze?
Yeah, just wanted a lot of the things that you mentioned in your report said a lot of them were intent versus crimes of opportunity. I know that they have neighborhood project programs that actually the MPD does as far as outreaching in the community and letting them know about, lock your doors and so forth. Are we still doing outreach in that?
Yeah, we do that. So whenever there's a burglary, the idea is to prevent further ones, right? Because the more you have, the more you're going to have, right? And so what the officers do is they do canvassing, neighborhood canvassing. We have door knockers and or hangers to let people know things that they can do to make themselves safe. But I have to be careful because I don't want to give the impression that, people are contributing to their own victimization, kind of, but we want to give them information, good information, things that they can do. But again, we still see doors unlocked and property being left in vehicles. But we have to do our job too as police officers, and we try to get into those areas as best we can. One of the things that we're doing with our crime analysis section is we do bulletins, and those bulletins correspond with where we will see or where we have seen upticks in crime. And so the officers can then have the added benefit of having an assignment. And so that's one of the things that we're doing with the stratified policing plan. The officers have assignments now. So you know where your captain wants you to go. I'm going to work third shift. This is my thing, right? You're not going to be guarding a bank because they're closed. You're going to be in a residential area looking for people who may be looking to steal cars. So we're trying to do our part, but we also want to educate the community without making the community feel as though they're contributing to their own victimization.
Okay. And the last question, I guess, I did a ride-along recently, and we responded to an overdose, and I'm thankful that we got there in time to save the person's life. So what do you think we can do proactively to stop all these overdoses, as I saw quite an increase in overdose?
Yeah, I mean, that's difficult. The thing about overdose is we have to get on it early, and we have to start taking down networks, because no one person who's selling illegal narcotics just has one customer. They have multiple customers, and they know each other. And so what we try to do is that those persons who have issues related to overdoses, like with our MARI program, get them the help that they need, and we need their information as well. We have a pretty robust task force that works throughout the entire Dane County, because they're coming out of county, they're coming in county to buy these particular narcotics. And it's unfortunate because when someone overdoses, it sends a signal that the product is good, which is not good, right? It's bad. And so we try to break down those networks as quickly as we can. We're doing probably maybe a search warrant every 2 weeks trying to break down a network, usually related to some heroin or fentanyl.
Is that reflected in your data as far as our
Not
arrests?
the search warrants, no. No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, in your introduction, you mentioned that this was the first quarter report. And then you also said that with a bigger data set, and so I would like for you to say more about what a larger data set will bring. And with a report quarterly, can you do a quick comparison of the two for me, please?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the larger data set is we go back 3 years and we look at January, February, March for the last 3 years, and then we compare those numbers to where we are now. It just gives us an idea of where we're headed, but it's really hard to make an inference on just one quarter. And the way I normally describe it to people is if you were going to invest in a business, would you invest in a business only knowing how they perform for 3 months? The answer is probably no. You would probably want a larger set, maybe 6 months, maybe, but most people would at least wait a year or 2 years to see how this company is performing before you invest your money in them. And it's kind of the same thing with police. But from my view, from my lens, I want to be as informed as I can because I'm on the ground. But for someone who's trying to make a larger decision, usually looking at a 6 month or a year, and we do that. We do a yearly report, which is now published.
Thank you very
Yeah.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to ask about the demographics for Black folks being arrested. So Black people, at least in the 2022 census, make up 6.8% for the city of Madison, and they now make up 48.7% of all arrests. So it looks like it went from 725 to 990 recently. But I guess my biggest question is, are there some strategies? Like, is it urgent to reduce this number going forward, I guess? Like, what are the strategies or partnerships or anything to reduce it?
Yeah, I think it's urgent to reduce them all, to be honest with you. But I think what you're talking about is in statistics, it's kind of known as the fallacy of false equivalency. If we're saying that everyone is equal and people don't have issues and people haven't been subjected to systemic issues, if people all have the same opportunity, then they should all have the same outcome. Unfortunately, that's not the case in America. But what we can do is make sure that everyone has the same opportunities to good education, good housing, that everyone has the opportunity to have a good job if they want to, or to learn a skill or learn an opportunity. When we get there, then I think we can say that these numbers should be equal. But one of the strategies that I think is important to me is that we make good community engagement with our folks to gain the cooperation that we need, and I think we get that. You see from the pie chart that we very rarely use force, but most of these crimes, you have to look at the table, you will see that there's a victim associated. And unfortunately, we don't have the opportunity, or we can't say that we're not going to investigate a case if there's a victim involved.
Yep. So I absolutely understand, like, all the social issues that really lead people to crime. But I really more interested in the current strategies or partnerships with local, whether it's nonprofits or other institutions, to sort of employ strategies that MPD can use to help reduce, either contact with Black people or just arresting less, like getting to bring the number down through effective strategies to reduce arrest rates for Black people. Okay, maybe I'm not explaining it correctly. I guess I get all the things that lead to crime. Like I'm hoping I think we all know that. Mm-hmm. And so across the city, there are organizations who are working to reduce folks' whether it's poverty, whether it's housing, whatever the issues are. Mm-hmm. And so I guess I'm just curious, are there or will be collaborative efforts to, for example, someone gets arrested, in order to not have them rearrested, maybe there's a coupling with resources before they would get out. I know the Dane County Jail has some resource before folks can walk out. But I guess it just doesn't seem like there's an urgent strategy like that I can at least understand tonight to reduce the number.
Yeah, I think reducing criminality is not just our responsibility, it's the responsibility of everyone. We're just one part of the criminal
yeah.
justice
Yeah,
system.
yeah.
And we do our best through crime prevention. I tell people that's the business that we're in. We're not in the apprehension business. We're in the crime prevention business. We have a strategy called stratified policing that we've implemented this year, where we're trying to early identify locations and or people who may need our help. And I think we do that fairly well. But as far as what happens once they go into other parts of the system to prevent recidivism and things of that nature, I couldn't speak to. We're willing to partner with anyone that wants to reduce criminality in our city, because I do think that we're certainly have all the means and tools to be one of the safest cities in America.
Just one more follow-up question then. Can you speak more about stratified policing?
Absolutely. So stratified policing is an evidence-based policing strategy that basically states that crime acts in ways that are predictable. You have incidents that are significant, like I mentioned here before. You have repeat incidents. One thing we know about repeat incidents is that if you can early identify those, if you can establish thresholds and get people in the right place at the right time, you can prevent further criminality. And this is what we do. In the stratified policing, every person in the police department has a specific role to play in reducing crime. Sergeants work on repeat incidents, lieutenants work on problem locations, captains work on problem areas, which may have a combination of all three, and we use what's called problem-oriented policing, something that I've talked about several times before that came to us from Herman Goldstein, UW professor, long-term UW professor, in order to address these particular issues. So it's basically stratifying what we do. So everyone knows exactly what to do when the crime analysts identify a problem. What kind of problem is it? Who is it assigned to? And who works it? And then there's an accountability structure. Accountability for us means that the supervisors have to provide the time, training, and tools necessary to solve this problem. If you can't solve the problem, you can't give it to anyone else. Your supervisor has to walk you through it. And so we think that it has worked. We think it's going to work for our city, and I think it's a more efficient way of doing business.
And just to clarify, to make sure I understood correctly, it was just employed recently?
Yeah,
Or-
we've been working on this for about a year now through a grant. We had the researchers come in, do training with everyone. We just had our first accountability meeting last June, where the captains presented on the problems that they were working and how they're partnering with other people to solve these problems. And so we're using our crime analysis group to kind of look at how we're trending and if we need to make adjustments.
This is my absolute last question,
Sure.
I believe. Is there an end goal then in the stratified policing process, using this problem-oriented way of policing? Like at the end, let's just say 1 year that this strategy has been employed.
Yep.
Is one of the specific end goals to bring the number down for arrest rates for Black folks?
The end goal is to reduce crime. And so whether that's white, black, purple, or green, the end goal is to reduce crime. So I set the goals for all the significant incidents and crimes that we're looking at. And the goal that I set is 10%. And so as you saw from like our shots fired, currently, they're down 19.2%. That represents people who don't have police contact. It represents people who don't have to hear gunshots. So that is the strategy, to reduce crime.
Okay. Just once more.
Sure.
So then would the goal be to see a 10% drop in Black arrest rate? So we should see a 10% drop at the end of the year versus going up, trending up, we should see it trending down? Or
we
am I
don't-
not understanding that correctly?
No, you're not understanding that correctly. You're
Okay.
talking about a correlation versus a causal effect.
Yep, I got that.
Right. So we want to see crime reduced. If you're asking me if I want to see less Black people arrested, yes. If you're asking me do I want to see less white people arrested, yes. So the answer is yes. The goal is to reduce crime. Absolutely.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So weird you're behind me, Chief, so I
That's all right.
apologize. I'm gonna latch on, but for the sake of time, I think kind of deepen the question or topic that I feel Alder Madison is trying to address, and that's our blatant racial disparities in our arrest rates and just contact with law enforcement for people of color, but specifically for African Americans. And I'm just asking this question, making a comment based on our executive committee earlier this evening had a introduction and presentation by our independent monitor. And I asked him the same question of what is his office and work going to detail to provide specific outcomes to reduce our racial disparities. So I guess it's more of a question than a comment of you definitely have alders on the council who are aware of the data, understand some of the cause and correlation that you're mentioning, but we continue to fail to see drastic reductions in our disparities and are looking towards some very plausible solutions that we can support you and MPD on, but also the education within the PCOB, Public Police Civilian Oversight Board, and specifically our independent monitors focus on community engagement with the most disenfranchised communities and those who are coming into contact the most with law enforcement. And so opportunities to hear those direct experiences and feedback to be able to incorporate that into reducing disparities. So thank you for your work on this, though.
Thank you.
Alder Knox for the second time?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to sort of piggyback a little bit on the topic that we're addressing, but in a general sense. I had heard recently that there was some policy change, I don't know if it's national or local, where an officer can establish probable cause based on smell. This is related to marijuana. And based on that, they can either search a person's vehicle or a person. Is that a legitimate thing recently?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of always been the case.
always been the case? Okay.
I have to check our policy. I don't think our policy allows it unless there's another element involved there. But I can definitely check our policy and
Okay,
get back
because
with
I heard
you.
recently
But that's,
there was something on the news that was, I don't even know if it was a Supreme Court decision or something like that. It was a Wisconsin Supreme Court, okay. And I just wanted to know what MPD, enforcing that policy.
yeah, so we actually do have a stop and frisk or search policy, and it usually requires more than one element of criminality in order to do that. And the officer, if he does, or he or she or they do engage in that activity, they have to write a report about it.
So they would need more than, hey, I think I smell
That's
marijuana
correct.
in the car?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Field?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank the chief and Dr. Hunt for their time and for coming to take our questions. My question is about the arrest figures. There's a pretty noticeable increase in arrests between Q1 of '22 and Q1 of '23, and I'm wondering if there are broad themes that might help us understand this, such as types of crime or categories of crime, enforcement strategies, staffing levels, or something else.
That's a good question. I'd have to kind of look into it. Remember, one person, these are just individual categories of arrests. So one person could have had multiple arrests, which may account for that. So it could be less people, but more arrests. Certainly, when it comes to firearms, we are recovering more and more illegal firearms from people who, quite frankly, shouldn't have them, and from firearms that are, quite frankly, stolen. So we are definitely seeing an uptick in that. I think the officers are certainly writing more citations, which also count as an arrest. So because you see it doesn't mean that it was custodial. And then, of course, our detectives do excellent follow-up. When someone is victimized, we do our best to make sure that the person who is responsible for that victimization is brought to justice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Slack?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for the presentation. I'm just curious to learn, to what extent are the Madison Police involved in situations like eviction or like warrants because someone has unpaid child support or unpaid fines, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And how does that relate to what we're seeing in here?
So that's a civil process, and the sheriff's office is responsible for civil processing. We probably would not get involved unless there was some threat or danger or something to that nature if they call us to assist, but usually they don't.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris?
Yeah, so I have a question, but it's really like a statement. And as a Black woman in Madison, of course, I know even when it comes down to the sheriff getting involved in police with evictions, it's always a double standard. And I appreciate that you're the face of it. And I know that you think about it as deeply as we do on the council. And you know it's a long-term, 100-year process. So I want to ask you this question, really as a statement. How likely do you think, so I agree with Alder Field, it's concerning to have the numbers go up. It's the same thing over at the court system. You know, we're 7% of the population and we're 40% of the cases. So, you know, we are the money machine that keeps everybody employed and their families eating. How likely do you think that we will get beyond this and reduce the numbers if we don't go beyond a couple of things I want to mention: bias, human prejudice, policing and the court system, the lack of empathy and understanding, going through like a group therapy with all of Madison to really understand our backgrounds and the systemic leads to things, getting into even the disparities in the mental health system, even when it's treated over at, I can't think of the name, but where usually everybody goes if you don't have any money, people on paper, off paper, being able to hold people into the jail, for, if once they're in the system, they can be held. Unless they know to motion to be out. And then looking at people, that are eligible for treatment when we know that they have a drug addiction or we know that they have alcohol, issues, and not just that they're, robbers. And then also, what likely are we able to get beyond this when we just continue to tag it as DEI and hire the right people in the right place? So I want to end that question. It's really a question statement. If it's too complex, just say it's too complex, because I know it is after having a brother that's dead out of the system, that's the smartest of all of us combined, I was thankful when there was 2 Black women that showed up at the door when he passed away. The one was a coroner to take him in, and the other one was a detective, because I felt for the first time in my life that they're not going to run through my house and start asking a bunch of questions because this guy died in the way that he died. I felt assured that I could have relief and I could just be a normal American. So do you think that we're likely to get beyond this with staying in what I consider simplicity?
It's an excellent question. I will respond. First of all, I'm sorry for your loss. And second off, I think that we have to start working as a system again. I do understand that the police are the most visible form of government. But if you think that these problems that the alders have talked about are simply laid on the hands of the police, we're not going to ever solve the problem. We all have to ask ourselves, how are we responsible? From politicians to judges to DAs to lawyers, defense attorneys, we all have to start working together. We have to agree, number one, that there is a problem before you can solve one. And then number two, we have to stop pointing fingers and looking for blame and start asking ourselves, what can I do? That's why I got into policing, because I hold myself accountable for what I do. And I try to, this little space that God has given me, I try to use that to the best of my ability and the best of my knowledge. I understand, again, we're the most visible form of government, but there are disparities in our victims as well. There are disparities in our homicide victims and our victims of domestic violence, our victims who are from our transgender community, and we have to start being more focused on solutions than we are problems and finger pointing. I think we start there.
Thank you, Alder Madison, for the second time.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to share, Mayor, that I absolutely agree that we should all be working together. At least for me personally, it's why I asked about collective strategies. Like it really is all of our problem. But I think the city's values around equity, civic engagement, well-being, shared prosperity, and stewardship, I can just say for me and my role as alder and me representing folks, not only in my district, but the rest of the city, it's almost feels like it would be morally unjust to not make the numbers come down. Like it would be, this isn't a MPD to blame MPD sort of problem. This is a what are we doing collectively as a city within our controls to be part of a solution. But you happen to be, or the chief happens to be presenting MPD's report tonight. And so as with other agencies that I may serve on a committee on, or they're coming up to Common Council, I ask these very same questions and get at the very same values. So for me, it's about how is MPD sort of like embracing these 5 values? And I think it is urgently important to bring these numbers down collectively with institutions or agencies across the city of Madison who also have a shared focus on decreasing crime and poverty overall, or just crimes and poverty too. But so I just want to say that this is not to blame MPD, but this is to ask how is MPD making this an urgent matter to bring these numbers down.
Thank you, Alder. I would appreciate your comments. And I just want to offer a little bit of context for potential future conversations on this. Firstly, to the question of what are we doing to help prevent recidivism, I think the work that public health is doing on violence prevention and through CSIT, community something intervention team, I'm not remembering what the S stands for, is very much a part of that answer. And one of the things that my office has been trying to do, I think successfully over the past year plus, is to better integrate MPD with public health, with community development on the question of violence prevention. And so that is definitely part of the answer. The other place that I wanted to encourage people to look to is it is newly renamed. It's now the Community Justice Council that is convened by the county, which MPD participates in, I participate in, and they have been very focused on disparities throughout the justice system. And in fact, have done some really, I think, useful data analysis, have multiple subcommittees that are focused on different aspects of the system. And so that is a place where there is work that's happening specifically around the question of racial disparities, and MPD is a part of that as well. So just some resources for future conversations. All right, I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak, so we will thank the chief for his report and invite all of you to continue, obviously, to follow up with him if you have questions. And thank you, Dr. Hunt, as well, for your work. The next item is disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals on tonight's agenda? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to recuse myself from consideration of agenda item number 31, a change of agent for the Madison Elks Lodge, as I am an officer of the organization.
Thank you, Alder. You'll be
Thank you.
noted as recused on that item. Are there any additional disclosures or recusals? Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to disclose that I'm an employee of the University of Wisconsin-Madison, so for item 85, that's related, but I will not determine my vote or have anything to do with my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler.
I'm also an employee of the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Alder Slack.
Yeah.
Oh, so I am retired now from the university.
excellent.
So I'm not going to say this
Okay.
anymore. The other alders.
Thank you, Alder. Sorry, I just was anticipating the down the row. Are there any other disclosures or recusals? And congratulations. Seeing none, we'll move on to the presentation of the consent agenda. President Curry.
A consent agenda is moved with the recommended action listed for each item on the agenda, including public hearings, except 1, items which have registrants wishing to speak, and 2, items which alders have separated out for discussion debate purposes. Agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda tonight are Agenda Item 14, Legislative File Number 78130, substitute of repealing and recreating Section 16.23 of the Madison General Ordinances to update land subdivision regulations. By Alder Evers, recommends to adopt the second substitute. Agenda items excluded by either request of alders or speakers registered by 6:30 on July 11th. Agenda item 14, maybe that's Legislative File 78130, the substitute, requested for exclusion by Alder Slack. Agenda item number 64, Legislative File number 78072, approving roadway geometry for the reconstruction of John Nolan Drive from North Shore Drive to Lakeside Street. Speakers are registered. Agenda item 77, Legislative File number 78154, substitute, encouraging employers to honor Juneteenth as a paid holiday. Speakers are registered. Agenda item 83, Legislative File number 78324, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to amend the 2023 capital budget to execute a development agreement to fund a total of $3,465,000 in tax TIF loan to Roth Street Limited Partnership to assist in the construction of a redevelopment project at the property generally located at 2007 Roth Street in TID District 54 to be created in 2023 in the city of Madison. Speakers are registered. Agenda item 84, Legislative File number 78325, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to amend the 2023 capital budget to execute a development agreement to fund a $2,785,000 TIF loan to Roth Street Limited Partnership to assist in the construction of Roth Street family apartments at the property generally located at 2007 Roth Street in TID number 54 to be created in 2023 in the city. Speakers are registered. Agenda item 91, Legislative File number 69800, approving a certified survey map of property owned by J.D. McCormick located at 428 to 444 State Street. Speakers are registered. Agenda item 97, Legislative File number 78283, a resolution authorizing the Common Council to delegate equivalent authority for approval of the Metro Transit Agency Safety Plan to the Madison Transportation Commission, requested for exclusion by Alder Slack. Agenda item 98, Legislative File number 77208, substitute, creating section 28.022, 00628 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 437 to 445 West Johnson, 430 to 440 West Dayton, and 215 to 221 North Bassett Street, from PD to DR2 district to urban mixed-use district. Requested for exclusion by Alder Slack and speakers registered.
All right, are there any additional items alders would like to have excluded from the consent agenda? Alder Latimer Burris?
Yes, sorry, I have a little short list. And some of it's just I have a question on. So if we could do number 15. Do you want me to give you the file numbers too?
No, that's all right. The
Number
agenda number is
15,
sufficient.
Let's see, number 15, number 78, number 81, number 82. And then I have I don't know if this is a question, it's like point of order. I know we can't discuss 99 or above, is that correct?
Yes, anything that's on for introduction, It is not up for discussion tonight.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional items Alders wish to have excluded from the consent agenda? Seeing none, just go through that list again. Items that will be excluded from the consent agenda are 14, 15, 64, 77, 78, 81, 82, 83, 84, 91, 97, and 98. Good. I'll read that again. I still see people writing. 14, 15, 64, 77, 78, 81, 82, 83, 84, 91, 97, and 98. President Curry, is
Move to adopt consent agenda?
there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda. And we'll move on to public comment. And I will just refresh to make sure. All right, the first item that we have speakers tonight on is item 64, which is approving the roadway geometry for reconstruction of John Nolan Drive from North Shore Drive to Lakeside Street. Our first registrant is Caleb Holton of Meadowview Road, to be followed by Craig Weinhold, to be followed by Robbie Weber. Do we have Caleb?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. So I'm just wanting to place a comment in general support, but just to make a couple small things, say a couple small things. I live approximately 3/10 of a mile south of the Lewis Nine Springs E-Way, and I regularly ride bikes with my daughter and starting to be my son. My daughter is 6 years old. My son's 4. We regularly ride a fair ways north, and the furthest north we've gone so far is just past the spot where the Capital City Trail crosses underneath the Beltline. I look forward to going on these bike rides in the future with my daughter, and can easily see ourselves getting as far north as Broome Street. And I really appreciate the narrowing of the lanes, and I'm happy with the direction that's taking. I'd like to say that it would be really cool if the city were to do a study into a possible underpass on near Broome on John Nolan. That kind of a thing would be really helpful to my family. We crossing your road with just the three of us is a little bit of an affair, and I have 3 kids, and at some point in time, I imagine I will be on bikes with 4 of us moving at a time. And the lower stress these crossings can be, the more happy the rides can be for all of us. And I'd be real excited if that particular spot could have easier crossings. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much. Our next registrant is Craig Weinhold of Dartmouth Road, to be followed by Robbie Weber. We have Craig? Oh, sorry, either here or over here, either side.
Thank you. My name is Craig Weinhold. I'm with Madison Bikes, but I'm speaking as an individual. The geometry, hopefully everyone has had a chance to look at it. It's excellent from North Shore to Lakeside. It is everything that bicyclists and pedestrians could hope for in a plan. We really appreciate the city's efforts into doing that. The problem is the grade crossings. North Shore Drive and Broome Street. The city's worked hard. It's been a lot of back and forth, public outreach, Transportation Commission meetings, a lot of changes. Really appreciate the efforts. The grade crossings, as in the geometry, are as good as they can possibly be. It's still going to be a barrier to my mom in her wheelchair. She lives on Main Street, and I can't get her across the road. It's going to be a barrier for walkers who are deep in conversation, not paying attention to traffic. For kids, for commuters, it's going to be a delay, an aggravating delay, having to wait 2 minutes to cross the intersection. It's going to be a choke point on busy days, busy weekend days during lakefront events. These at-grade crossings at North Shore and Broome Street are, even in the best situation, are going to be impediments to free flow of people. Madison needs a bike ped underpass. I'm not going to get into the need or the history. You can Google that, Google underpass. Channel 27 has a great Digging Deeper article on it. You can find all sorts of stuff about it. The geometry that you have in front of you, that you're looking at today, raises the road 2 feet to accommodate an underpass. But that underpass is a very utilitarian one. If you're familiar with the Wingra Creek underpass, with its 90-degree turns and its blind corners, imagine combining those together and having traffic going all directions at the same time, and then taking the amount of traffic and multiplying it by 10. That's what the underpass that would fit the geometry in front of you would achieve. I feel Madison deserves a grand underpass, wide, airy, comfortable, ADA compliant, intuitive, low stress, all those things that Madison deserves as a city. It should connect Law Park and Brittingham Park in a way that we can't even imagine today because they're so separate.
You have about 30 seconds.
Thank you. The underpass should be so inviting that the at-grade crossings become ghost towns instead of hosting ghost bikes. So my ask of the Common Council, approve the geometry with the stipulation that city engineering further explore underpasses. Study the underpass options, utilitarian and grand. The study should include renderings.
And that's
should
your time.
include
Thank you.
elevation details. Thank you.
Our next registrant is Robbie Weber of District 5. We have Robbie?
Yep, Robbie, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself. There you go. Robbie, it looks like you're unmuted on our end.
Robbie, we're not hearing you. You might have mute on your microphone or headset. Okay.
Try. Let's see if that works. No. Robbie, you might have to select a different microphone input on your interface.
We're still not hearing you. I'm sorry, Robbie. Robbie is the last registrant on this item. Robbie, I'll invite you to perhaps email all alders if you haven't already on this item. We do have a number of things to get through tonight, so we'll move on. If we can get Robbie unmuted, we can come back at the end of public comment. The next item that we have registered speakers on is agenda item 77, encouraging employers to honor Juneteenth as a paid holiday. Our first speaker is Colin Gillis of District 12, to be followed by Louis Davis, to be followed by Ramon Argandona. Colin?
My name is Colin Gillis, and I'm a nurse and a proud member of my union, SEIU Wisconsin. I'm also a proud resident of District 12, where I'm represented by Alder Amani Latimer Burris. When Alder Burris was running for office last fall, I learned that she'd worked directly with Dr. Opal Lee, the woman responsible for winning recognition for Juneteenth as a federal holiday. When Alder Burris won, I reached out to her right away. Why? Because union members across the country know that economic justice and racial justice are inextricably linked. Alder Burris and I met, we talked, and we decided to work together to win Juneteenth as a paid holiday for all workers in Madison. I'm the chair of my union's political action team, and I'm proud to say that the first proposal my union made after winning a form of recognition from UW Health last fall was making Juneteenth a paid holiday. Our proposal seemed like an opportunity to highlight where our priorities as a union and those of the hospital administration aligned. UW Health has worked hard to lift up the voices of BIPOC communities and address racial disparities in healthcare. Making Juneteenth a paid holiday would connect their demonstrated commitment to racial justice to a concrete improvement to workers' lives. It would be a win-win. It will be, I hope, a win-win. While they said no this year, I'm hopeful they'll take the lead in making Juneteenth a paid holiday for as many workers in our city as possible before the next Juneteenth in 2024. So I ask the Common Council to approve this resolution to encourage all employers in Madison to recognize Juneteenth as a paid holiday. We can be leaders in ensuring that our workplaces are welcoming, inclusive, equitable, and respectful for all, and that our workforce reflects our community.
Thank you. Next registrant is Louis Davis of District 14, representing SEIU Wisconsin, to be followed by Ramon Argandona, to be followed by Pat Reyes. Louis?
Hello, Honorable Madison City Common Council. I stand before you today as the Executive Director of SEIU Wisconsin. I'm accompanied by two of our distinguished rank and file leaders from our local union of healthcare workers and supported by nearly a dozen statements of our members who sent them in. Together, we come before you to wholeheartedly endorse the amended resolution that calls on all employers in Madison, particularly the major healthcare industry employers, to recognize the Juneteenth holiday and provide fair compensation to their employees. We aim to shed light on the profound intersection between racial, economic, and health care justice in our community. Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day, symbolizes the emancipation of enslaved African Americans and the ongoing struggle for civil rights and economic rights. By declaring Juneteenth a paid holiday, Madison healthcare employers can exhibit leadership and demonstrate their commitment to addressing deep-rooted inequities that persist in our society, but also in our healthcare system. We urge you to ensure that the amended resolution specifically addresses the most prominent healthcare industry employers in Madison, calling on them to set an example and lead on this crucial matter. The healthcare industry plays a critical role in our community's overall well-being. We must prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion in healthcare to create more just and equitable workplaces. In closing, I implore you, esteemed members of the Madison City Common Council, to listen to the voices of our members and numerous workers in Madison and the statements that we have sent in. By passing the amended resolution, you will send a resounding message of justice, equity, and recognition for the sacrifice and significance of Juneteenth. Let Madison become a beacon of progress and compassion by ensuring that all employers, particularly those in healthcare sector, are rightfully compensated for their time on this historic day. Thank you for your unwavering attention.
Thank you. All right, next registrant is Ramon Argandona of District 14, representing SEIU Wisconsin, to be followed by Pat Reyes, to be followed by Catherine Walton. Ramon?
Ramon was unable to make it because he had to work late.
Okay, Pat Reyes of District 14, also representing SEIU Wisconsin, to be followed by Catherine Walton, and that's the end of the speakers on this item.
Hello, and thank you for listening to us, everybody. We truly appreciate your time and consideration. I am Pat Reyes. I am a nurse at one of the local Madison hospitals and have been a proud nurse for the last 34 years. I'm also the president of SEIU Wisconsin, representing thousands of members across the state. I am here speaking on behalf of my peers at the hospital and the union workers that I work with on a regular basis, urging you to support the resolution encouraging employers to recognize Juneteenth as a paid holiday. SEIU has a proud history of fighting for racial justice. In 2016, at our international convention, SEIU members, delegates passionately debated and passed a resolution proclaiming that in order to win economic justice, we must win racial justice. Part of the path to racial justice includes recognizing Juneteenth as a holiday that needs to be celebrated by the entire community and supported by all employers in our city. Healthcare employers especially should be leaders promoting diversity and inclusion. We know that when the healthcare workforce reflects our community, all of our family, friends, neighbors can receive the highest quality services. We have made making Juneteenth a holiday a priority on multiple bargainings that have been unfortunately dropped, realizing that the decision by the employer needs to be made for the entire employee group and not just a portion of the employees. That is part of the reason why we are here talking to you today. I urge the members of the Madison Common Council to support this resolution, but I ask you to not stop there. I urge you to talk to employers, to healthcare providers in this city, and encourage employers like Meritor, Oakwood, UW Health, Hospitals and Foundation, Oak Park Place, St. Mary's Hospital, Select Hospital, Capitol Lakes Care Center, Bright Star Senior Living,
have
and
about
Belmont
20
Nursing
seconds
Home,
left.
just to name a few. To make Juneteenth a priority and a paid holiday. Let's celebrate freedom for all and make our city a leader in making our workplaces welcoming, inclusive, equitable, and respectful for all. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Last speaker on this item is Catherine Walton of District 7.
Thank you to the elders, and thank you to Elder Latimer Burris for your work on this issue. My name is Kate Walton, and I am a nurse at UW Hospital and a proud member of SEIU. I'm here today to read a statement on behalf of my colleague, Joanna Eccles Anderson, chair of the Black and African American Employee Resource Group at UW Health, who unfortunately could not attend. Joanna says, racism is a national health crisis that UW Health recognized years ago as one of the largest employers in healthcare. I was impressed and proud. Finally, racism was being recognized as a disease. It is a disease that kills Black men and women and babies on a daily basis. However, when Juneteenth became a federal holiday and UW Health did not make it a paid holiday for all employees, I felt an extreme level of disappointment and, to be honest, disrespect. UW Health is a cutting-edge hospital with several awards and recognition throughout Wisconsin and beyond. Embracing diversity by recognizing the official Independence Day that marked the end of slavery for all Black people is just one of many steps that UW Health and other organizations can take to truly show that they support and celebrate everyone's independence, not just the people that were free on July 4th. We know there are racial inequities and pay advancement opportunities, and even the basic way that people of color are treated and major employees throughout the county. We experience the level of trauma that racism causes in every aspect of our lives. This is true regardless of what court decisions are made or of anyone's political belief. I have heard the arguments that adding an additional paid holiday would disrupt an organization's ability to support their patients and our clients. My follow-up question to that would be, well, how does it work for all of the other holidays that are paid holidays for employees? Holidays like the 4th of July, New Year's Day, and other federal holidays. My hope would be that Juneteenth would be treated like all those other paid federal holidays. Independence and freedom matter and should always be celebrated on all levels. On behalf of Joanna and my coworkers, patients, and the community we serve, I encourage you to pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the registrants we have on that item. And our next item is Agenda Item 83, authorizing the mayor and clerk to amend the 2023 capital budget and execute a development agreement to provide TIF financing to Roth Street Limited Partnership for a project at 2007 Roth Street. Our first registrant wishing to speak on item 83 is Kyle Brasser from Santa Monica, California, representing Lincoln Avenue Capital, to be followed by Kevin McDonald, to be followed by Steve Verberg. Kyle?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Common Council, and thank you for your time this evening. My name is Kyle Brasser. I'm a Regional Vice President and Project Partner with Lincoln Avenue Capital. I've spoken with many of you virtually before, but this is the first time I'm here in person, and I'm happy to be here. I want to thank you for your time this evening and your consideration for item number 83 and 84, which is coming next, to support 2 TIF loans that will in total support the development of 553 affordable housing units to be built in District 12. These 2 items were recommended unanimously for approval by the Finance Committee 2 weeks ago, and these development projects received their full land use approvals in January of this year. Normally at this point in the process, I would be here to answer questions. I would not be presenting. However, there have been some recent developments, and with the introduction of Alder Latimer Burris to the district in April of this year, she came with a new, fresh perspective and recently asked, I think astutely, for us to come and provide some additional information to her district recently. We actually had a meeting yesterday evening, and as a result of that, my development partner Kevin and I are here. One, to remind you that we are here to answer questions, also to report on the meeting that took place. It was constructive. There was a district-wide meeting. We happened to be the one agenda item, so it was a 2-hour meeting on this development. We had a presentation. We answered numerous questions, and what we heard from many new people in the district who had not been previously part of the engagement was broadly comments of intrigue, interest, and support. There are still some voices claiming that we haven't, for some reason, done the environmental testing or investigation that we should have. That's categorically incorrect and not factually true. We have fully submitted our remediation plan to the Wisconsin DNR. That's all publicly available. And actually, I would like at this point to turn it over to Kevin to talk a little bit more about that specifically. I did have some slides on the development, but again, given where we are, I don't really want to take much of your time to talk about that, but we are here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your consideration. I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kevin McDonald, also of Santa Monica, also representing Lincoln Avenue Capital, to be followed by Steve Verberg, to be followed by Julia Matthews.
All right, thank you. If you could please skip forward, I've got a slide that shows a map of the area with some different colored dots showing all of the testing that's been done. And really, as Kyle mentioned, we had a really productive conversation yesterday with the neighborhood and the district and really throughout the process with the city. So here we really wanted to dispel some of the false narratives on the amount of testing that's been done on the site. So on the site you can see in orange and yellow and blue all of the different types of testing that's been done. So all in all, on our site alone, we've had more than 100 borings, and then obviously many of you have been involved in the discussions and analysis of the many borings that have been done on the adjacent properties as well. One of the key questions that we've heard regarding the environmental here is in regards to the TCE plume that is on the adjacent Oscar Mayer site. That plume has been delineated and is well over 600 feet away from our site. In addition, there's been many borings, not even just on our site, that have been completed and shown that there are no vapors towards our site. So in addition, on our site, along the boundaries of the property, we've taken borings along our boundaries to make sure we don't have TCE vapors on our site, and no vapors have been found on our site at all. Next slide, please. And as Kyle mentioned, as part of our proactive process, we've submitted our final material management plan to the DNR. As part of that material management plan, we'll be removing all the contaminated soil from the site. We'll be capping the site with the building and clean soil on top. We'll be installing a vapor barrier system underneath the entire building, and we'll also be providing a passive vapor mitigation system. All of this is really a belt and suspenders approach based on not having any signs of any vapors on our site. It's really going above and beyond to make sure the community is safe, and frankly, we're safe in our investment, because the last thing we would want is for there to be any issues. Next slide, please. And so finally, we just wanted to identify that we've selected our general contractors, worked through the material management plan with them and our local environmental consultants. So CCI and McGann Construction are our two general contractors, and we're planning to start this fall. Additionally, I wanted to highlight some
That's your time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Steve Verberg of District 16, to be followed by Julia Matthews. Steve is online.
Hi, Steve Verberg. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak. Was interested in the discussion on racial disparities earlier. So I often wonder how Madison's racial disparities haven't been remedied despite 20 years of promises. And by some measures, they actually gotten worse. I think I'm getting to know the answer, and we may be watching it happening in real time at this moment. As the council's about to accept a pile of rationalizations and false assurances that will result in housing a large number of disadvantaged and vulnerable people on poisoned land. And the result will certainly be worsening of health outcomes along racial lines. We're told over and over again to trust the DNR, but the DNR has been defunded over a number of decades, and it has a policy of allowing polluters to police themselves and to cap pollutants under the ground for future generations to have to deal with. So I don't think you should go along with this. Don't buy the DNR line that it's okay to blithely leave poisons in groundwater for future generations to deal with and for our neighbors to live atop. Thanks for considering my concerns.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Julia Matthews of District 12.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I am registered in support of both of these TIF loans. I was attending the meeting last night, and I did appreciate the further detail that everyone in attendance went into to display the amount of testing that was done. It's definitely been something that's been confusing for folks in the community and is hard to find on the DNR website. And I just wanted to kind of highlight that they did go into more detail. Even what the developers have just shown tonight, they've done some testing that wasn't required by the DNR. And there was also an explanation that the reason that we didn't have to do specific phase 2 testing on that site is that phase 2 testing is typically to show if there is contamination or there isn't contamination. And since the testing that's been done has gone actually beyond that, like what would have been done if that phase 2 testing had shown contamination, they didn't need to go back and then do that other testing. So I think they went over, like, they tested groundwater and didn't find any evidence of of unsafe contamination there, and they also tested obviously like the soil as well. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that, and also that this is going to be the last opportunity for affordable housing in this area, and it's going to be 60% of the area median income. And as this area gets further developed to match what is shown in the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan, at least given the current census tract requirements, all of the other new development will be fully market rate, which we know in Madison especially is very, very high rents. So if we want to have people that are at 60% of the area median income to be able to afford to live in this area as it becomes a new flourishing part of town, this is really the only opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our last registrant on this item, and let me apologize to the council for not pausing to see if you all had questions for registrants after each item. But I think since 84 is related to this item, perhaps we can do the speakers for 84 and then we'll do questions for both of those, if that's okay. So on item 84, and perhaps we could have taken these together, our first registrant is Kyle Brasser of Lincoln Avenue Capital, to be followed by Kevin McDonald, to be followed by Steve Verberg. Kyle, do you want additional time? Okay. Kevin? Okay. So Steve, did you want to speak to item 84 as well?
No, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so then on both of these items, are there questions for any of our registrants? Alder Figueroa Cole. No? Okay. Alder Bennett.
Hi. Before I ask a question, I am embarrassed to say I need to make a disclosure. I realize now that this development is contingent upon receiving funds from the Wisconsin Housing and Economic Development Authority. I work at the Wisconsin Housing and Economic Development Authority, and my team had nothing to do with this project. In no way, shape, or form am influenced by my outside job. So I just want to say that. I had a question for the development team, and I noticed that there's 400, oh, sorry, I'll just wait till you're up there. I noticed that there's 446 parking stalls. I'm wondering, how did you work it into your pro forma to get to 446 parking stalls? And was it based off of neighborhood feedback, or what was necessary?
It was more based off of what was necessary. We had a pretty healthy discussion about parking during the development. On what we were calling the family development, which is the 303 unit development with 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units, over half the building is 3 and 4 bedroom units, and another third of it is 2 bedroom units. So only a small percentage are 1. So we have housing for larger family sizes, which one is great because it's very uncommon, as I'm sure you know, in affordable housing. But what that also means, and talking about sort of a lot of these units are going to be at the 60% AMI level. So we kind of refer to that as a workforce level of development. By the way, we develop housing everywhere from 30% all the way up through 60%. But often a development can't be all things for all residents. And so this happens to be a workforce level. The reason that's pertinent is because a lot of our residents here will have at least 1 car, if not 2, given that they'll be full families with likely 2 jobs in some cases, or many cases. And so we felt, based on our portfolio and our experience, we worked with city staff. We even worked with TIF staff, actually, on the parking, because we got feedback from many people in the neighborhood. We landed on what I would call the happy medium. It was actually less parking than we wanted, candidly, but it will still work. And when you look at it on a stall to unit ratio, it's higher than what the city would commonly see. But if you look at it on a stall to bedroom ratio, it's actually right in line with, or even a little bit lower, because we have so many 3 and 4 bedroom.
Thank you so much. That helps. As just a quick one. Did you have to meet a parking minimum for this development?
I don't believe so. We could ask planning staff that. I think we did not, but I don't know.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Conklin. Questions?
I do, thank you. When you were explaining, I think your name's Kevin. When you were explaining, you said you did like 100 borings or whatever. Can you explain to me what that is and what that entails?
I'll start and Kevin can supplement. So what Kevin was saying was that there have been over 100 environmental soil samples taken on the site. A boring is a sort of a fancy word for like, there's a tube digging device that's advanced somewhere between 6 inches and 60 feet into the ground. You know, there's all kinds of different borings that we do. We do geotechnical ones to evaluate the structural capacity of the soil, like what can you put on it. We also do environmental borings. Fortunately, and maybe also sort of unfortunately, there was already a lot of environmental information available when we first put this project under contract. Fortunately for us, there was a lot of data. Unfortunately, the current landowner has been really cagey with that information. So it created sort of a mystery around it that frankly didn't need to be created. But we were able to go and let's say there might have been 60 borings that were already, I don't know the number, but there were already a lot that were done that were public record that had been advanced through DNR case closures and things like that. All that becomes the environmental history of the site and is publicly available. All that information, and then plus a bunch of additional sampling that we did, completes the 100 or so that Kevin referred to, the different soil samples that have done on our site. I think the importance with this is it highlights, it's a 30-acre site. We only really focused our testing on the area where we're going to be building housing, but in that 15-ish acres, we've put 100 borings. That's way more than you would typically do. It's way more than the DNR required. And we felt that it was the responsible thing to do given that we are going to be putting housing on the site. So anyway, that was sort of a roundabout answer to your question, but that is the context for the 100 borings. I don't know if that actually answered your question. But.
Okay, it does a little bit. My next kind of follow-up is, with the information that you have received, and you said there's a lot of information prior to, have you compared, like, what are you seeing from your examples to prior? Is there changes? Is there better or worse soil? Like, what are you finding?
What we really did with our additional sampling was we went into different areas. So we tested groundwater. There hadn't been groundwater that had been tested previously, for example. So we wanted to get a profile on the groundwater. You know, fortunately in this part of the city, people aren't drinking the groundwater. But we wanted to understand what this situation was. We also we advanced some soil borings in parts of the site that hadn't been tested previously. Broadly, rather than like, was it better or worse, it just helped complete the picture for what we needed to do on what part of the site. It will mean more coming from city engineering staff, but what city engineering staff will summarize is that when you have an urban sort of infill site like this, some level of contamination, industrial history is very common. The sort of facts and figures on these sites are this site is far less contaminated than the majority of the East Washington corridor that's been developed successfully into housing. So we were able to complete, with more information, we have a just completed plan as to how we need to address the materials when we're under construction.
Okay, and one last question, because you kind of did bring it up. Is there a water well out there? Can you say a little bit more? Is there a water well? Was it contaminated? Was there
There's not a water well. The groundwater that I referred to is just simply the naturally occurring layer of groundwater that occurs below the surface of the ground.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. To follow up on Alder Conklin's questions, can you, I don't remember which one of you told us this, but can you tell us some more about that TCE plume at 600 feet away? 600 feet away is not that far away. So you stated that it's moving away from the site. So can you tell us more about that? Because having dealt with some of that stuff with Madison Kip, you know, these things move under the soil, so.
Yeah, so really the area of the plume is the spice room that I think many of you were part of the discussions when some of the bus barn discussion was going on. And so really that is on the very far northwest corner across the railroad, on the site that's across the railroad tracks from us to the east, the Oscar Mayer plant. That site The far, far northwest corner is where the spice room was. And so that's the area where the TCE was identified. And so there were borings that were taken to the west, well, all surrounding that spice room. And the only area that was shown that had vapors surrounding the spice room was to the west. When you went south and east, which is towards our property, there was no TCE vapor. It was delineated. So I wasn't really saying necessarily the direction of where that was going, but that has been around there for a long time. And all of the borings that were towards our property, none of them showed any TCE vapor. So that was really the point I think I was trying to make.
And you said earlier that the former or the owner of the adjacent had done some boring, so that information is available and you've studied that.
The information that he's talking about, yeah, that's all publicly available. The owners of the Oscar Mayer property, but also the owners of the property that we're acquiring, which is not the Oscar Mayer property. They also did a lot of environmental testing. Well, it was at Oscar Mayer at one point, but right now it's no longer Oscar Mayer. The other thing just to mention on the soil vapor piece is that even though we don't have any data either in that part of the site or anywhere else that says we have elevated soil vapor that would be a concern for residential, we're installing what we call a vapor barrier underneath the entire building, which stops vapors from migrating from the ground soil up into the habitable units. We're also installing a passive, what we call passive vapor mitigation system, which is effectively like a big radon system. A lot of radon systems in homes are this two-pipe system. There's no fan. It basically is a radon system on steroids, and it will also deal with radon. We don't know if there's radon on the site, but we will test that before anybody inhabits. But the system that we have will either deal with it on a passive basis, or if we find it, there's two little fans we install. We turn them on, and then that like supercharges it. So, and then that takes care of radon and any other vapors that could be there. So the sort of exclamation point is we don't have soil vapors. Even if something were to migrate and change, we will have a system in place from a new construction standpoint to alleviate any of that could migrate in the future, even though we don't expect that it will.
Thank you. And to clarify, is that vented through the roof or?
Through the roof.
Oh, good. Thank you. I have a kind of a different direction, and it's not really maybe directly about TIF, but here you are. Can you just remind us the array of affordability that you're providing and what services you're providing, if any, or what? Just paint us a picture. Thank you.
These developments are going to be providing affordability at the 60% AMI level. We will be providing, first of all, so each building, there's a senior development and then there's what we're calling a family development because of the size of the units, but really it's general occupancy. So seniors could live in either, but the whole idea is to provide housing for a family demographic that often gets overlooked in 60% AMI housing. There are amenities for children. There are amenities for outdoor kind of relaxation, grilling, gathering, things like that. There's a classroom space in the family development, and there's a community service facility that we're calling it in the senior development for community programming, nonprofit partnerships, things like that, where we can actually interface with hyper-local partners, and we've actually started to have some conversations with District 12 residents and representatives about who all we could find time for job training or tutoring or things like that. So from a service standpoint, that's really what we're providing in partnership with nonprofits or local, I should really say just local entities. But then from an resident amenity standpoint, there are also lots of things for residents to enjoy in the buildings that aren't specifically service-oriented.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. No, there are alders in the queue. Oh, Alder Latimer Burris, questions?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. How are you guys doing? I talked to you guys earlier today, and I've talked to you in the past. I'm just really asking these questions out of the city point of view. So just let me just get my bearings here. When you were talking about, and we're just straightforward conversation, when you were talking about having these conversations with, the nonprofits in the community, people that are, wanting to do service for some of the residents, when did you start those conversations?
When did you start
So it's definitely been well over a year. So we do have an agreement with the Employment Training and Associate group that actually does job training currently at the Dane County Job Center. But they have certain hours of the day where they can't provide training, so they're really excited to use the classroom space to provide their job training services. One of the things I was going to piggyback on what Kyle was saying was one of the things that was productive from the meeting last night, and a few of the residents approached us after the meeting and really talked about the idea of providing tutoring for the children of the development within the classroom space. So that's a discussion that, you know, we're open to any feedback on local tutoring groups. We did a little bit of research and saw that the Boys and Girls Club does some different tutoring, the Urban League, and I know there were a few other nonprofit groups that we found. And then one of the neighbors mentioned that I think it's the Madison Literacy Network and was going to provide some information on what they do as well. But definitely, we've got 2 years between now and completing construction. So any ideas of other groups, the idea is for it to be a collaborative space for different nonprofits to use the space. The Friends of Hartmeyer, who were instrumental in the 15 acres for the conservation district that's part of the development. They're interested in utilizing the space to provide educational information for the community regarding the wetlands and just all of the surrounding natural features in the area.
Thank you. So could you tell us how the meeting last night came about?
Yeah, and Alder Latimer Burris, I think you had stepped out. I did talk about it a little bit during my comment, my public comment, but I think from my perspective, you know, as we've described at some other recent public meetings, you know, we've been working with city staff, you know, planning staff, engineering, environmental, all these city departments, as well as meeting with the neighborhood for about 2 years now. And, you know, we received our unanimous land use approvals earlier this year in January. And, you know, we were asked to come and provide a neighborhood update recently. And then with your election and wanting to have some more information, I think, you know, wisely suggested, let's make this a bigger event. Let's invite the whole district. And so, you know, the way that it came about was your suggestion recently to have a neighborhood engagement session. And I think you thought, well, let's go bigger. Let's solicit some more input and let's get more information out there to make everything more transparent. So that's how the meeting came about last night. And like I shared in my public comment, I think it was a really positive event. And we had a lot of people who normally wouldn't have been involved in the engagement because they were not members of the Sherman Neighborhood Association, the official neighborhood association who we've met with at least 4 or 5 times. But they were members of your district. And so they now had a chance to come and learn about the development.
Okay, and I don't want to, you know, we've had a deep conversation. We've talked, and you know where I stand on things. I think you have a pretty clear idea. But did that meeting transpire out of the denial from the Finance Committee or a stalemate from the Finance Committee to asking for extension of time to have a neighborhood meeting? You weren't there?
We weren't denied by the finance. We received a unanimous.
No, I mean the motion to have a meeting to extend it out. I think it was Alder Vivier that had said maybe we could go a couple of weeks out. Is that how this meeting came about? I'm just, you were at the Finance Committee?
Respectfully, it was a meeting that you requested, so my understanding from our earlier conversations was you looked at a situation and wanted to make sure that everybody was having clear and open communication. And so whether that came about because you were elected recently in a process that had already gone a long way and you wanted to have an opportunity to make sure that everybody was talking, which I think makes a lot of sense, or whether it was because there was some contentious and, in my opinion, disingenuous testimony at the Finance Committee that should be cleared up regardless. I don't know what answer you're looking for me, but I don't have an answer because I didn't call the meeting.
I guess I would just clarify too that, we were planning to already meet with the Sherman Neighborhood Association before that meeting, but, like Kyle said, the discussion was productive and we were glad that it, turned into a full district meeting. And I guess I did just want to highlight that, throughout the process, we, also did have, I think it was 5 neighborhood meetings, Kyle? And then, many plan commission and common council meetings, and there's been a lot of previous engagement before that.
Okay, and with those neighborhood meetings, just because you brought it up, I want to ask you, do you know what the attendance? I know last night there was about 50 people. It was put together under the finance because it did get to, denied by a 3-3 vote, 3 yes to extension of time, 3 no. No tiebreaker there, so that's effectively in the court system. It's a denial, and so it was put together in a rush to meet your obligation for July 10th, with meeting with the Sherman Oaks. But when you were speaking, do you know the other meetings? I don't have the record on that. Do you know what the attendance was?
They were quite well attended. I mean, they were probably 30 to 40 people, and I
Okay.
don't have the specific numbers, but again, that was just Sherman Neighborhood Association, and then Friends of Hartmeyer, which was effectively a subset of Sherman Neighborhood Association. So you're comparing Sherman Neighborhood Association engagement, which was healthy, with the whole District 12, which was more, but maybe by 10% more, 15%. I mean, it was similar sized. The public meetings we had previously were very well attended, and there was a lot of engagement. It was good. It was like, I guess you would call it healthy engagement. There were long meetings, lots of discussion.
Did any of these issues come up at those other neighborhood meetings?
All of them.
Okay. And then also, I'm curious to know, when you, let's see, just make sure I can stay on point here. When you got the land use permit that was received in January, was there an alder in office then, as far as you know?
I don't remember specifically, but I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, there were 19 other alders, but I don't believe that the district had an alder.
Okay, and then what about after Syed, Alder Abbas was gone in November, I believe it was, in regards to not only the land use, but also the TIF funds, was there alder in place when all that was coming about, as far as like you guys knew that you were going to be applying for TIF funds?
Alder Abbas we were really closely engaged with Alder Abbas. He helped shape the development proposal that's in front of you still today that hasn't changed in 6 months. But he was intimately aware that we were going to be seeking TIF funds. We've been talking about that. We had been talking about that with him for a year, and city staff has been aware for a long time. I mean, everybody has known about that. That's not been again, that's one of the things that's recently been implied that we somehow just brought that up, but that's been in the works for 2 years. So.
Yeah, I had a conversation with him about it, and he didn't seem to support what you're saying. But also, the next thing I want to know is when did you get to send, and I know I asked you this earlier today, so I'm just asking you on the record, when did you get to send the final report over to the DNR?
We sent it on July 7th.
Okay, so that's last week? About?
It was Friday.
Okay.
It was 2 business days ago. But that's been in the works with the DNR for also over a year, and we were unable to finalize it until very recently because of some engineering changes to the street pattern. Nothing to do with our development, nothing about new testing. The DNR has had the same data and has already advised us on our draft response or materials management plan. And what we submitted to them was effectively a formal finalization of something they've been aware of for at least 12 months.
Okay, thank you. My other question, a couple more questions. This is on a different subject. How many units are, what's the breakdown, just in guesstimate, you don't have to get real technical, of the 1-bedroom versus the 2 bedrooms family unit, 1-bedroom family unit, 2-bedroom family units, and are there any like 3-bedroom, just off the top of it? There's a lot of
There are 2
information.
Yeah, we actually have it. I didn't present this tonight because I didn't have time, but in the senior development, there are 143 1-bedroom units, and there are 107 2-bedroom units. And just for clarity, because I focused on the family during my presentation, senior households are traditionally smaller, and we only ever see 1 and 2 bedroom units in senior housing. On the what we're calling the family, which again is really general occupancy, so seniors can also live there. There's no restrictions other than income. We have 49 1-bedroom units, 135 2-bedroom units, 83 3-bedroom units, and 34 4-bedroom units. So of the 300 units, only 49 of them are smaller than 2 bedrooms.
I'm sorry, can you give me the 3-bedroom number again and the 4-bedroom? Sorry.
83 3-bedrooms and 34 4-bedrooms.
Okay. 83 3-bedrooms and how many 4-bedrooms? I'm sorry. I'm listening.
34.
34, excellent. Okay. You can relax, I'm not going after, we talked. Okay, last night, we did have a good discussion that went on for quite a while, over 2 hours. Were there, you had said that you had community meetings before. Were these were there new people that you felt were there since you've talked to people?
Certainly, and as I said, there were people from broader District 12 who were not members of the Sherman Neighborhood Association who had not been previously engaged. They were there last night, and they seemed to enjoy what they heard. They seemed to, appreciate what they heard.
Okay, and the DNR was not there last night, is that correct?
The DNR was not there. I don't think they were invited. I didn't organize the meeting.
I did, they weren't.
Okay.
Yeah.
The DNR, I will say, just for what it's worth, that at our earlier neighborhood meetings, we actually did ask them if they would come because we thought it'd be helpful to bring a sort of a neutral third party who's not the developer to explain it. Instead, we invited our environmental engineer because the DNR's kind of party line is we don't engage in what they call political engagement, and they consider neighborhood meetings political engagement. So it's outside of their purview or like their kind of responsibility. And frankly, if you work with the DNR staff, who are all very smart, driven, but also overworked individuals, asking them to come to an evening meeting, I understand why they don't. They're slammed.
Okay, and so they have a report, they haven't had a chance yet to review it. How long do you anticipate that will take, or how many days, how much time do they have to look at it, as a stop gauge?
So broadly, they have had a chance to look at it, but not the final version that we.
The final version, I'm sorry.
Statutorily, they have 60 days to review it. That's a state requirement. I expect they'll probably take 60 days, and that's okay. We've planned on that.
Okay, and then you talked about the different borings and the different levels, and do we know, it was a two-part question, do we know everything about whatever is being raised as an issue? And then with the geotechnical samples, were you able to test those for contaminants? I'm not saying it correctly, but you understand what I'm trying to say.
We have, I don't know how to answer, do we know everything that we have data and we've put that into, we hire SCS Engineering, who actually does a lot of work for the city of Madison, from what I know. They're incredibly reputable, well, practiced environmental engineering firm. They collect the data. We aren't environmental experts. If you can't tell by listening to us talk, we are not. We know enough to be dangerous, and we hire the professionals to guide us on exactly how to engineer this in a smart and responsible way. They take the data, they, among their engineering staff, work on a plan, and they say, based on this, based on the history, based on what we've been doing as a company for, 50, 60, 70 years, we know that we should get more data. They advise us, we go and get more data. Then we submit that to the WDNR, they review it, and they make a conclusion that they have all the information they need to recommend that we are going to handle the materials responsibly during construction. Then on top of it, we have an engineering professional or multiple, depending on the size of the project, on site during construction to further monitor the activities so that if anything unforeseen comes up, because again, we have a 15-acre development site, you can't test every square inch of soil until you're actually digging it. They have somebody on there to monitor activities, and if something unforeseen comes, we have a contingency plan on how that's dealt with. So we have all the information we could possibly need. We have more than we can need. So we have a very clear picture of what we're dealing with and how we'll deal with it.
All right, and then, let's see. I think I asked you this already, so it might be the last time we talked, not today over the phone, but when we talked in the public forum. Do you know, were you ever able to get the details of the settlement that was made around the site?
That's not public information, and no, we were not.
Okay, so, all right. And then, just a couple more questions, I promise. Do you feel that these are just NIMBYs? The people that attended last night are just NIMBYs and they don't want to have this?
I'm not going to respond to that question.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not in their heads.
Okay. Well, let me say this. Let me reverse the question is, I know the answer, but are you interested in working and interested in getting the concerns segmented and kind of dealt with and saying, this one we can deal with now, this one we can deal with later, this one is unsure? I mean, talk to me about that.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Okay, so I'm asking you, you're interested, let me rephrase it, are you not interested in working with the community and the other advocates or departments or whatever people's position is coming from? You're interested in working through that, I gather, because you want to have this project with your name on it to be a success, right?
And yes, we absolutely, and we have been for 2 years. We've even been accused at this time around for engaging too early, which doesn't normally happen. I grew up in the city of Madison. I love the city of Madison. This is a huge, personal goal and accomplishment for me to do a project in my hometown. I'll be very proud of this. I've done a lot of development, but nothing in Wisconsin. And so with my development partner, Kevin, I personally am so excited to make this a great demonstration project of a true public-private partnership. So I'm fully committed and I'm not going anywhere. We are a long-term investment company. Lincoln Avenue Capital owns our investments for a minimum of 15 years, but really this one's gonna be a lifetimer. So I'm here, I'm excited. I want the community to be engaged and excited about it like I am. Kevin can speak, but I think he feels the same way. So that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, and then my other question is real light is, I think I only have 2 more questions, believe it or not. Do you, have you had to drill, if you will, at your own expense?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
All the testing has been at our own expense. The formation, well, let me clarify. There was already a lot of testing that was done by previous parties. I did explain that earlier, but everything, the groundwater testing we did, the geotechnical testing we did, we've spent, I don't know, $50,000 to $75,000 on environmental testing, and then we've engaged an expensive and very competent environmental engineer to review all that, to present it to a lot of different groups, to work with the DNR for a year. We've invested a lot of money on the environmental impacts alone so that we can be incredibly knowledgeable and well-versed in what lies below the surface.
Okay, and then just comparing that to, like, if there is an environmental issue, if there was, it would be millions of dollars to take care of, and that's part, yeah.
It totally depends on what it is. It
Yeah.
certainly could be. I mean, the
Yeah.
risk is huge. It
Yeah.
could be, yes, but
Right.
it totally depends on what. If it's soil vapor after the fact, we install a couple of fans and turn them on, and because we're spending money proactively to address that. If we didn't do that, that would be a $500,000 issue to jackhammer up our slab and put in piping and all that. So we're going to spend multiple 6 figures to prep for that, so that that's taken care of, and so there's no risk to the health of the residents, and there's no risk to the financial viability of the investment.
And we talked about this today, and we've talked about this in the past, is that with the TIF financing, it may or may not be used for this, and it is a project that is going to need TIF funding. Is that correct?
Affordable housing developments like this have some necessity for what we call a gap gap source of funds. It basically means because we limit our rents, we can't borrow as much as a market rate developer because our borrowing capacity is limited because our operating income is lower. So there's always what we call a financial gap. The TIF is the vehicle we're using in this case to bridge that gap. And as I've shared with you and others, right now we're seeking $6.25 million across these 2 projects for the gap. The total development cost of these 2 projects is over $180 million. So $6.25 million from the city generously will unlock $180 million of private investment. If the project cannot close, we didn't even get into the qualified census tract tonight, but I think it's worth mentioning when we're talking numbers. If this project can't close this year, the qualified census tract expires, that $6.25 million gap becomes $25 or $30 million and the project's infeasible. So the 6.25 is absolutely necessary. That's the gap. And in this case, TIF is the vehicle to bridge the gap.
Okay, and TIF, just, for layman's, because, very simple and very basic, basically TIF gets sold off as the tax credits are sellable, as I understand, and so that's really becomes, it's.
Alder, TIF is not tax credits. Those are two separate
Oh,
things.
TIF financing is, okay.
TIF is
Okay,
financing,
yeah. All right, so let's see.
Although we do
I
have
think I'm
other
just-
alders in the queue
Yep,
wishing to
yep,
ask
yep,
questions.
Sure, I just got to get the questions answered, so thank you for that, your patience there in this 5-year project. Is there anything about the process that you've learned, in particular to the past year, that you wish that had gone a little bit differently?
No project goes perfectly. I don't know how, I don't have a good answer prepared for that, but I'm sure there are. I will say I've learned that the city of Madison is a really good city to work with, and is astute and smart and has good processes in place. Your TIF process is really conservative, which is good for the city and hard for developers. But I've learned that I want to continue to work with the city of Madison.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze?
Actually, I raised my hand probably about, 30 minutes ago, but kind of forgot. But what I can say is this,
Feel free to pass, Alder.
what I can say is this, as an alder of District 18, that
Alder,
actually,
is it a question?
yeah. Can I just want to, all right.
It's for discussion.
A discussion.
For discussion.
All right.
Thank you. Alder Bennett.
Hi, thank you for the second time. I just wanted to know, I know you did a lot of study into the environmental concerns, didn't you? Yeah. And even though you have a vested interest in doing this project anyways, without the environmental interest, whatever, wouldn't you say that you couldn't get money from a bank if the bank thought that there was a risk of environmental impact to residents?
Absolutely. I mean, this working for WIDA, the affordable housing industry in general, affordable housing projects are incredibly conservatively financed, not only by the bank, but by the tax credit investor. The number of hoops we have to jump through to get all those traditionally very financially conservative companies comfortable is an incredibly high bar.
Right. And they have a pretty strong history of not having developments that have, these environmental issues with long-term impact to, right. Wondering, how many developments have you done? Because you mentioned that.
So I know I look young, but I've been doing this for 15 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez. I need your
never let me go out in the
genes.
sun, so. I've been with Lincoln Avenue Capital for 2 years, so this is my first role as a partner and owner. So Kevin and I are both owners, which is, I think, also worth mentioning. The people that are talking to you right now have a true vested long-term interest. I'm not someone's employee sent here as a mouthpiece or whatever. I'm not a majority owner, but I'm an owner, and that means a lot to me, and it means a lot to Kevin. And so anyway, these are some of my first projects. I've closed a couple in another state for Lincoln Avenue Capital, but we're kind of early in our growing for this company. But I've been doing affordable development in the Midwest for 15 years. I've worked on, I don't even know, 25 projects, and led at least 10. So this isn't new for me. Nor is infill contaminated development. I've done a ton in the Twin Cities, and I'd say 80% of what I've done has been more contaminated in this site.
And you, wouldn't want that to happen anyways, wouldn't you?
No, of course not.
Oh, right. In your, I don't know, you said 15 years? Yeah, of experience, who generally are the tenants that you serve and that live in these developments?
There's a huge range. So I think it's probably the best to speak for Lincoln Avenue Capital, the company that we work for now and plan to work for our careers. going forward, because that's, I think, probably the question that's most important. We do all sorts of affordable housing, everything from rehabilitation of project-based Section 8 all the way up through kind of like true like workforce level, even some 80% AMI stuff. But most of what Kevin and I focus on is the 30 to 60% AMI housing.
I mean, like, specifically, like, the type of tenants, like, I know that in most light tech developments, I think it's like 50% of Black people live in those developments. And, you know, a lot of those developments, you have nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers that otherwise wouldn't be able to live in the city. Like, is that like a correct assessment of those?
I mean, I think every development is different. We have a generally racially and like socially diverse group of residents. We have a senior development in this case. We have like sort of a general occupancy bonus. Even from an age perspective, we're providing housing for sort of the whole age spectrum, from children to aging seniors. And I said this last night because I was getting pressed on it, but not every development can be everything for everyone. But we do developments that sort of serve all different parts of the population, from people transitioning out of homelessness who are high supportive housing need, to people that are working 2 jobs and making 58% of the AMI, and they want a brand new place to live that's going to look just like the market rate place down the street, which is what this will end up being, just to sort of clarify. But our demographic profile here will be wide too. It'll be very wide.
Certainly, yeah. And
I just want to say, you know, living in the Madison area, that's one of the things I'm really excited about this development is, I think the population that we will be serving is the community's workforce and many of the businesses that make Madison. And so, you know, the restaurants surrounding downtown here, the teachers, the, you know, firefighters, you know, the support staff that work in this building here are who will qualify.
And like, generally speaking, because of our housing situation in Madison, those like specific residents wouldn't or be able to find housing in Madison, or would have a very difficult time to find
Really
housing.
difficult time finding quality housing. I think that's
Sure.
one of the key.
So like, denying this development is basically like directly denying housing for those people, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Just note, we still have 2 items with registrants waiting to speak, and 2 items that Alders may have questions on. Alder Miadze, you remembered your question?
Yeah, basically, I just wanted to ask you if you could just elaborate just for a minute. Saeed Abbas and I was in the meeting last night for 2 hours, so we weren't able to show up for the meeting last night. But can you just elaborate on how everybody knows here that Saeed is really environmentally friendly and knows so much about trying to tackle
Happy
this
to.
issue? So
And-
if you could just elaborate on that, because
Yeah.
it's pretty much a wrapped issue before he left the council.
Yes, and that was, I would say that and the affordability were like his, environment and affordability were his number 1 and number 2 issue, and I don't know how it would rank them. We met originally with Alder Abbas. We put the site under contract in December of 2021, and we probably met with him in February of 2020. 2022. We barely had a sketch plan on a piece of paper. And he was engaged and had a ton of insight, some of it, or like ton of suggestions, some of it wasn't what we were originally thinking, but we took it to heart, and we ended up having a really collaborative relationship with Alder Abbas. I mean, we worked on preserving 15 acres of the green space instead of 13 acres for the neighborhood. We worked on a different street map that was a sort of difficult thing to work on. He and we were aligned, but the other people weren't. We had a really collaborative relationship, and he was always pressing us on the environmental. And it was because of his leadership that we brought our environmental consultant to our second or third neighborhood meeting and had that individual there to answer questions. He brought in city engineering staff to make sure that the city was engaged and asking the right questions, and he really pressed for that. And he was you're right, I mean, he was very focused on making sure that the environmental issues were investigated, and ultimately handled responsibly.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue for questions on these items, so thank you.
Thank you.
And just for completeness sake, I think they have all left, but did any of the alders have questions for any registrants on item 77? See, oh, we do have ones here. Alder Latimer Burris
I
on
had a question for Julia, but if it's gone, that's all right. It's not a big deal.
Julia Matthews is still present.
I'm sorry, Alder, you had not rung in, and I had moved on to a different item? All right. So seeing no questions on item 77, I'll ask our tech staff if we still have Robbie Weber and if we have managed to unmute her.
Robbie, let's try again. Can you go ahead and talk?
Still no. Okay. Then we will go on to item 91, which is approving a certified survey map of property owned by J.D. McCormick LLC located at 428 to 444 State Street. We have one registrant wishing to speak, Robert Kleba of District 6. Do we have Bob? Online? Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Alders, and City staff. I'm sorry to have pulled agenda item 91 off your consent agenda tonight. Usually approving certified survey maps is a routine procedure, but I think this one is significant and requires special consideration. I am opposed to the certified survey map for 428, 434, and 444 State Street. Developments like the one proposed for this site highlight the importance of preserving the architectural history of our iconic State Street. State Street is a destination that all Madisonians enjoy as part of their shared cultural heritage. The mix of 19th and early 20th century buildings on the 100 to 400 blocks define the architectural rhythm and flow of the streetscape. 428 and 434 are over 140 years old, and their demolition would be a loss to Madison's identity. The Plan Commission agreed that the current buildings fit the context and scale of neighboring structures. In short, their placing the demolition application on file means that the Plan Commission feels it is important to the preservation of historic State Street. Review of certified survey maps is usually a routine minor procedure at Common Council, but this CSM facilitates the demolition of the historic buildings on this site by combining the three parcels platted in the 19th century into one. This would pave the way for another developer to request demolition of these buildings and propose a different structure on this site. I know you seek to be Alders because you love Madison. I ask you to extend that love to State Street and to place this CSM on file, as was done already for the request for demolition. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for our registrant on item 91? Seeing none. Our next item for public comment is item 98, substitute creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change zoning at 437 to 445 West Johnson Street, 430 to 440 West Dayton Street, and 215 to 221 North Bassett Street. Our first registrant is Thomas Witten of District 13, to be followed by Junggang Lee, to be followed by Noel Lewin. Do we have Thomas?
Hi, my name is Lane Witten, senior at the University of Wisconsin, studying economics and data science. First, I'd like to say that I have no association with Core Development or any of their subsidiaries, and I'd like to thank Alderman MJ for the email to all the UW-Madison students, which allowed me to be here tonight. So Madison, Wisconsin is in a housing crisis. We have 6,000 new students every year since there were 41,000 in 2017, and now in 2023 there are 47,000 students. This data comes from Madison's record themselves. Previously, I'd seen one alderman use data from 2010 to 2020, which said there was a 3,000 jump, and it was pretty similar, but there's been a significant jump post-pandemic. So this project, I believe, is super important for Madison. The apartment rates are out of control. We have the James, it's going up like 30% in the last year. And honestly, these rates are just unpayable. But what will help is more units. And the spots on this, many have referred to as affordable units, but the buildings currently on the space that they would like to develop are far from affordable. They are old buildings, and the rates are about the same as the James and the Hub, but with limited amenities. Allowing the developers to build so-called luxury apartments like this help them to be able to build other projects such as the Olive, which they've already committed to, which can be run rates at about $400 to $500 a month. This new development will help solve the economic crisis significantly by adding almost 700 beds, going from 120 to 750. These beds are so needed in the Madison area. I know alders take issue with some of these amenities that they think will inflate the price, such as the hot tub or the fitness center, et cetera. But honestly, the rates in Madison for housing are fairly inelastic, and so the development, it will stay the same no matter the price. And the units currently there are at the price point of what this would be, but this is just adding more units and a better quality of living, because the conditions there currently substandard. Some units don't even have air conditioning. This will change a lot of that. Finally, let's talk about the downtown plan. So page 51 of the Madison downtown plan recommends for Johnson this area to be used in this capacity that they have here. Their vertical fits into the development idea and the design standards with the rest of Madison, and their use of green space also fits in with the suggestions.
About 30 seconds left.
So just to finish up, one other concern was that this building would be used a lot for young professionals and not just students, but there can always be agreements for set a section out for student housing, or even bringing more young professionals into the downtown area will always be a good thing for Madison. So I encourage the Madison City Council to approve this and vote yes.
That's
Thank
your
you.
time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Junggung Lee of District 12, to be followed by Noel Lewin, to be followed by Bill Connors. We have Junggung Lee.
No one by that name online.
All right. Then Noel Lewin of Fitchburg, representing the Wisconsin Carpenters Union, to be followed by Bill Connors, to be followed by Scott Watson. Do we have Noel?
Thank you, Council. Is it okay if my colleague Scott Watson joins me up here as well? All right. So, hi everyone. My name is Noel Lewin. I'm the Deputy Political Director for the Wisconsin Carpenters Union. First of all, I want to say that we're here in support of this item, speaking from the perspective of labor. It's not often that we have a group that's willing to come in and use responsible labor. This project will be done by Findorf, that has employed many union carpenters in the state and the city of Madison. Specifically, we have hundreds of apprentices that live in the city of Madison, the Dane County area, that have to drive miles on miles on miles just to get to the job site. This is something that's pretty common in labor. And for there to be an opportunity for our apprentices and our workers who live in this city to go to a job site that's within 30 minutes of their home, I think that's a win. And on top of that, provide good pay and benefits to feed their families every single day. I just don't want it to be lost on the council that if there is a decision that involves construction, it involves working people that live in the city. And so I'll have my colleague Scott talk a little bit more in depth about how about that development. So thank you for your time.
So without objection, Scott Watson of District 20, representing Carpenters Local 314.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you, everyone. My name is Scott Watson. I'm a longtime resident of Madison, been born and raised here. And just like some previous speakers have talked about, is the shortage on housing. Just how it affects me, I have a daughter that is going to UW and a niece, and we cannot find housing for them. So if there was more housing built, that we shouldn't have this problem. You know, I mean, some of them are living in districts where I'm afraid for their safety. We're building it downtown and everything else close to campus. I think everything would be all right. Besides that, is that you got to look at, you're going to have a 27-month-long project. You're going to have hundreds of tradesmen working down there using City of Madison facilities, the parking ramps. Just think the economics they're going to bring to the local businesses to State Street. We're always talking about revitalizing State Street. Well, this project would help do that. And plus with the students that are moving into it. So like, again, we'd like to support this project and hopefully that you guys can support it too. Like I said, there's a lot of economic stuff that the City of Madison will gain from it too. Besides providing, like the gentleman said, of modern housing versus some of these projects. You've seen them downtown, residential, that housings that are inadequate, landlords don't take care of or nothing like that. So, but the rents are the same. So again, I'd please urge you to pass this thing. And besides that, we have a out-of-town developer coming in using a local contractor, a reputable contractor, Findorf. I did my apprenticeship with them. I think everything will be done right. There will be good wages, good benefits for all trades on site. And like I said, we really like to see this project move forward.
Thank you both. Our next registrant is Bill Connors of District 4, representing Smart Growth Greater Madison, to be followed by Doug Tickner, to be followed by Trina Sandschaefer. Bill?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, everyone. I was going to try to summarize some points I made in a letter I sent to you earlier today, but in the interest of time, I'm going to just cut to the chase. The point I would like you to consider, well, first of all, let me mention that Core Spaces is not a member of our organization, Smart Growth Greater Madison. But anyway, the point I hope you will consider this evening is that when a community like Madison has a long-standing, protracted gap, large gap between the supply and demand for housing, it causes the rents for all rental properties to go up. No segment of the rental market is immune. So you might have, on a particular redevelopment site, some buildings that are older, lack amenities, maybe even are functionally obsolete, and maybe those might have somewhat lower rents when they're located near the UW-Madison. We just heard from one of the speakers, they really don't have very low rents. They're all pretty high. But even if it's true that some of them are a bit lower in rent, they're not going to stay lower in rent. Their rents are going up too, faster than the financial means of the students who are renting them. So you might be saving these buildings for now, but they won't stay affordable if you don't solve the overall problem, the fundamental problem with the market in Madison. And that is rents are galloping upward year after year because the vacancy rate in the whole market is way too low. Until we get to like 5, 6, 7, 8% vacancy rates in the market, those rents on everything, on all rental housing in Madison are going to keep galloping upward. And so saving some older rental units doesn't really, in the long run, help the students. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Doug Tickner of Chicago, representing Core Madison Bassett LLC, to be followed by Trina Sandschaefer, to be followed by Brian, I assume Munson, but didn't enter your last name. So Doug?
Yeah, Doug Tickner over here. We're extremely grateful to be back here tonight and have the opportunity to present the council. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Last meeting, this project was rejected. This agenda item was rejected due to a lack of affordability and the preservation of housing on site. My team is here tonight to tell you about the project that was approved by your subcommittees and staff. I'm also here to urge you to reconsider your vote and vote in approval of the rezone of the agenda item. This project's going to bring density that is in alignment with the comprehensive plan, the downtown plan, and the height map. We've been, next slide, please. Next one, sorry, that's the team, keep going. You can go one more over, yep. We've been working on this project for about 2+ years, starting in collaboration with city staff in early 2022 with our first DAT meeting and neighborhood meetings in the fall of 2022. Our project adheres to the comprehensive plan, the downtown plan, and the height map, with the formal approval process starting with an informational UDC hearing in January of 2023. Subsequent UDC, Plan Commission, neighborhood meetings after that. Furthermore, like other comparable developments like the Verve, we expected approval on June 20th because we received unanimous approvals at each stage, including the rezone by Plan Commission on 6/12. Needless to say, we were surprised that this item was denied when we followed the prescriptive approval steps set by the Madison Zoning Code. Denying this project will have the opposite effect on addressing the housing crisis in Madison. It will limit much needed supply and have a chilling effect on development because denial sets the precedent that you can do everything by the book and still be denied, creating an unpredictable entitlement and regulatory process. Madison is in crisis. This was confirmed by a survey that went out to over 40,000 students. I don't envy the position that staff or council is in to fight the housing crisis. The tools you have to do so are limited. However, the fight is not with CORE. It's not with us. We are the first developer to provide income-qualified units at the Olive project with 10% of bedrooms at a 40% discount. That's 112 beds. And had planned to utilize the same model, the Olive model, on our Broome project across the street. On both projects, the only incentive we were looking for was additional height. The mechanism...
30 seconds left.
What's that?
About 30 seconds.
Got it. Mechanisms utilized to implement the income-qualified affordable units on those projects were not available for this project. My colleagues are here to tell you more about the design, those land use mechanisms, and provide other information about the market. Many have described this issue as a fight, but this fight, again, is not with us. We're part of the solution. We want to fight with City Council, Madison, the university, and to the extent that there's a task force created, we'd welcome the opportunity to be a part of it.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Trina Sandschaefer of District 6, representing Keller Slatter, to be followed by Brian, to be followed by Mike Mascalunas. Trina?
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for including us this evening. I'm Trina Sandschaefer, Executive Vice President, Keller Slater. We are the architect for the project. We would like to acknowledge the importance of community input in the design process. Open communication ensures this project is a welcoming and complimentary neighbor in the neighborhood. Collaborative meetings have taken place since the fall of 2022, as highlighted on the slide, and each of those conversations has made the project stronger. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Continue. Next slide, please. Thank you. The project is zoned urban mixed use. It's in alignment with the comprehensive plan that encourages higher density in this location. It is below the capital height limit with 12 stories on Johnson and 6 stories on Dayton. It has increased landscaping on all sides. Next slide, please. Through the collaborative design process with the neighborhood, we identified 3 areas of focus. The first is to be a good neighbor. It's important that this project reinforces the positives of the neighborhood, of which there are many. It has taken into consideration circulation and ensures activated uses on all street frontages. Second, it considers massing and materials. Neighborhood and city requests included lightness and articulation, as well as quality materials. The third item is a focus on sustainability, and both neighborhood and city groups are in alignment with the project team's sustainable goals. Next slide, please. At the city and neighborhood request, all vehicular access was moved to Dayton Street to make a safer, enhanced pedestrian experience, enhanced entrance, shown here, and accommodate a bus rapid transit stop on Johnson Street. Recalling neighborhood context, the project features a durable masonry base with quality detailing. Activated uses have been located on the first floor to provide a dynamic, walkable neighborhood in alignment with the city's comprehensive plan. And above that activated base, the massing is broken down into distinct volumes featuring light-colored materials. This is the direct result of collaborative feedback. Next slide, please. At the request of the neighborhood and the city, the 6-story portion features complementary yet distinct materials to the 12-story portion that responds to the unique context of each street.
About 30 seconds left.
Thank you. Townhomes support the first floor activation with direct access on street frontages with private patios and side yards where applicable. That's complementary use to our neighboring parcels. In alignment with sustainable goals, the project features green roofs, solar panels, bird-safe glass, electrical vehicle charging stations, and ample bike parking. It's targeting LEED Silver. The project also includes a public mural to be commissioned by a local artist. I urge you to support this project this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Brian of District 13, representing Core Madison Bassett LLC, to be followed by Mike Mascalunas, to be followed by Austin Pagnotta.
All right. Well, good evening. Yes, Brian Munson with Vanderwall and Associates. Glad to be back tonight to talk about the project, and glad to be in person. So good to see everybody. If you could go to the next slide, please, and one more. To start off, we started this project exactly where we begin every project, and that is with a deep analysis of the existing plans, because the plans and initiatives of the city give good guidance to the development of the project, and this project reflects those plans. And next slide, please. This has been evidenced by the city staff report with a clear recommendation for approval. Approval that conforms with the standards of the zoning request, the comprehensive plan, the downtown height map, as well as the zoning district UMX. This is further evidenced by the staff recommendation or approval, Urban Design Commission final approval for the project, unanimous Plan Commission approval for the conditional use and the demolition permit, as well as the unanimous Plan Commission recommendation for adoption of the CSM and zoning application. I would also note that the properties on Johnson Street and Bassett Street are already zoned UMX. So really the zoning is looking at changing the zoning along the Dayton Street parcels. Next slide, please. And to speak about what the existing conditions are versus what's being proposed. We have 55 units currently on site for a total of 146 beds, as compared against 232 units with 851 beds, nearly a 6-fold increase in density on the site. And that's reflective of the downtown plan's call for a high-density student residential for this site. I would also note that it's a comparison between functionally obsolete units that are market rate units with no income qualification requirements versus modern units that are designed to LEED standards. So we have a site currently with no stormwater management transitioning to a site with significant stormwater management. Next slide, please. And you can see with the pictures of both the existing UMX as well as the proposed rezoning parcels, there's a lot of deferred maintenance on these. So we have substandard units that need some improvement, and in favor of the project would be to replace them with modern units with modern amenities. Next slide, please. The final piece is to talk about the affordability mechanisms, of which there are none for this site. The Olive Madison project utilizes planned unit development to achieve the bonus density. Early on in the conversations with staff, there was indication that there would be no support to exceed the height limits on the site per the downtown plan through the use of a planned unit development. The new downtown height ordinance was adopted midstream on this project after it had already entered into the review process. And in further conversation with staff, they also confirmed that that did not apply to this site. And that's largely because the ordinance as written today is focused on AMI, so market rate housing, which is not a good proxy for identifying students of need, and therefore neither the planned unit development nor the affordable housing height definition is an allowed mechanism on this site. So we would urge you to approve the site, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian. Our next registrant is Mike Mascalunas of Chicago, representing Core Madison Bassett LLC, to be followed by Austin Pagnotta, to be followed by John Levine. Mike?
Can you go to the next slide? One more. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Very excited for the opportunity to speak in front of you all tonight. My name is Mike Mascalunas. I'm an analyst on the Core Spaces team. Prior to starting at Core, about a year and a half ago, I was a student at UW-Madison, where I studied real estate and finance and got my master's in real estate development. I was also a walk-on linebacker to the football team, where I played for 6 seasons. And the reason I'm speaking in front of you tonight is to speak in support of the Johnson and Bassett project. We at Core have invested heavily into this community, building the Hub, the James, and now Olive. We also have deep roots to UW-Madison, with several members of our team being UW alumni. And because of those reasons, Madison and this city has a very special place in our heart. You know, I can personally say that I've spent countless hours, late nights, working with our team to make sure this project is the very best it can be, and giving it the extra love and attention that it deserves. So with that being said, I would like to highlight 3 key benefits for students. Number 1 is increased density. Our project will provide 851 beds of purpose-built student housing to a city that desperately needs it. It shouldn't be a surprise to anybody here when I tell you that Madison is in a housing crisis specifically for students. Our project will not solve that crisis, but it will be a major step in the right direction. Benefit number 2 is enhanced college experience. Our project is thoughtfully designed to promote a vibrant and inclusive community. We will have common areas for studying, collaborating, and socializing. And in addition to that, the proximity to campus will enable students to have easy access to campus resources, classes, libraries, allowing them to reach their fullest academic potential. Finally, number 3 is sustainable and quality housing. Our project will be LEED Silver certified, as was previously discussed. We will use energy efficient systems to reduce our ecological footprint. In addition to that, we are constructing this building with the long run in mind. Our goal is for this building to last over 100 years, and we plan on owning and operating it. You know, I personally, as a student, when I lived in Madison, I lived in housing that was similar to the existing units on site. I constantly had problems with heating, air conditioning, you know, flooding.
About 30 seconds.
Even at one point, I had a maggot infestation in my house. So my point is, it cannot be understated the importance of providing high-quality, sustainable housing options for students in Madison. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Austin Pagnotta of Chicago, representing Core Madison Bassett LLC, to be followed by John Levine, to be followed by Robert Proctor. Austin?
Thank you, everybody. Can you go to slide 23, please? I just want to first say thanks for the time and reconsidering your vote tonight. We really appreciate it. The format of the last meeting was quite unfortunate for all parties involved and has put us in an unfortunate situation. For those that I haven't met, my name is Austin Pagnotta. I've been working on this project for the past 3 years. And prior to that, I worked on the OLIV project and helped implement the OLIV Affordable, what we call it. It was the first partnership between a university, a city, and a private developer that implemented affordable housing focused just on students. We've been speaking a lot back to back, so I kind of want to quickly summarize the points we just spoke about, which, number 1, is the comprehensive plan. We had landmarks, UDC, and full unanimous Planning Commission approval. We adhered to the comprehensive plan as written today, which does not require retail. It does not require affordable housing, unfortunately, and we adhere to the comprehensive plan. Number 2, the affordable mechanisms as they exist today. We've spoken about 3 different core projects that are either under construction or plan to be under construction, so it might get a little confusing. And we encourage questions on this, but the OLIV project had a mechanism for affordable housing. We implemented it. The Johnson and Bassett project does not have a mechanism for affordable housing. We were not able to implement the affordable housing. Johnson and Broome, a 1,700-bed project, has a mechanism for affordable housing, and we're going to implement it there. In conclusion, voting against this project is a lose-lose for everybody involved. It would be a disappointment to everybody that's been involved in this process so far. Mainly because voting against this project would take offline 146 beds that currently exist today, because we closed on this development as a development and not an acquisition. We need to figure out a path forward for the development as it stands today. Furthermore, voting against the project will kill a 1,700-bed deal that does have the option for affordable housing, for student affordable housing. That's the Johnson and Broome project on the screen right now. It will also take away the 851 beds. With all of that, we hope everybody can vote to reconsider and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is John Levine of District 5, to be followed by Robert Proctor, to be followed by Julia Matthews. John?
Thank you for, hello, thank you for listening to the community. I'm supportive of the zoning change. My name is John Levine, as I said. I'm a medical student in the School of Medicine and Public Health, and really happy to be on a research rotation with how late this has gotten, but I appreciate everybody sticking around to listen. I was speaking to Alder in the 8th District, Govind Duran, and of the need for more student perspectives. And I really agreed with that, Madison is a great place to live, to go to school, work, raise a family, and retire. And as students, to share our perspective, we are absolutely desperate for more housing around campus to meet the need of how many folks want to make the Isthmus area their home. I share a little bit about, as an undergraduate here in medical school, when I was living by State Church 6 years ago, I lived with 7 people to get it to be affordable with a roommate, to get it under $1,000. I lived with 17 people in a 2-story house on Regent Street, South Charter Street. Right now in medical school, taking out loans for all of these, I live with 6 people in a 2-story house. That's all we can do to get it, with our loans to afford things. And some people can get affordable units, but most of us, most of the 40,000 students, we do what we can with what we get with the market rate. If my landlord can raise the rent on me, and what option do I have on Kendall Ave by Camp Randall? Where else am I going to go to be able to stay close to the hospital to get to my rotations at 10 p.m. at night? And I don't have a choice, but there is, there's hope for me. Down the street from me, they're building a 4-story apartment building by the bus stop, by the underpass, so that maybe that would take off some of the heat for my landlord knows there's somebody else that's going to come right behind me if I don't take it, the increase. And we're just desperate. I don't know how we can give up 600 units. Because those people want to live here, that can afford the $1,300 units that have been said. They're going to live here, and they're going to push us out. So I don't know.
About 30 seconds left.
I really hope that, I'm seeing that we're building some stuff. We need to know much more. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Robert Proctor of District 4, representing Core Spaces, to be followed by Julia Matthews.
Good evening. Robert Proctor. I'm an attorney at Axley Brunelson, representing Core Campus. I'm unfortunately, 1993 graduate of University of Wisconsin, and I don't believe I would have been able to get into it today. The first thing, on behalf of Core, we'd really like to thank our partners in these projects. Findorf has been the general contractor on the hub, on the James, on the Olive, and on this project. We'd like to thank all of the trades that have showed up in support, from the carpenters, the operator engineers, the laborers, the building trades, the bricklayers. They're here tonight. They showed up. They understand how important this type of investment in the community is. There's a lot of reasons to vote for this project. One reason is that voting for this project will create 1,000 jobs over a 2.5-year period, high-paying union jobs. And voting for it will definitely support those jobs. And there's consequences when we vote against projects, especially when we vote against projects that really don't accomplish anything with a no vote. So first, we'd ask you to vote for it, because that's voting for jobs. Second, voting for it will lead to hundreds of millions of dollars being invested into the community. It is not easy to find developers who have the ability or the will to come to your community and invest hundreds of millions of dollars. When I grew up in Madison, going to school here, we all lived far away from the campus compared to today. I lived on Orchard. If you remember that area, I lived on Gorham. We lived in houses, and we'd walk to the campus. And at some point along the way, the city of Madison changed its philosophy and wanted to see more students living downtown and to pull those students out of the residential neighborhoods. And that's what happened. And so this is the opportunity to continue that trend, to have a developer come in and invest hundreds of millions of dollars in your community. Finally, and most importantly, voting for this project will vote for more units. That is what we need. Will voting for this project directly lead to affordable units? No, but the literature out there is clear. If we do not create more units, the vacancy rates will go down. And when the vacancy rates continue to go down, rents go up. And when the rents go up, more and more competition for those units. Epic has announced it's building a sixth campus on its site. We know more and more students are coming to Madison, and that's a good thing. There's nothing more progressive than the University of Wisconsin bringing in students and educating them. We want those good jobs. We want those students. We need more housing, and we need to find the units at every single level so that when the Epic employees come downtown or the more affluent students come downtown, they're not competing for units with our more needy students. So on behalf of CORE, we thank you for the time. We ask that you vote to reconsider the rezoning, and we ask that you approve the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last registrant wishing to speak on this item is Julia Matthews of District 12.
Hi, thanks for allowing me to speak again. I was a student at UW-Madison not too long ago, about in the last 10 years. And as an undergraduate especially, if you don't have outside money helping you, if you're relying fully on loans, there's a limit to the amount of federal student loans that you can get. And at the time when I was at UW, that limit covered just a little bit over the tuition to attend at UW-Madison. So at that point, the rest of all of your expenses, you as a student are on the hook for to raise, or you can look towards, if you aren't able to get scholarships, you can look towards private student loans. And those are extremely predatory. And I worked as many jobs as I could to avoid them. I think this current project does increase the amount of beds in such an overwhelming way that, I didn't sign up for or against, but I do think that's significant. But I just also want to highlight the students who don't have any other choice but to live in the cheapest housing that they can possibly find, some of which is getting removed by this project. And as we move forward with the very, very limited avenues to affordability that the city has, I think everyone that's in this housing conversation understands that the newest developments are always the most expensive. And this very proclaimed student housing as well has a lot of amenities that students already pay for and are already offered through the university. And that leads to an increase in what that market rate would be. So like I said, I'm not for or against, though I do understand this is an incredible increase in units that this project would bring. But I do think that it's significant, even if the amount of units that are the more naturally occurring affordable are lower. I think that the students that would have truly no other choice but to live in those units, I think those students are also significant. So I just wanted to bring that up because I know the financial...
About 30 seconds left.
Oh, thank you. The financial landscape of being a student at UW-Madison has changed drastically since 1993. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I misspoke. We do have one more registrant wishing to speak. Jungan Lee of District 12.
Hi, thanks. My name is Jungang Lee, and I was once also a graduate student just 2 years ago, and I was fortunate enough to have affordable housing during my PhD program. So I know how great it is, but I also want to just speak out as an economist that a lot of times people make mistakes that they associate higher price with the luxury building. But the fact is that people are coming to Madison no matter what. The school is increasing the enrollment, and also the young professionals are coming to the beautiful city of Madison as well. And within this kind of trend, I think the only thing we can do is actually increasing the housing supply. Even if it's market rate housing to accommodate the wealthier students or young professionals. Because if we lose those 1,000 units, those people are still coming to Madison and they're going to rent down, they're going to take whatever they want and they will renovate the place to make it nicer. And that means that 1,000 students will have to find other places to stay. Maybe it's overcrowding and maybe it's in further away from downtown area. And I also want to mention the opportunity cost of having this project or voting no to this project. This project, just like the GEMS, creates a lot of tax revenues to Madison. And as a city, we actually don't have the state government legal avenue to force the developers for affordable housing. The only thing we can do is actually create enough tax revenues to build more affordable housing or entice developers to build more affordable housing units within the building itself. So just from this one data point, I know the GEMS building, the GEMS construction creates $1 million every year. And if you discount that into the present value, that could be $20 million if we add 5% interest rate. And we could use the $20 million to create more affordable housing for the students. And the last one is, I know like, to reject this project, that will just send a wrong message to all of the future developers, because as a city, we don't allow private land
About 30 seconds left.
Thanks, to build, and we don't know how many more potential developers are discouraged by this no voting. And maybe on the face value, the council gets what they want to do, but eventually I think we're losing 1,000 units, and also we might lose this legal case and also the taxpayers' money as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That now for real is the last person wishing to speak on this item. I will note we have a number of folks registered available to answer questions. And so now, are there questions for any of our registrants on item 98? Alder Govindarajan.
Hi, I have questions for the developers. And also, can we go to that presentation they had with the timeline of meetings? That might just prove helpful for this question.
I think staff can arrange for that. Is that the slide you're looking for, Alder?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. I have notes this time. Okay, so thank you guys for answering these questions. So real quick, I guess I want to say like community engagement in this project was pretty much at an all-time low when compared to other projects, whether it is course projects or other developers taking place. I spoke to the Campus Area Neighborhood Association earlier today, and what I basically heard back was that the first neighborhood meeting that took place in a public setting took place after the Urban Design Commission had already gave its unanimous approval. So what that means is there wasn't much input, and my questions are as follows. I don't want to take up a lot of time, so please just go with a yes or no. The Campus Area Neighborhood Association Steering Committee recommended a more welcoming and well-defined entrance to this, as it's a corner building in a heavily campus culture intersection. Were you able to implement these recommendations from the steering committee? Again, yes or no, just so it's fast.
Yes.
Okay. The steering committee stated that the building contained amenities that encouraged residents to stay inside rather than interact with the urban fabric outside and promote an engaging public space. Were these recommendations implemented?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did you read the steering report?
Yes, I did read the steering.
Okay. So in the steering report, there was basically a recommendation that stated that all of the amenities within the buildings encouraged an indoor atmosphere rather than encouraging people to go outside as required by, or like as promoted by the downtown plan. Were you guys able to meet that recommendation? Were you able to implement it, I would say?
Yeah, sure.
It's not really a yes or no answer, I guess, is the problem.
Then we can skip that question.
Okay.
This is probably going to be a longer discussion for a lot of alders, so I don't want to take as much time as last time. When it comes to sustainability, the steering committee noted that all the UW housing projects are LEED Gold buildings. However, this is the LEED Silver or lower. The committee recommended that the addition of purple roofs, solar collectors, and painting the roof with UV reflective paints should be implemented in this building. Were any of those implemented?
We are maxing out the green roof area on the roof. We are implementing alternative energy in places where we can, solar power and/or the proprietary system that came up during that steering committee meeting, which is a wind turbine that we had heard about. So the answer is yes.
For purple roofs, were they implemented?
We're implementing a green roof.
Were the solar collectors implemented?
If that's a solar panel, yes.
Okay, I believe they're a bit different. Cool. The steering committee also requested providing an academic or a 9-month lease similar to the Lucky Apartments, which were offered. Was that implemented at all?
No.
Okay. The steering committee expressed frustration that the public engagement took place in less than 1 month, especially, as you can see up there, during finals and summertime. So the first meeting that took place with many public members showing up were 3 students on April 27th, and this was after the postcard meeting, as they called it. Why was it that there were only 3 students that showed up to these meetings, and is that enough to be considered public engagement?
I don't know the answer to that. The steering committee is the one who drives the invites. I can say that on a regular basis, we reached out to Eli and Tim to set up meetings. That was the time that was available that they gave to us.
Okay. And then you guys mentioned, unrelated to this slide, you guys mentioned that due to the physical location of the building, it's easier to go to campus and use campus resources such as libraries and things like that. Why is there a gym when the NIC is 1.5 blocks away and students already pay for that?
It's an amenity within the building. It creates more options. The way that I would answer this question is that space, the ground floor space, needs to be in active use. Those areas are not intended for residential units, as oftentimes they're placed in inside corners, and that's a result of the building footprint causing inefficiencies within a building. A use that we oftentimes put in our buildings is a fitness facility. It's not an additional cost. It's not what drives costs on these.
No, I'm not really talking about the affordability aspect of any of these questions here. These are just mainly based off the questions from the steering committee report that they expressed were not met. A lot of the earlier questions I asked that you answered yes to, they had answered no, that the recommendations were not met. And then I'll just have this as my final question for now is, there's a rooftop pool on top of the building. How many months is that going to be open?
It'll be open during the warm weather months.
How many, you guys built the James and the Hub, which I believe have pools, correct? In the warmer months, how many of the students are actually there?
Don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Once again, I'm raising questions on why there's a need for a rooftop pool when there's an Olympic-sized pool that students pay for 1.5 blocks away. But I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Revere. I suspect you should stick around.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have questions for several of the registrants, but I'll start with my only, I think, question of the development team, and that is, as you all know, we received numerous contacts from students in our community, thanks to Alder Gavazarinjan's, MGR's call to action. And almost all of those emails use the term luxury. Could you explain, do you consider this proposal luxury housing?
We consider it a market rate development. I think one of the speakers in support of this kind of hit the nail on the head that oftentimes new developments like this are going to be the higher priced ones within the market. The amenities that go along with that are ones that we put into, stay competitive with those other market rate developments that have been approved in Madison. So I would consider it market rate.
And obviously, when they're described as luxury, they're relating to the rich level of amenities that are proposed, as was just discussed in the last colloquy. could you articulate, any of you, what sort of costs those amenities have to the overall project costs, and then the rents that would be paid if this is approved and built by your tenants?
The cost drivers are not typically driven by the amenities. The way that I answered to Alder MGR is that the building is defined by the footprint of the site that we have to work with. Oftentimes, the amenities within those buildings are placed in areas that are one windowless or not habitable. So there are inefficiencies within that building, meaning we're going to build the building the way it is no matter what. The costs for projects like this are oftentimes driven by the exteriors and just other materials that are associated with this kind of construction type.
So the construction of the amenities and the ongoing maintenance operation of the amenities is not a considerable factor, you're saying?
No.
In your estimation?
Yeah, it's not a
In terms of
considerable factor.
the rents?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. You had questions for other registrants? All right, we'll go with the thank you, Alder. I appreciate that. Alder Miadze, is it questions for the development team? No. Alder Bennett, questions for the development team?
I have
Alder
a
Bennett?
number of questions. So, it is in your, these are also kind of yes or no questions. You don't need to go too far into elaboration. It is of your opinion that the Campus Area Neighborhood Association and Capital Neighbors, Inc. represent the will of residents, in your opinion, don't they?
I think they have a constituency that they represent. It's not the entire community within Madison, but I think it's a good representation, and that's how it's been represented to us. Yeah.
So, yes, you're of the opinion that they represent the will of residents.
No, there was a survey that went out that
And
reached out to 40,000 students. CANA, I think, is comprised of far less than that.
Okay. You're pretty proud of the engagement with CANA and CNI, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
You even hosted several neighborhood meetings according to your sheets and sent postcards to residents, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. And the postcards for a neighborhood meeting weren't sent until after you received UDC approval, weren't they?
They were sent out after the initial approval, correct.
Still, you would agree that you had fairly robust conversations with students, wouldn't you?
We had a very robust conversation with the steering committee, and they in turn had significant outreach per the referral, allowed some additional time for them to both canvass the neighborhood and send out surveys to residents to get additional feedback. But we worked closely with that steering committee as the mechanism to try to interface with the community the best that we can. It is the vehicle that is recommended through the process to developers, and so we work closely with them.
Okay, I don't know if maybe you didn't hear my question. You would agree that you had fairly robust conversations with students, wouldn't you?
In that they were present during the conversations with the steering committee, yes.
Okay. How many students were present during the neighborhood meetings before Plan Commission approval?
I'm not sure.
I believe MGR stated 3 students. Would that sound about right?
I'm not sure which meeting he's talking about, but
He's talking about the one before the Plan Commission meeting after the postcards were sent.
Postcard meeting at the community center, which was also hosted online, so I'm not sure how many were online for that, or the neighborhood meeting with CNI. Actually, I think it was a standing meeting with CNI that they invited.
At either meeting, at any of those meetings, how many students would you approximate were present?
I don't have a good count. I mean, like all outreach, we always would like more. We're limited by the ability to send out invitations through our partner organizations, in this case, CANA and CNI, as well as...
Sounds like you're working around the answer.
I don't know the number.
Okay. Did you get to read any of the results from the student feedback survey?
The direct results were not shared with us. But the summary through the CANA CNI was shared with us. We did read through all of those. We did have lengthy conversations with them about those elements.
Yeah, I apologize for that you weren't able to see that. Also, I'm sorry, I wanted to say this, but I am very glad that you all made a better presentation to this council. It's good to see when developers show they care about the developments they are hoping to
Well,
get
thank you.
passed.
We certainly care.
You think it's pretty, do you think that, there's a validity in having responses from 1,700 students?
Yes, and I think it does point to the issues in terms of the needs that students face, the lack of availability of housing, the concerns over price, and I think it's good points of information for development of policies going forward.
And specifically to the survey, we were able to look at it before the meeting, and I want to highlight a few points from it. If it's on the docket, can we pull it up?
That's not really within my question.
So the words on that survey
That's
that
not what
students
I'm
emphasized.
Alder
she
hasn't
asked
asked
about-
you a question about that. She asked about the original survey from CANA?
She asked about the 1,700 respondents.
Oh, okay.
Survey.
Go ahead.
To answer that question, the main themes from
This
that
isn't,
survey
like,
were
what my
stressful,
question is.
not
Excuse
affordable,
me, I'm
ridiculous.
sorry, this is not what I asked.
expensive.
I asked a yes or no question. Did you get to read the feedback survey? I didn't ask for your analysis of it.
Yes, we did, and we saw that there was a lot of anger with the current housing supply in the market.
Okay, thank you. So would you agree or disagree with 85 respondents or 1,458 students saying they believe this project shouldn't happen?
Personally, I think the survey was biased in the questions it asked, and it was not academic in its roots, so I can't
So
comment on
would
that.
you agree or disagree?
I can't comment on that.
Okay. So when a majority of respondents say that the James, Hub, and other luxury developments such as these are not the ones that students want or need, you disagree with that too, wouldn't you?
I think it's a loaded question, yes.
So when a respondent says, quote, they keep building luxury apartments with rooftop pools, basketball courts, to hike up prices just to sell them a year later to another company. Also to note, other luxury buildings that they've made previously, like the Hub and the James, suck, and the management is horrible because they only care about money, and it shows. That's, a valid response coming from these respondents, isn't it?
No, I don't believe so. I think the demand is seen through the Hub and the James having lines with people camping out to lease there and the buildings leasing up in 1 week. Those are the facts. There's demand
So
for
if
this
a
product in the
respondent
market.
is saying that they, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm getting lost with, yes or no answers, not getting yes or no answer, questions, not getting yes or no answers. Sorry. So your buildings are built to last, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So when a respondent stated, I live in a 10-bedroom home that was supposed to be torn down as part of this project, kicking all of us out and leaving us searching unnecessarily for other options. You didn't speak to those residents, did you?
So we are not kicking any residents out. The
Well,
leases
I asked,
will be,
did you speak to those residents?
we have not had an opportunity. We've notified the residents of the development plans like anybody would do. We haven't spoken directly with these residents, nor have they reached out. But again, we are not terminating or kicking or
Thank you
evicting
for
anybody
answering
out
my
of the development.
question. What did you say to the dozens of students that have expressed poor security systems, electrical lighting issues, trash removal issues, poor management in your previous developments?
We don't own that project. And I think with the time that you're talking about when those problems occurred, we're past the time we actually owned it.
Yeah. You have a history of flipping developments, don't you?
So as a younger developer, we were set up as what's called a merchant builder, where we did build and have to recapitalize these deals. Now we are set up to own for the long term. You will see that on the Olive project that we did, and you'll see that on this project as well.
So after constructing the hub, you sold it within 5 years or so, right?
Yes,
Yeah. And after constructing the James, you sold the building within about 5 years, right?
yes.
So it seems to me like you don't go into developments with a long-term vision of Madison impact.
That's not true. We've developed in Madison. We continue to develop in Madison. We've invested hundreds of millions of dollars here and plan to do more.
Right.
And
So
we
with the
haven't-
past developments and how they're being operated currently, how are we supposed to believe that you care about the long-term impact of your developments?
Because we've held the past 4 years of our developments in other markets, and we plan to do so here at Olive and at our Johnson and Bassett and Johnson and Broome project, hopefully.
Okay, thank you. So
Alder, we have a number of other alders in the queue wishing
thank
to ask
you,
questions.
Mayor. I appreciate that. You'd agree the housing market is pretty competitive nowadays, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Yes. And anything at this development being built would be highly competitive, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'm asking, you think that the units in your development will be pretty competitive?
It will be competitive with the market. And the thing about the market is there's not a lot of supply in it right now, so it's not competitive, and landlords
Okay.
can kind of ask what they want and they're going to get it.
So like anything being built at the site would be pretty competitive given the low supply right now, right?
It would add to the supply and be competitive with the market, correct?
What is your definition of affordable
In terms of
in terms of affordable?
what we did on Olive.
housing? No,
So-
just, what you think is affordable.
So I think the best example is what we were able to implement on Olive and what we plan to implement on Johnson and Broome.
In a partnership with the university and the city.
Yeah, so we're able to provide 10% of those beds, which is 112 beds at Olive, and going to be hopefully 170 beds at Johnson and Broome at a 40% discount to market. I think everybody in this room that was a part of that process should be extremely proud of it because it is the only partnership between a university, a private developer, and a city to provide student affordable housing. We have, through our actions, shown
Okay.
that we are a part of the solution here.
That's
And
not
continue
like
to be a part of the
of my
solution.
question there. So I understand based on HUD's definition of affordable housing that, or not necessarily affordable, what is affordable being 30% of average median income, your development will help with those people at 30% AMI.
So the thing about 30, so I have background in LIHTC as well. The thing about 30% of AMI, it could be 30 to 120% of AMI, which 125% would be your naturally occurring workforce housing type affordable, and your 30 to 60% would be your more restrictive affordable. The unfortunate thing about that program is it has to use LIHTC credits to be capitalized. Students do not qualify for LIHTC credits.
Yeah, I'm
Student
very
housing
well
development
aware of
does
that.
not
I'm
qualify
asking
for
if,
LIHTC credits.
like, you're stating that this development will help the overall market, freeing up other housing, so there will be more supply in general.
There's
so those
no-
units
there's
that
no-
are just currently
There's no income
serving-
qualified housing. That's against state law. So
Right.
all housing in the city of Madison and the state of Wisconsin is.
Okay, let me
affect
phrase it a
market rate.
different way. This housing, high-cost housing, will be helping other people that need low-cost housing.
This
Yes or no?
This housing will provide more supply to the market, which will avoid people from what's called renting down, which was published in the Kurt
So
Paulson
other
UW.
low-cost units.
Right. So it will add more supply and take people from that are renting, relatively affordable apartments today. It will take them out of those apartments and put them in a apartment that's better suited to their needs.
So,
Open those lower
thank you.
rent units up to people that need it.
Right. So when the Joint Center for Harvard Studies, State of the Union Housing of 2023, which partners with the Federal Home Loan Bank, National Low Income Housing Coalition, and the National League of Cities, to name a few, say, quote, given that the bulk of new construction targets higher cost market segments, the robust pipeline of multifamily units may lead to additional vacancy rate increases, which will simultaneously limit rent growth for high-cost units while producing less relief to renters with lower incomes. You think that they're wrong?
This might be a good question for one of the other registrants. I see Professor Paulson over there might be able to offer more insights to
It's
that.
okay if you don't know or have the answer to that. So keeping on this kind kind of yes or no questions, answers type thing. A quick search of the definition of luxury housing that I saw is, quote, luxury homes include factors such as greater square footage, luxe amenities and features, premium materials, sculpted lots, prime locations, and beautiful surrounding views. Do you agree or disagree that this development meets that definition?
I'm not familiar with the definition
The-
or the source.
You know, maybe it like would help if I repeated it. Do you think your development has great amenities, premium materials, sculpted lots, a prime location, and beautiful surroundings and views?
I think there's a lot of definitions for luxury. We are a market rate development.
So do you believe your development has great amenities?
You've made your point.
Well, it's not a point. They haven't answered the question.
We did.
They're not
So
obligated to.
Okay. Rooftop pools are a benefit to your residents, in your view, right?
Rooftop pools are a benefit to our residents. And I'd also like to clear up the cost component of a rooftop pool.
Yeah.
It's less than a 0.20% of the total cost of the development. There's
Mhm.
no significant increase of cost for these amenities that we're talking about.
Okay. Residents make full enjoyment out of your rooftop pools, don't they?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Residents can only use rooftop pools a few months out of the year, don't they?
They can use them in the warm weather months.
I need to do a quorum check. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, we are just at quorum, so I would appreciate if nobody else leaves the room at the moment. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Alder. All right, we can't continue if we don't have quorum in the room. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Karen, can you please ask any alders that are outside of the room to return so we can continue the meeting? We'll stand informal for a few minutes. All right, we have quorum in the room again. I'm going to use the chair's privilege. We cannot continue the meeting if we lose quorum. If we cannot continue the meeting, everything on the balance of our agenda gets referred to our next meeting. So I would ask you all to do everything in your power, including limiting your questions and comments, to ensure that we maintain quorum so that we can get through the rest of this agenda. Thank you. Alder Bennett.
Thank you. Okay. Where was I? Residents want and maybe in times need a rooftop pool, don't they?
No comment.
Okay. Rooftop pools are necessary for you to be competitive with other developments, aren't they?
No comment.
No? You don't think so? So when 78 respondents to a feedback survey say they don't want a rooftop pool, you think they're wrong and most students actually want a pool?
No comment.
Cool. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze, questions for, oh, I'm sorry, you did not have questions for the development team. I'll come back to you. Alder Conklin, questions for the development team? All right, Alder Conklin.
Okay, thank you so much. My question is since, okay, if this passes, are you guys willing to reevaluate your plan, change anything, listen to the people who are being affected by this? Are you guys willing to change your plan at all?
If this passes, would this not, in effect, effectuate the plan that's up for approval tonight? I'm not quite sure I understand the question. My answer is yes, we are willing to listen more. We are willing to participate in the task force that had been mentioned, both I think by an Alters blog post and then again from the student steering committee, CANA, tonight. I think in addition to that, there had been mention about a development training. That was another conversation I'd had. So yes, I think the answer is yes, and we would always strive to do more public outreach than we had done on this, and we would strive to do it more on any future project if it felt like this was deficient. I can say that unequivocally, and I can also say that we did do what we thought was our best attempt in doing that on this project.
Right, and I'm just asking, since now you've gotten more information, more knowledge, and you're hearing from more people, because we've gotten hundreds of emails,
Yeah,
and
the
I would
answer
be
is
happy
yes.
to
Absolutely.
forward them to you guys if you would like to read them as well, because it's really the theme that's going on, that we don't want this, we don't need a pool, we don't need all these amenities. So is there anything you can offer people instead of
Yeah. I'm not
the
gonna
amenities
stand-
that are already offered that may be more appeasing to students that would actually use them, like my other Govindarajan. I'm sorry, I cannot say that right. You know, as he was saying earlier, that, you know, there's a pool very close by, there's a fitness center very close by. So is there anything else you guys would be willing to add in place of these amenities that have been very loudly orchestrated that they do not want?
So I think with the survey you're mentioning,
It's not the survey. I'm not talking about the survey. I'm talking about just people's public
the
comments
outreach,
have reached out to us,
yeah, the
right?
comments resulting from whatever means of
Not
communication,
necessarily a
right?
survey, not a
Okay.
survey. These are
Right.
just like, hey, this is what's happening. This is the project that's being, what are your thoughts? This is not from the survey. These are just regular comments.
So the answer to that is we want to be a part of the conversation and the solution. We also want to develop the project on the timeline that we have to, which I think addresses a real need in adding more supply to this to the market today. The process for changing this project in a significant way would send us back through an approval process, which we've already received unanimous approval for. So I think it would be cumbersome to try to change this project specifically. But to the extent that we could take into consideration those comments, be a part of that conversation, listen to students, read that survey, and educate ourselves on those things on the Broome project or any other project we choose to do in Madison, we would absolutely welcome that.
And one last thing, I know, like you said, the plan has already, you know, gotten some approvals and things like that. Is there any way that you could take the gym out and add more units? Is that even a possibility instead of starting
No,
from
the
scratch,
amenities,
right?
Yeah, it's the amenity spaces are in places that are they're in high trafficked areas. Sorry, I'm tired, so I'm losing my train of thought here. They're in places that are inside corners, not places where we could put units. They're in places that that code requires, where we have active storefronts, active street fronts, streetscapes. So all the amenities within this building are typically in areas where you wouldn't put a unit, maybe but for like one space.
Yeah, and if you look at the ground floor, we have a ton of ground floor units because we wanted to maximize density here. The fitness center is located on the northwest side of the building, which if you put units on that back side of the building, it would be in an alley facing the Lux, which we had another unit back there in that same area that we had to kind of reorient and remove because of it being on that back alley and so close to the Lux. So everywhere in the building where we could have units, we do.
Yeah, we try to add density as much as possible. We're always trying to find that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rummel for the development team.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of new to your student market. I represent a district where there is a lot of new development with amenities like pools, but they're not rented by the bed. So can you tell me about what the state of that market is? And we're hearing more about the young professionals staying or coming to Madison, and they're wanting maybe to live there. Are they just a little bit older students? Do they just come in for a bed? How does this work?
The leasing process, how does the leasing process work?
Pardon me?
Sorry, was your question, how does the leasing process work?
I want to understand, I usually think of it, I'm renting an apartment with my girlfriends and we're going to look for a 2-bedroom. But in your world, you're renting beds, and that's to me a different model. So help me understand it for being a non-student alder. What does that mean? And how is that market, how do you serve that market? How is it changing?
Yeah, so renting by the bed
And
is,
can you speak up? I'm a little hard of hearing. Thank you.
sorry about that.
No,
So,
it's not you, it's me.
so renting by the bed kind of means if you come in with a group of 4 friends and you want to live in a 4-bedroom apartment, because that 4-bedroom apartment allows a lower price point because of more occupants, you'll sign a lease for an individual bedroom or bed space. Now, what that allows for is, when you're looking for a 2-bedroom with you and your girlfriends, right, you have to pay a unit rent, which is you're relying on your friend to pay their rent because whoever's
Severally liable.
Exactly, that's right. In this scenario, leasing by the bed, and what we found to be attractive to students is that you're not relying on somebody else to pay your rent. You're responsible for your rent, and that's it. So that's kind of how it works. I'm not sure if that totally
No,
answers.
that does, but
We also
then
adhere
you're
to
maybe,
Fair Housing Act rules.
there might be turnover and you might then have some random new people in your room.
Exactly, and what's really cool about that prospect for students is we have what's called this student survey form where they fill out all of their interests and what they like to do, what they're interested in, and we match them up with people of similar interest and profile, and it's called like roommate matching. So if if you're new to UW or you're coming in and you don't have 3 friends but you want that lower price point, you can sign for a 1-bedroom in a 4-bedroom unit, and you'll be matched with people who kind of mimic your interest that you put on your form. So it's a really unique and creative solution for student housing specifically.
And so how do you see this influx of young professionals affecting that
Yes.
model?
So we don't turn down and will not turn down anybody who wants to lease. It's fair housing. And we offer some single occupancy like micro, studio, and 1-bedroom units, which are often more attractive for young professionals who want to lease at our building.
So there are micro studio and 1-bedroom units in this proposal?
Yes.
And speaking of micro units, when I'm always following Alder Conklin with her interesting questions, it occurred to me when I studied your plans that it seems like a lot of the floors have 484 square feet for a study area. Could that be a micro unit instead?
It unfortunately couldn't, because what Doug was mentioning earlier is that inside corner. We would love to make that a micro unit, but if you look at the plans, it's on a hard corner. So that means there's no windows. There would be no windows to that room. So it was either going to be what we call unutilized space or a study room, and we thought a study room would be more appealing to students.
It would be a windowless micro unit or a windowless bedroom in a 3, 4, or 5-bedroom.
One other thing to add to that is a lot of the amenities that you see within the building are a reflection of CORE's experience in other markets and surveys of students throughout the country that have items that they're looking for. And study rooms were one of the top items that they were looking for as an opportunity to have a quiet respite within the building. We know there's libraries, but again, it's an opportunity to utilize that space in support of the students with a focus on kind of the total experience for the students.
Okay, thank you. And Brian, in your testimony, you talked about the existing housing was functionally obsolete. Did you have people survey those properties and give reports, condition reports? And if so, was that submitted in your application process?
There were not condition reports. I've been in every single building. I've been in a lot of buildings across the city. And I can say that, as noted, there are 100 years of hard living in some of those units. They've been cobbled up many times. We saw units that had what used to be exterior porches that became bedrooms. We saw closets that became bathrooms. So there are units on these sites that have a 6-bedroom unit with 1 bathroom and a substandard kitchen. So There was not a report issued for that, but in looking through all of them, I would note that they are everything we see on campus in terms of the conditions and deferred maintenance that are common on campus in some of the homes that, quite honestly, are market rate.
Yeah, I guess I really don't know all the market prices for everything, and I guess I want to follow up on Alder Juliana's question about ownership, because I think you answered it, but I'm not sure I heard it. So I know that you sold the James right away, but you kept the hub. What is and this is maybe a model? Do you keep them or do you sell them? What is your medium and long-term plan for these proposed housings you listed?
Our proposed development, right? Not the existing housing.
What?
The proposed, yeah. So for the Hub and the James specifically, we did sell them. We sold both of them. Olive, we plan to hold for the long term, and same with Johnson and Bassett and Johnson and Broome. 2015 to 2017, we were unfortunately not set up to hold for the long term. We were very early in our company's life cycle and didn't have the capital required to hold them. We just didn't. And now we're able to hold these for the long term and invest for the long term.
And that capital allowed us to come back and reinvest within Madison and other communities that are in need.
So this is your new strategy because you're a middle-aged company now and more secure. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, is it questions for the development team? Yep. Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you. I have 3 questions. Question number 1, speak on the statement from an email that we received. Even though it would remove naturally occurring affordable housing and would impact the historical, vernacular, cultural heritage of residential Madison from 100 years ago. Can you speak to that?
We went through historic preservation, and none of the buildings that are out there were found to be historical in any nature. And then with regards to natural occurring affordable housing, I think we talked about it a little bit earlier, but the units that are on site today are effectively market rate rendered by the statutes that are within the state of Wisconsin. Therefore, the landlords, in this instance, it's core spaces, the landlords could take advantage of increasing rent, whether it's core or us, they can take advantage of the increased market rate that's occurring within the city of Madison. In addition, there's no income qualification specifically for students that would be applied to those units, meaning that a affluent student could come in and rent those units, pushing out someone else that might be in greater need for a unit that's at a lower cost or in and around market rate.
Thank you. Question number 2, what are the estimated rents? You probably said it, but it's past my mind. What is the estimated rent for what studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, whatever?
Yeah, it's a great question. So first I'll answer that by what are the existing rents on site today? Those range from $800 to upwards of $1,200 to $1,500 depending on the unit type. We were able to tour a unit last week, which was it was rented for next year. It's $900 a month. It's a studio, probably 350 square feet, and it has no washer dryer, no AC. The bathroom area is so small you can't fit your knees in, so you have to utilize the toilet by sitting sideways. Those are the existing conditions on site, and those are the rents they're getting. Now, what's awesome about our project is we provide a range of unit types that offer different price points depending on those unit types. We usually utilize higher bedroom units to offer a lower price point that would be competitive with the $900 to the $1,200 rents you're seeing today. So it's a scale that, the more bedrooms you add, the lower the rent's going to be. But generally, and obviously the market could change at any time, but generally the higher bedroom units would roughly be around $900 to $2,000 for a 1 bedroom, and $1,500 for like a micro studio.
Thank you. Question number 3. Your presentation tonight was thank you very much, first of all. I didn't say that. Your presentation tonight was quite different from the presentation when council rejected the Planning Commission's recommendation. Can you explain why?
So first off, I'll apologize as I was trying to call in from the Northwoods at a Boy Scout camp. Didn't work so well, so glad to be here to answer questions. Secondly, as this item had received unanimous approval from the Plan Commission, final approval from UDC, had a staff recommendation of approval, typically development teams at that stage when they get on the consent agenda are not expecting to have a conversation that we had. So that's on us. We came better prepared tonight to answer questions, and we're happy to answer questions of the council. But typically, quite honestly, it was a surprise. I've been doing this with the City of Madison for more than 25 years. I have not seen a project come off the consent agenda in this manner and be voted and discussed in the manner that it was. We're here tonight to hopefully answer questions and address the issues so that the project can be moved forward. But that was a very unique situation on the 20th, and that's why we're here tonight to be able to address that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder Latimer Burris. Is it for the development team? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you guys for doing this presentation and coming out. So I kind of wanted to piggyback off of Alder Conklin's question about, kind of guaranteeing it. What I see is that we have a crisis, and I see that you're caught in that crisis. And is this the proper way to have you just on the council floor? My question is this a proper way to have you on the council floor just guaranteeing the changes that you hear, that once you do go deep into engagement, if the facts are correct, however people see it, where there's three students, engaging in some meeting, not saying that's your fault, and then later on there's 1,700 people that participate in the survey, and we are bombarded with people asking for help. Is this what can we do so that this doesn't go through this, so we don't go through this again? What is the proper form? What would you make what would you suggest as a developer that we as council not only understand but do to become better educated and also do better engagement so that you're not jammed up at the last minute? And I do have a series of questions, so that's my first one.
We followed the process that was prescribed by code. In addition to that, we felt that by forming by working with the steering committee that was formed that represented the students, we would get more engagement than we did. It's hard to get the engagement that I think MGR got with the survey that he sent out. We also don't have access to the 40,000 folks that he reached out to. I don't know if that's the best forum either, to be quite honest. I like the conversations being had. I appreciate the questions that we've received here tonight. I think that there's a more focused conversation that needs to be had, and whether that's on a task force or in some other committee, we would want to participate in that. So that's what we would do. I don't know that it gets litigated here tonight at council, although we do appreciate the questions.
Okay, and then my question was for you, sir. You were saying in your 25 years, this is just an anomaly that this would happen. What typically has happened in your 25 years to make it so successful, with developing and creating units?
Well, certainly the outreach in this case, as identified by Alder MGR, and I apologize, I'll work on the last name too. I apologize for that. Identified that what a lot of us already knew, that we're in a housing crisis. Now, from a process standpoint, and I can speak to numerous other examples where the process a developer team is given is typically coordinated through the Alder and through the neighborhood associations. And largely driven participation by the neighborhood associations. And that was the process here. I would counter that against another comparable large project, the Hilldale redevelopment, which had 2 neighborhood meetings total. This started in November, met with the steering committee throughout, shared information at every step along the way of every application to make sure that information was in the steering committee's hands. Now, could we have done a better job of getting more calendared? Certainly, we always can. We can always have more outreach. But we went through the process of identifying the neighborhood partners and tried to work diligently with them We did send out postcard neighborhood mailers as identified by the city as to where those mailers would go. But we learned some deficiencies of that in dealing with students. So that's kind of a unique aspect of this and something, certainly lessons learned going forward. But it's always a challenge to get participation within neighborhoods. It varies by neighborhoods, by where they are in the city, how hot the topic is, and how critical the items are. And so we have already started to put that lesson into action by reaching out to the CANA and CNI neighborhoods well in advance of the formulation of the Broome Street plans. And we're in process of sharing information with them and beginning to lay out a roadmap to have a more scheduled, regular occurring meeting, and to try to find ways to get that information out to people, because the last thing we want to do is surprise people when we get to the floor of the council. Our goal is to make sure that information is available for everyone. I think the city does a very good job of posting it, but it's always a challenge to disseminate that out. And we can't always control who's sending out the mailers or making the invitations. What we try to do is make sure that we're there. We try to make sure that they're aware of our calendar, of where we're going, and we did share that with them every step along the way, with every change of what that meant to the calendar, all the way through to the council, all the way through to construction. So that our goal is to try to get that information out there any way we can. We can always do a better job.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And part of it, I would imagine, is it's its own rabbit hole. In other words, if you're engaged in the community, neighborhoods that were put together, I don't know, I think it was 30 years ago, those neighborhood associations. If you're engaged, you get the information. If you're not, you don't get the information. We're in the 21st century, things have changed. Secondly, I think in part, and I can't confirm this, is that, the city at times would like to narrow down the neighborhood associations, which will create a bigger problem, but that's all rumor. I have to confirm that. All right, so the other thing I wanted to ask you is, are you guys basically saying, what I'm hearing is, that there's a problem, Virginia. In other words, on the Wisconsin on the Wisconsin legislature level, it's regulated what standards are, what can be done for affordable housing, what can't be done for affordable housing. And as I understand, there's only 3 ways that you could have affordable housing built. And so is that what you're experiencing, is that you're up against a cog in the machine?
Well, to some extent, yes, and I'll back this up to lessons learned during the inclusionary zoning era, which I was the vice chair of the inclusionary zoning subcommittee and on the housing committee at the time. So spent a lot of hours talking about that, and the limitations and rent controls that the state passed down effectively shuttered a lot of the conversations around rents. The city has 2 mechanisms that we've been able to utilize and hope to utilize in the future. As I said, on the Olive project, through a planned unit development, we were allowed to exceed the height designation for that specific property. We took it from 8 stories to 10 stories. Part of the negotiation of doing that was to create a financial underpinning that will allow the affordability components to be integrated into that project. Mm-hmm. We then partnered with the UW to be the clearinghouse to qualify students, because one of the biggest challenges in affordable student housing is actually identifying which students have the need that needs to be addressed, and which students are simply full-time students that don't have the need. And so in this case, the UW Office of Financial Aid is the clearinghouse. A student of need who qualifies under any grant program goes to the office, gets a letter that says they qualify, they bring it to the leasing office, they are automatically qualified to rent at that discount. The benefit is they don't have to share financial information, they don't have to tell their roommates, again, with the single rent beds. So there's a lot of upside to that, but that was only possible through a PUD. With the new downtown height ordinance, as currently written, there are 2 mechanisms in that ordinance. Number 1 is qualification through market rate housing, which uses AMI, and as we discussed, that's a poor proxy, again, for students of need, because they are dependents, they are precluded from tax credit programs, and qualifying them by their income becomes very problematic. There's a second avenue, whereas the city contributes. In this case, city staff confirmed that there's not a financial contribution available for the city. The city could not contribute to this site that would unlock that mechanism. On the Broome Street site, by simple happenstance, there is a small triangle of surplus right-of-way at the corner of Broome and Gorham Street. Used to be a tree, has a kiosk, and a lot of mud on it right now. The discussion, again, this is just in discussion stage, is that that could be contributed as a financial contribution, thereby unlocking an alternate affordability mechanism where we would like to propose the similar Olive approach. And I would note if that Olive approach was the bedrock of the Mortensen approach that was also adopted tonight. So we're confident that there's an avenue on that future project, but as it relates to this project, we can't, there's not support for utilization of a PUD for a lot of good reasons. And the city has been consistent in moving away from PUDs by the new zoning code and by application across the city. So we understand that mechanism change. But in this case, the downtown height ordinance could not attach and unlock the ability to get that voluntary trade-off of additional density in exchange for affordable units.
All right.
That's the incentive that we've utilized. It's additional density via height.
Okay, and then my other thing is just to say that you know, we're a progressive city, and you know, we give a lot of lip service to a lot of different things, and we really are at a crossroads here around truly affordable housing. I mean, I think about my kids, and you know, like they're in college, and like they're gonna have to pay $2,000 a month to live, and that means they're gonna have to pile on, and that's at a low. So I don't know that anybody has a solution, but I wanted to ask you, like, if we put on all the units as developers overall, just overall, not specific to your project, but if we put on everything that's going to be built today, do you still think that we'd have an affordable housing crisis? In other words, if all these units came on, is it true, that argument, that if we had everything online today coming in, that these prices would start to go down? I mean, we don't want to be sold a bill of goods. We just want to say, what's the problem and how do we fix it?
I think the best answer to this question is a very, very simple analogy. Say we're all in the desert, starving for water. I have 10 bottles of water up here. There's 100 people that want water. If I make one of these bottles affordable, there's going to be 9 other bottles of water for 99 people. You know what's going to happen to those 9 bottles of water? The price is going to skyrocket. But what happens when you make that 9 bottles of water 50, 75, 100? Now you have enough water for everybody. And I learned that it was a very simple analogy in econ class a while ago, and it stuck with me for a while.
Alder Latimer-Burris, you have a follow-up?
I just wanted to say, though, you'd still only have 10 bottles of water. In other words, people are moving in.
Alder, is there a question?
Yeah, so I'm asking you the question. Would you still only have 10 bottles of water, and you have more people? You've got now 1,000 people moving in.
Right.
Sorry to my colleagues that are annoyed by the questions, but the reason that we're here is, you know, we're rolling through a lot of stuff with the consent agenda, right? And some of us are new.
You have to maintain the supply.
You have to maintain or increase the supply. And in addition to that, with regards to students, I think the only lever we have to pull right now is supply.
Yep. And I would also echo that we do have a housing expert over there who is in
All right, thank you.
UW. So.
Alder Wahilahi, do you have questions for the development team? Yes. Alder Wahilahi.
Thank you. I promise just 2 simple questions. In your presentation, you spoke about the benefit of the project, including enhancing college experience, increased density, and sustainable and quality housing for Johnson Bassett. However, this project is contingent on Johnson Broome. Can you explain why?
Sure. So that actually was in reference to the Johnson and Bassett project. The Johnson and Broome project has been paused while we work through trying to resolve the issues with this project. And so when in the presentation we were talking about, you know, this project in itself is comprised to address the whole student, trying to make sure that it's not just a barracks, it has an experience that they enjoy during living in the building. They have opportunities to socialize, opportunities to address mental health, exercise, outdoor space, social gatherings, all those components go into making it more than just a collection of beds. And then in terms of the sustainability initiatives that are embedded in here, We are proud of the fact that it is a LEED Silver building, which is a significant investment towards addressing the need for energy efficiency in our buildings and developing sustainable and durable buildings that will last into the future.
Yeah, and to one of your presenter, he specifically said that not approving this project will kill Broome project. Is that correct? Or
Unfortunately, that is the reality we're in today, where if a project that has full UDC, Planning Commission, landmarks, unanimous approval gets denied at the last step of the process 3 years into the deal, investors will not want to spend the significant dollars it takes to get to this point because it's such an uncertain regulatory environment. And not only will it kill this 1,700 bed deal on Johnson and Broome that has 10% affordable, it will discourage future investment at an unknown amount. Developers will look at what happened here on 620 and say, there is no way I'm going to invest dollars pursuing a deal in that market because of how complicated and nuanced it is, and they don't want supply. That's what council has said to the market so far on 620, that we don't want supply.
And my final question is, some developers' intent is to have solution for the housing crisis. And for example, if this project, is not approved, or is approved, what are some ways that you will continue building relationship in a collaborating way for the Madison community and student community? Because there's some distrust here. What do you say that this project, if it's approved, it's not approved, then we're going to walk away?
Absolutely not. We are long-term investors, what Austin had already said, and owners of our developments. In addition to that, I think one thing that we've learned from 620, June 20th to today is that more outreach with the community and with council is definitely necessary. We want to make sure that you all are well informed of our project. I think another benefit is we're increasing supply by roughly 6 times on this site. So that's a benefit. I can't stress enough that with regards to student housing, the only mechanism that we have to address the affordability problem right now is supply. And that's an unfortunate circumstance.
One other thing I would add too is that, I think in regards to the steering committee, both, I believe Tim Camps, was the steering committee co-chair on behalf of Capital Neighborhoods, registered in support for tonight. He registered in support on the June 20th. And that Eli was available to answer questions, who was the other chair representing CANA. I think they both would share that it was a productive discussion. And it's something that we will build on. We'll find ways to enhance the outreach. But that while we didn't agree on necessarily every point on the project, it was a good exchange of information on the steering committee. We were able to meet with them and answer questions, get them information. And the positive steps out of that is, again, lessons learned, early outreach to them, getting them involved early on. We try to overshare information, but we're going to make sure that we have more availability to have those discussions moving forward.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze, questions for the development team?
Yes, just a couple of them. I actually went and was actually able to tour the facility with you, the project, and I actually took a picture of the bathroom that you're talking about. How it's, so you talked about six bedrooms and 1 apartment. Can you just touch on the need to renovate this project, this apartments?
Yeah, it's substandard housing that's renting at market rate with no income qualification or rent control applied to it. So there's definitely a need to renovate that. Those conditions for a student to get the kind of experience that they deserve is just, not habitable. So we made an investment into that property with the intent to develop an as of right project. If this gets denied and we get held, we wouldn't keep it in that condition. We would renovate it. So that's not to the standard that it should be.
Okay, and I guess my second question, us as alders, especially me, since I've been elected in 2021, I always try to, you mentioned the fact about reaching out to the alders, your past developments or projects, do you have a track record of reaching out with the alder and working with the alder all the way through your project?
I think we can ask Mike Revere to answer that question. Or, no, sorry.
The alder can speak to it if he wants to later.
Yeah, I think the answer is we work with the alder of the district that we develop within. If we feel that if we're being directed or we feel the need to reach out to alders to explain our projects, then we do. I think in this instance, we didn't, outside of Alder Bennett and Alder MGR, who we did have conversations with during those steering committees. I just didn't think we were aware that we should have been reaching out and providing information at that level. Our assumption was that by going through that process, that this information was also getting shared internally throughout, the subcommittees that exist within the city of Madison. So I think lesson learned. We definitely will overshare on any project going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan for the development team.
I promise one quick question. If you guys were talking about if the city had provided funding, like affordability might be possible. So hypothetical question here. For this, again, hypothetical, if for this project, how much funds would have been like?
No funds. Additional height is what triggers that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so then Alder Revere, you had questions for someone else?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. So the development team can probably be seated then.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody.
Mayor, I'm curious if Capital Neighborhoods President Tim Camps is still with us online, which might not be the case given the hour.
I don't see a Tim Camps online.
Nope, he's not here with us.
He is not. Okay, thank you. Again, not surprising given the late hour. I do see very much Kurt Paulson here, and I know he's registered available to answer questions at our invitation, so I'd like Professor Paulson to come forward. Thank you, Professor Paulson, for being here all these many hours, waiting to be able to share your expertise with us. So thank you very much for being here in the spirit of the Wisconsin idea, and thanks for accepting our invitation. You want to just start out, in case some of my colleagues aren't aware, your credentials and your position. Could you just identify yourself briefly first?
Yes, my name is Kurt Paulson. I'm a professor of urban planning and I teach housing here at UW. And I'm neither speaking in favor or opposed, just for informational purposes at the request of Alder Revere. So.
Thank you again for being here, Professor.
And I'm glad to take questions on email at a later date, given the late hour too. I'm just down the street, so I'm always available. But.
Thank you. And I just wanted to, and others probably have questions as well for you, but I just wanted to ask a few relating to the economic relationship between housing supply and affordability. So I am also aware that you shared that you watched the council debate 3 weeks ago, so you're well aware that that discussion was dominated by the critical issue of affordability of housing in our community. So with that said, could you just share with us then what impact do you believe building more market rate units will have on the downtown campus housing market, and specifically what impact that might have on the dramatically increasing rents that downtown and campus area residents have experienced?
Right, so that's a big question. So in response to Alder Bennett's questions, I wrote a slightly long paper, which I can make available. But in the Madison market overall, the data is pretty clear that when vacancies get above 5%, rents actually start going down, right? And so there is this overall market supply issue that between supply and demand and the prices in the market. Now, the long-term trend, of course, is that vacancies have been going down because of the high demand, both through UW students and through younger workers. As you probably saw, there was a recent report about Gen Z workers moving to Madison. So what works for a market overall tends to work for a geographic submarket, in the sense that if there's excessive demand to move into a particular neighborhood, The academic research is pretty clear that building new market rate housing in that neighborhood absorbs some of that demand. Now, it doesn't necessarily lead to prices in that neighborhood going down if that neighborhood is an extremely high demand area, such as in Manhattan or San Francisco, where a lot of this research shows, right? So as I said in the letter, you probably could not build enough housing in that very narrow geography of the immediate downtown plan to bring the prices of those units in that downtown area down to what would be affordable to someone working at 40 or 50% AMI without public subsidy. Just because there's such demand, there's such geographic constraint with the lakes, the capital height limit, and the demand for, right, if you look at your, as I sent you the picture from the MPO plan, right, Director Lynch is here, just shows the concentration of jobs in that area. So there's huge demand for housing. So, but part of the argument is also that because there's such huge demand to live in downtown, and some of those are, younger technology workers, higher income students, that if those units are not available, then we see the price pressure start to increase in other neighborhoods as they move out. So again, it's overall in the market, the forces of supply and demand in a kind of mid-tier market like Madison are actually pretty consistent, right? You build a lot of units and prices start actually going down. But I couldn't guarantee that you could build enough in that narrow geography to bring those prices down. But I think you already heard from the developer that a lot of the campus housing that's really old is already $900 for a very small bedroom unit. So that shows you the vacancies and the price pressures.
Thank you. What do you know today to be the estimated vacancy rate in the downtown campus area, and what do you believe professionally a healthy vacancy rate should be as for it to impact affordability?
So a healthy vacancy rate in a market is 5%. The vacancy rate kind of quarterly adjusted right now in the overall Madison market is below 4%. I don't have the specific census tract or zip code of downtown, what that current rate is. But anecdotally, we hear from developers it's less than 2%.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you can just drive around and look at whether there's vacancies or listings. MG&E used to provide vacancy rates by zip code, and the downtown zip code and the near campus and the near west and the near east always were below 3% for the last decade.
Parenthetically, has MG&E permanently decided to no longer offer that?
I can't speak for them.
Because
They stopped offering that product in
during
quarter two of 2021.
Yeah, I noticed I reviewed their website many times, wondering if they had reestablished that service, but apparently, but you don't know one way or the other, just out of curiosity.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll say that everyone in the commercial real estate business subscribes to CoStar or other of these kind of fintech companies that have detailed level property vacancy data. And that's what they're using in their market studies to say this is a good area to invest because vacancies are really low. So if I had to hazard a guess, I'd say vacancies downtown are less than 2%.
Yeah, I'm sure anecdotally you're correct. And then you already mentioned the Gen Z impact. So whether it's Gen Z or otherwise in the long-term projections for the rapid growth projected in our community, can you speak a little more to what the impact of increasing the market rate housing supply has on the overall market in the community, not just as it would impact those that wish to live downtown?
Right. So the population forecast shows the city of Madison adding about 98,000 people, the region as a whole, Dane County, adding about 200,000 plus people in the next 27 years. Somewhere, I think, I forgot the numbers I put in the letter, but 50 to 100,000 additional jobs. So we know that jobs are coming. We know that our companies are successful. We have a low unemployment rate. We know that population will continue to increase. So the counterfactual is, which I jokingly call the reverse field of dreams. If you don't build it, they still will come, right? People are coming, jobs are being created. So if you don't build enough housing to accommodate that demand, as we haven't in the last 15 years, then prices overall rise. And when prices overall rise, the hardest squeeze is on the lowest wage workers. Now, just to be clear, when you add a lot of supply to a market, you lower the overall price. That doesn't automatically and rarely provide a subsidized affordable housing with supportive services for someone at 30% of area median income, which is why the city is maximizing the Affordable Housing Development Fund, various other sorts of financial programs, right? You can't build enough to ever make a unit affordable for the lowest income families. And that's true whether you're in an expensive market like New York or a reasonably cheap market like Akron, Ohio, right? So there's the overall level of affordability, which is the overall supply and price in the market. And then there's the actual affordability for the lowest income households, which requires government subsidies.
And then lastly, as you know, again, from reviewing the video of our debate 3 weeks ago, that there was a lot of use of the phrase naturally occurring affordable housing. Maybe to start out, is there a kind of an industry or professional definition of what that is, and could you share that with us?
So generally what we mean by naturally occurring affordable housing is older, low amenity housing stock. So if you're familiar with real estate markets, it'd be your lower class B and your class C properties that on a per square foot base rent for a lot less than the market average because they're older, lower amenities, lower amenity locations, right? Whether that's actually affordable to working class people depends on the overall price in the market. And to Alder Bennett's quotation of the Joint Center for Housing Studies at Harvard, we're seeing a disappearance of the lowest cost units nationwide, but particularly severe in the most supply constrained markets. That the reasons those are disappearing from the affordable stock is that the prices are going up because of the pressure, right? If you have 100 people who want to move somewhere and there's only 50 units of housing, the people who are going to get that housing have the highest income levels. And so, again, naturally occurring affordable housing in a market that has an adequate supply is less expensive because it's older and lower quality. It's not necessarily preserved with any affordability restriction or federal funding scheme. So in the case of the student units, and I think the pictures are actually in the demolition report, if I remember seeing them, they're naturally just lower cost per square foot. And so the total cost of the unit is lower because they're smaller units as well. But they're not preserved with any sort of affordability restriction. And again, I would urge the city, as part of its comprehensive housing strategy, right? Special funds to help nonprofits, mission-minded developers to acquire older housing, to preserve it, reinvest in it a little bit to make that affordable because it's on a per unit basis cheaper than building new. You have to build new as well. Because if you don't build a lot of housing and demand keeps coming, those units that are going to be flipped or increased rent are the lowest price units that we currently have, the NOAA housing stuff, the naturally occurring affordable housing. Sorry.
You anticipated my follow-up question there, so thank you very much. In the interest of time, I'll yield. Thank you again for being here all night, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think you should likely stay, Alder Bennett, for Professor Paulson.
Yes, thank you, Professor Paulson, for coming here and like taking time. I guess you were on vacation. I don't, or
It's
just
summer,
back.
you know. Professors are unemployed in the summer.
Yeah,
anyway.
I mean, I'm just shocked you made a whole 14-page paper. Jeez. So I have been hearing from my colleagues like how the responses that we've been getting from this feedback about like affordability and all of that, it sounds similar to like everything in like the rest of the city. I probably said this is coming to a question. I'm of the opinion though that student housing in and of itself, the way it is designed and built is like vastly different. And so the solutions for like, so like the affordable housing crisis in like District 20 looks very different than, solving that downtown. Would you mind speaking towards like that and like how specifically student housing in and of itself is very different and unique?
Right. So there's a couple of answers, right? One of the answers is lots of people want to live downtown, not just students. There's thousands of jobs downtown. So it's a crisis for students. I'm not unsympathetic. Students come to class and tell me challenge, right? It's also a real crisis for lower wage service industry workers who would like to work downtown, who work downtown, who would like to live downtown. So, but the important issue is that every financial tool that we have that has any state or federal funding to do any affordable housing excludes students, with certain exceptions, right? And that's largely driven by federal law. It's in LIHTC, Section 8, all the bond programs. And so student housing is very unique, right? Because the university can build a dormitory just for students, and that's not subject to any like age discrimination because it's not considered actually housing. It's institutional use. So student housing is very unique, and in Madison, it's even uniquer, if is that a word, right? Because students want to move east into the capital neighborhoods, but there's high pressure for other people to live there. Or you could move west, and again, the neighboring homeowners associations have some concerns about that. So unless we're going to fill in the lake, I'm not saying, right? You're kind of squeezed on both ends. So, and as we've mentioned, the university is currently not able to build additional dormitory space.
Right. Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. And I know like we keep hearing from students that like, again, like the luxury type developments, the luxury units for students is not like what students want or need. And when I've been hearing these complaints, I really, some of them, obviously, a lot of it is like relating back to the affordability problem. I know like one person quoted Jimmy McMillan that rent is too damn high. But also it's like specifically like the type of building that is being built and like what is being provided. And I'm wondering like if developers were to build units that maybe didn't have as much like beautiful amenity spaces and like maybe even had smaller rooms and really intense the density of that building, that would still help with our supply and they'd still make a profit, right?
Actually, I would need to see a pro forma on that because given the land costs downtown and current construction costs, even if you squeezed out all, laundry facilities and you built 250 square foot, really small style units and loaded it up, I still don't think, given land costs and construction costs, you could get that price anywhere below $1,000 for a bed.
Right.
I haven't run those numbers, but that kind of fits with what people are seeing in the market.
I mean, like price isn't like my issue here. It's the design of the building.
Right.
I mean, what I'm trying to get at is
Well, so
like the.
when you pay that much for land and that much for construction, of course you're going to target the higher end of the market because otherwise you can't make the economics work. And the higher end of the market demands a higher amenity level. That's the truth of the market, right? And if I was building anything and people told me, well, we don't want building amenities like laundry, I wouldn't build that building because I think most investors would say that's probably not going to maintain the rent levels we need to cover the costs. So it's a challenge, right? It's a challenge for any new building just because construction costs are so high right now. And you can value engineer a building to make it slightly less expensive, but other than subsidies, you cannot value engineer a building enough to be affordable. I mean, unless I don't even think you can make it work. When you build a dormitory with public dollars, you can engineer smaller rooms.
I see. Thank you.
Alder Evers for Professor Paulson? You were on, Alder.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and good to see you, Kurt. You and I were in grad school at the same time. You went on and got your doctorate, and I stopped with a master's, but you impressed me very much with your insight into the housing market, and I appreciate you being here. I took the time. I moved here in 1988. I took the time to look at what the median asking rent in the Midwest in 1988 was. It was $300. median asking rent in the Midwest now is $1,085. Could you speak, $1,085 today? Could you speak to this submarket concept so that how that $1,085 is probably not the median asking rate in this submarket because of what you've talked about, the demand and that land cost is, being so high as a result?
So if you go to apartmentlist.com, which is a good source I use because it's free, the median two-bedroom rent in Madison, so that's contract rent, not utilities, is $1,600. And the median two-bedroom rent in Milwaukee is about $1,000. So when you say the Midwest, that includes less expensive markets like Milwaukee, La Crosse, Eau Claire, Green Bay. Madison has expensive rents because it's a high-demand city, right? And that's pretty much it, right? And I don't know if you saw in Fortune magazine just a few days ago, Madison at least was ranked as having the highest rate of growth of house prices in the last month, right? And we see that the same with affordability on home ownership. And so it makes it really hard for companies that want to expand to bring additional workers here if you can't find an apartment to rent or a house to purchase.
So what you're saying is that citywide in Madison, our rents are higher, but in this submarket, they're going to be that much higher, that much more high.
And you see that normally in any submarket, right? It's much more expensive to live downtown with all the amenities than it is to live out in Cross Plains or Mazomanie. Right? And so we do say that if you don't want to build enough housing for the people who want to live there, you better invest in really high capacity transportation because people will live further away and then drive or take transit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Latimer Burris for Professor Paulson.
Yes, thank you, Professor. Do you anticipate, in your expertise, the prices of rent just going down? I know the concept of putting everything online, but do you anticipate that? That's one question. And then my second question, and I'm sure that you'll understand when I ask this, how do we avoid the San Francisco problem? Like, my nieces live there and the McCarthys, as well as they work for Google, blah, blah, blah. I could go down the list. They can't afford to live in San Francisco.
So there's a simplistic answer that covers the San Francisco question, which I'll do first, which is the jobs housing balance in Dane County is about 1.3. The jobs housing balance in San Francisco is about 7. So the solution is to build as many housing units as you build jobs. That means that over a 20, 30-year period, as you add jobs, you should add roughly 1 housing unit for each job. So what San Francisco hasn't done is add housing. What they've done is add lots of jobs, and that drives up the price. And I forget your first question. Oh,
sorry. Do you anticipate the prices of housing for apartments and also for home ownership to go down?
So in the short run, I'll send you the data. The seasonality of the rental market in Madison, given that vacancies are ticking up and we have a couple thousand units in the pipeline, I anticipate that in the next 3 to 6 months, the median rent would go down at most 0.5%, just because there's so much demand still in the market, right? I mean, you look at the data, we keep building units, they keep getting filled. So in the medium term, I don't think housing prices are going to go down at all until construction costs get a lot cheaper, right? You want to build a new single-family home today, anywhere in Dane County, if you exclude the land costs, which are extreme, and just want to build a small unit on a small lot, the capital, the cost of construction is at least $340,000. Now, maybe in the future we do have factories or 3D printing robots that can deliver lots of units at scale that are really cheap. But no.
Just to follow up to that, then the question is, if this is an area where everybody wants to come to and they're going to keep coming, whether you build or not, do you anticipate over the long term, let's just say even the next 10 years, that the price of housing or an apartment is going to stabilize or go down? Or are we at the point where we got to do something different if we to even attempt to catch up with it? I mean, we just want to hit reality.
So I would say, based on data I did for another study, up until about 2 years ago, when everything really significantly changed, Madison was building a lot of units. They were falling behind, but they were building enough so that the inflation-adjusted rent measures were not going up that much compared to other metros. But just in the last 2 years, they have accelerated because production has actually gone down in terms of multifamily units, right? So Dane County alone is short about 11,000 units just based on household growth in the last 10 years. And that doesn't count the fact that there's 50 to 100,000 people who work in Dane County but live outside, right? So I think in the 10 years, we're going to see what we're still seeing, which is that people who move to the Madison region and want an affordable home ownership opportunity are going to move to Beaver Dam, Janesville, or Sauk City. And that's what we already see in the data. I think if Madison builds, I'm going to roughly estimate it, I can estimate it later, but if you build about 3,500 to 4,000 apartments per year, you're likely to keep the rate of growth of rent consistent with overall inflation. And I realize that's a hard sell because that's saying, take your best year, turn it up to 11, do it consistently for a decade, and you'll tread water, right? But what you do is you combine that with spending as much as you can find on affordable housing to also build those affordable units in, or use things like the density bonus for affordable housing, acquisition and rehab of older housing to preserve it. But as you know, you have very limited tools in terms of forcing a private sector actor who doesn't want to provide affordable housing with being forced to provide lower cost units. It's a tough sell, right?
Alder, another question?
Yeah, I just wanted to say maybe we could just petition the Wisconsin State Legislature to change the rules.
That's above my pay grade.
Just like to remind the council to please limit yourself to questions when we're in questions for registrants. Alder Rummel, questions for Professor Paulson?
Thank you for coming tonight. Of course, I'm really interested in all this stuff. What strikes me about what you said is you talked about what you call Class B housing, which is sort of AKA the naturally occurring, AKA the old housing stock that's 100 years old. What is its future downtown?
Well, I mean, in some ways that's up to you all, but I think there's significant components of the downtown plan that's adopted that envisions that a more efficient use of that land, given its underlying land values, is taller buildings.
But there's also the comp plan that talks about a mix of housing types and price points.
But a mix of housing styles and types and price points consistent with the style of the neighborhood, right? You could build missing middle townhouse style that would be less unaffordable in outer neighborhoods. But given land values downtown, you just couldn't, right? So, I mean, I'm bummed about it too. I lived in one of those old Victorians on Broome Street that was carved up into 4 flats when I was a graduate student here, and it was very low amenity housing, and I'm aware of that. And I think there's been a long-term strategy that says build taller buildings to absorb some of that demand, to allow some of that older housing, at least on Broome Street in that neighborhood, to return to family housing. But I think given the price and the demand and what's happened in our economy, that's unlikely. And, I think people are going to come whether you build housing or not. So, you could choose not to build housing, and then you would just have the older housing near campus be worth. I saw on Zillow the other day, there's a house for sale in the Monroe Street neighborhood where I used to live for $1 million, right? That's what happens to really small housing in a neighborhood if you don't build it, right? It starts to get Berkeley level prices.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions, so thank you very much. Appreciate it. And that is public comment. Alder Vitiver is not here, but I see many people proposing a break. Alder Conklin, I think you were first.
Can we have a 10-minute break, please?
Alder Conklin moves a 10-minute break. Alder Figueroa Cole will.
But I'll go home in 20, so we'll stick with 10.
Alder Conklin proposes 10 minutes. Alder Figueroa Cole will second. Is there any objection to a 10-minute break? Seeing no objection, we are back at 11:12. We're about a minute out, a minute or less out, if folks can take their seats. The hour of 11:13 having arrived, I will ask our guests to please sit in the galleries and the alders to please find their seats, and the clerk to please call the roll.
Vice President Figueroa Cole. Figueroa Cole is present. Govinda Darajan. Raja. Is he here? GDR? Yeah. All right. Harrington McKinney. Harrington McKinney is present. Knox. Knox is present. Latimer Burris. Latimer Burris is present. Madison. Madison is present. Martinez Rutherford. Martinez Rutherford is present. Miadzi. Miadzi is present. Rummel. Rummel is present. Slack. Slack is present. Tischler. Tischler is present. Verveer. Verveer is present. Vitiver. Vitiver is present. Wahelia. Wahelia is present. Bennett. Bennett is present. Conklin. Conklin is present. President Curry. President Curry is present. Duncan. Duncan is present. Evers. Evers is present. Field. Field is present. We have quorum.
All right, so we are through public comment, and the first item pulled from the consent agenda is item 14, Alder Vitiver.
I'd like to request that we refer item 14 to the next council meeting as additional recommendations for alterations have been suggested, and that would allow for that all to get worked out, not on the council floor.
The motion is to refer item 14 to the next council meeting. Is there a second? Moved and seconded to refer to the next council meeting. Are there questions? Is there discussion? Alder Fields.
Yes, I have a question for staff.
Go ahead, Alder.
Is there a pressing reason that we should perhaps a large development in process right now that would behoove us to take this up tonight?
Try Director Stouter.
That's a great question. I don't believe that there is. I know there is one development that's eager to move forward under the new allowable street widths with the subdivision ordinance, but I don't think approval this evening is absolutely necessary for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Field. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Can I ask, I'll ask the question if the other one wants to respond. Is there any reason that we can take these changes and pass them as they were already approved and have the additional changes being reviewed at a later time? This has been quite a few committees already.
The alders can respond if they wish. I think we anticipate additional amendments and discussion on the floor.
Okay, so one more question, then I maybe to Haas, Dr. Attorney Haas. Attorney Haas, so this is an ordinance change, and it's my understanding it hasn't been changed since the 1960 or 70 or whatever, like a long time. We're making some changes because we want to prioritize the Safe Streets policy that we implemented in January. That doesn't prohibit or stops any other alder from, after we pass those changes tonight, from pulling the ordinance again and making their changes at a later time. I just want to confirm that that is correct.
Correct. The only caveat would be if there's an ordinance that is defeated, of course, then we have to look at, was it, can it come back within 60 days?
With the
or
things
not?
that were.
But that's the only factor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motion is referred to the next council meeting. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, the item is referred. That will take us to item 15. Item 15 is Legistar 78146, amending sections of the MGO to update the regulations on tourist rooming houses. President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt item 15. Item 15, Alder Latimer Burris, you had questions?
Oh, yes, Mayor, I had my questions. We just talked about it a little bit at the break. I'm just going to, it's fine. I'm going to withdraw that.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional questions? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 15? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 15. And that will bring us to item 64. Item 64 is Legistar 78072, approving roadway geometry for the reconstruction of John Nolan Drive from North Shore Drive to Lakeside Street. On item 64, President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt following recommendations.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I move an amendment. The amendment was emailed to the council and yourself and staff earlier this evening by myself. It would read as follows. At the end of the resolution, add, be it finally resolved that city staff are directed to study and evaluate a possible grade separated crossing near the intersection of John Nolan Drive and North Shore Drive.
That's a motion. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. The clerk will choose who. Alder Verveer, do you wish to speak to it further?
Yes, thank you. I just want to share with the council that the city is actively studying an underpass as part of our contract with KL Engineering. You all heard the testimony tonight. We received several emails requesting that this be added to the resolution tonight, approving the geometry for the John Nolan Drive Causeway bridge replacement. And I think that this amendment is obviously appropriate and non-controversial, given that that was the city's intention in any event. So the appropriate city staff have no objection to this language. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any questions? Is there any further discussion on the Verveer amendment? Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, the resolution is amended. Back to the main motion on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, recording unanimous vote in favor of item 64. And we'll go on to Alder Madison.
I just wanted to, because we're going to 77, right?
That's correct.
I stepped out of the room so I couldn't make a disclosure, but my organization is a partner. UW Health is one of our partners, but I don't think that would influence my decision making tonight.
Thank you, Alder. Item 77 is Legistar 78154, a substitute encouraging employers to honor Juneteenth as a paid holiday. On item 77, President Curry, a motion, please.
Adopt the substitute.
Motion is to adopt the substitute, moved and seconded. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to log into, I had sent around an email that I wanted to amend it, the substitute, and I'm still logging in, so can we come back to this so that I can have it in front of me, or what do you suggest?
There's other alders in the queue. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I do just want to speak to the substitute. I am one of the alders on Economic Development Committee and moved to amend the original resolution, mostly because I felt it was important to strike out the UW Health portion and to highlight all large employers, because speaking with some of the union members and just employees overall, it seemed that they were getting to large employers all making Juneteenth a paid holiday. And I think if we wanted to, I don't know, recognize one employer, we have a list of large Madison-based employers, and so I think it would be smarter for us to find that entire list of large Madison employers and write them all in there, or easier to just identify large employers. I do not think that it is up to us to set the tone. Like in other situations or conversations we're having tonight, we can't decide how one single employer sets the tone for cultural change. We all, I believe we've all gotten UW Health's email, so I won't go into like the work that they've done around equity work, but for me, this is mostly about, if we're calling out an employer, then we had better call out all employers and list all employers. And so I will not support anything that just solely marks one employer or one area of work. I think we should be talking about all employers. So,
Thank you, Alder Latimer Burris.
Okay, well, I don't have what I wrote in front of me, but I'm pretty sure I know what it is, or maybe thank you very much. I was at the EDC, and we went in to have this crazy discussion that I thought it was going to EDC, and we're going to talk about perhaps how it's going to affect small business, which is going to be exempt from under the federal law. And we got into what I would call a reasonable race-based resume that jumped off into all sorts of stuff that was like, by the time I got off the call, I had a headache. So it's about freedom. And the reason that we started with UW is not because we want to disparage UW or call them out or whatnot. It's because the authors, which I was one of them, and then there was the SEIU, we were partnering up, and obviously they care about Juneteenth being a paid holiday for everybody, and also it cannot be missed that the gentleman that worked with Dr. Lee is Dr. Meyer, who comes directly out of UW. He passed away in 2018, did not get to see it as a national holiday, passed 46 out of the 50 states. We cannot miss that he is a Wisconsin kid. He is a UW kid. He is a UW medical black man that got inspired to head on down after he got it to Tennessee and to start the fight for Juneteenth under the auspice of healthcare for all, because he saw in Tennessee that people that lived in the country could not get health care. And it is ours. The path through Juneteenth is ours as well. And so that's the highlight. It got turned into, I can't even go, I don't want to go into this discussion. I do not want to do this discussion. It got turned into something that, everybody's entitled to their opinion. We're not monolithic. So what I had done is went back to talk to SEIU. I went and talked to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Vice President, and just kind of reworked it so that it's inclusive and it's agreeable to all. Nobody is saying UW hasn't done any work. My mother had Umoja magazine for 30 years, and UW is one of the biggest supporters. That was brought up in the EDC. Let's see, what else do I need to cover? I think that's, we went round about this. And I've talked to a lot of different partners, not just one, about it. But ultimately, this is about freedom, and we're starting with, if they don't want to take the lead, it's okay. We have other major employers in there, but it was pretty specific. Now, how do we get to unanimous decision from the committee? I do need to get that to that point. After this long conversation, we went back to the procedurally the default. So that's where it comes through as a unanimous decision. We went down, it was too long, it was a good discussion. It's what we need to have, but that's how it got to unanimous. So I'm not trying to usurp any committee. I'm trying to educate us about the path and the honor that's there, and include everybody and talk to everybody and get their opinions and get their feedback and let them know that there is nobody trying to disparage any particular institution. And it does say major employers.
Thank you, Alder Knox. What's before us is the substitute.
So maybe I'll just wait till after this vote on the substitute?
No, that's what's
Go ahead.
before us is the
Okay,
substitute.
all right. Well, certainly I understand the history about Juneteenth. I'm one of the founders here in Madison. And I understand labor wanting a holiday too, okay? My question is maybe for Mike. So what real authority does the city of Madison have to legislate a holiday on the private sector?
Well,
Can someone ask that question? Answer that question?
Sure. I mean, certainly we don't have, the city does not have authority to require employers to recognize this holiday. And I think the resolution is framed as encouraging employers to do that.
So it's an encouragement. Okay. I just wanted to be clear to make sure what our authority was. And that was my question.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison for the second time.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge the work of EDC. We are not a crazy group. I've served on EDC prior to becoming mayor, and I want to acknowledge the work of, not mayor. Listen.
Come on.
It could be a Freudian slip.
Come on.
It could low-key be a Freudian slip.
You want to come up and take over?
It's tiring. I do try to put my vision out there, but the way y'all got me here all night, ain't nobody trying to be mayor. I got a whole life outside of here. So, look, y'all was looking for some tea and didn't even get it. Okay, but back to EDC, because I very much appreciate the work of EDC. The small business community, especially the small business community of color, is really important to me. So I do just want to acknowledge the work of Matt and Saran and Ruth and Mike Miller and anybody else who serves on EDC as a staff person, and George and the other members, because we really work. So I just want to say we are not a crazy body. We asked tons of questions. It did not become a race baiting thing, but I think we were just wanting to hear from the union representative how they included people of color who were also nurses over at UW Health. And so we just wanted to hear more about that. So of course we asked lots of questions, and by chance there were committee members who also work for UW Health who happened to identify as Black, who seemed to have wanted to be contacted by the union and had not been contacted. So I think for the most part, most of us, if not all of us, are very much union supporters. So this is not necessarily about the union. This is about us. If we want to call out employers and we want to be specific, In Business Magazine publishes a nice directory every year. We had better write a resolution that includes all of them and call them all out, or just identify large employers. But really, I just wanted to speak again to acknowledge the work of EDC, primarily led by Matt and Saran.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So let me take a deep breath so that I can get this out. And my esteemed colleague who was sharing her pizza with me said that she's in a relationship, in a partnership with UW Health. And because of that partnership, my question is, because I recused myself because I was involved with an organization as well. And so to avoid any, I can't find the word, to avoid any appearance of not being neutral for this vote when it comes up, or any vote that uses UW Health, I think you should consider, Madam Mayor, I think that the alder should consider recusing herself. This is just my observation.
Thank you, Alder. As you know, the standard for recusal is a financial benefit, and the standard for disclosure is a relationship. Alder Wahili?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was at the EDC, and unfortunately, the discussion that we had really went to a different direction and missed the purpose of Juneteenth. Basically, we as an elected officials, we cannot impose public holiday in any organization. What we are trying to do is encourage and empower organizations in Madison so that they can have holidays. I have read many emails from some of those nurses, and they indicate having, even to consider having holiday, they have to wait 4 weeks to have certain holidays. So any organization, including UW Health, it's an empowerment. I have seen UW Health being champion in the DEI work, in the helping some of our community, but this is another benefit to them that they are taking the lead. However, when we have one organization named into this resolution, then there's a little bit problematic. But what Alder Amani is suggesting is to include all organizations in Madison. And what we heard from tonight is all healthcare, and those are mostly affected. But if we can do healthcare and other organizations within Madison, that's fine. So, but I think let's just pause and not forget about the history of Juneteenth and the purpose. Some people say that, we already have 4th of July. It's different. With the history of slavery in our country, Juneteenth is extremely important to all employees and to our community. Thank you. And I hope you will support the amendment that Alder Amani is proposing. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris for the second time.
Yeah, I don't know if I have to, at this point, if I have to motion for the amendment, and I want to motion the long form. I know it's a little bit long, but I think it adds in the connectivity to Madison, Milwaukee, Dr. Meyer. It's UW owned, it's out of healthcare, so we name, other organizations, and we even catch it. We even say, if it's not, if you don't have it, if it doesn't already exist. So it's urging all major employers, and then specific to healthcare, because that's where the journey started, literally. That's where the journey started. I know, believe me, I know. And I've been on this, and again, it's not the EDC. There is absolutely no way that I am suggesting that the EDC didn't do their job, that the EDC, nothing about the EDC, because they didn't even look at this long form, and they were just making a recommendation. They didn't even look at this long form or the short form amended. There's no way I'm suggesting that happened. It was a good discussion. I think everybody was there, and it's what needs to happen and what will happen each Juneteenth. It did get into race because I think some of the members even came down to saying, well, there was no, would have been nice if there would have been a Black person helping the SEI write this. And I had to remind them that I am a Black woman.
I'm sorry, Alder. Were you intending to make a motion?
I would like to motion to substitute in the long form. I apologize for the long, and that is as the path to Juneteenth becoming the 11th, and it needs to say 11th, I'm typing it so fast. Holiday was directly informed by the UW Medical School graduate, the late Dr. Ronald Myers, who, by the way, passed away in 2018. He did not get to see it. You want me to read that or not really?
The
Point of order? Okay. sorry.
Alder Conklin, point of order.
Thank you.
I was just saying, she already emailed it out to us, so it's not necessary for her to read it to us.
But I do need a clear motion, however.
The motion is to amend the substitute, and correct me, I want to do this correctly, so guide me through this. I don't know everything or anything, actually. I want to amend the substitute motion with the long form language that has been emailed around. Did I cover that?
Alder Latimer Burris moves to amend the resolution with the language that is in front of you. Is there a second? And again, we'll leave it to the clerk. All right, so on the amendment, is there discussion? Alder Bennett.
More of a question, and I know y'all are eager to hear all my questions today. I don't understand like where the long form goes in like the resolution, because you know like the whereas clauses, where does it go?
So Alder Latimer Burris, can you clarify where in the resolution you wish to insert the language?
So it's a line that got taken out with UW. I don't have that right in front of me. My colleague here is so kind to, would you pull up the resolution for the Juneteenth Economic Development Labor Resolution? It's just going to substitute in that line there that says major employers where UW was struck. Thank you.
It's in one of the whereas clauses.
Yeah, it's one of the whereas. Well, thank you.
Can somebody tell me what number whereas clause?
It would be the third to the last, or the second to the second whereas to the last. So there's.
Second to last whereas clause
Yeah.
would be struck and replaced with this language. I'll just remind us all that the clerk needs to know exactly what you want in order for this to actually be effective.
Okay, so since we are doing that, let me be.
Alder, you need to speak into the microphone.
Okay, since I need to be very specific, let me do that. Can I borrow that? So I would like to take whereas, and then add the long form. Are you following me? The long form of the story. And then after you go, okay, so let me see. Can I see your computer, please? Thank you. I'm sorry to do this like this. And I'm sorry that this came down, but it's just the way. Okay, so the clerk would be, whereas, I would have done this, by the way, at 12 o'clock. but
Alder,
by the
can
time
you
I was gonna
just
hit-
read the language that you're
Thank you.
trying to amend?
Thank you, Mayor. Talk too much here. Okay. Whereas, so right after whereas workers, whereas, I'm sorry, let me just get it.
It's okay. You don't have to like.
Okay, so it would say, whereas the path to Juneteenth becoming a national blah, 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 right? So start that on the second paragraph, the second whereas to the last, the second whereas to the last. It would say, whereas the path to Juneteenth becoming the nation's 11th holiday, blah, 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 all the way down to efforts. And then say, and encourage large employers, connect those two dots. I guess we can, I'm not making sense, but yeah, I can email it to Karen.
I think the clerk has enough.
Okay.
On the substance of the proposed amendment, Alder Madison.
Thank you. I just want to share that I will not be supporting that because it still specifically identifies certain employers and not all of the employers in Madison that are large employers.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So on the Latimer Burris amendment, Alder Rummel.
No, I was pushing that, but I meant to. Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if the alders have taken a look at the NAACP memo from June 16th, where they talked about the importance of the healthcare industry with this piece of legislation and the role it plays. And I could go open it up, but somehow I got lost on my computer too. But I just hope you would go look at that as a reason to mention this list of employees as well as the history as Alder Amani has described. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. So as someone that has worked for the healthcare industry for over 30 years, I agree with Alder Madison. We should include all organizations, not only hospitals are part of the healthcare system. We have many spin-offs of the UW within the city that provide healthcare to our communities, and they should also be included here, like the Johnson & Johnsons of the world, which for who I worked before, or Epic, or Exact Scientists. So I'm not going to support, I would rather keep the resolution as it is, so it's inclusive of everyone in the city, including all healthcare sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox.
I was just going to say, in the interest of trying to resolve this, Mike, you probably remember Alder Golden, and one of his famous phrases was, "It's not soup yet." And so possibly, maybe if this can be withdrawn, then give people an opportunity to worksmith it so it can do justice to what we wanted to do. That's just a suggestion, because I think there's a lot of little things that still need to be worked out. And I hope that you might consider withdrawing, and maybe they're withdrawing their original motion so we can move past this and work on it and make it something that we really all can say, yeah, we support. That's my suggestion.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison, for the fourth time, but I'm going to call it the second on the amendment.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to say that we did have NAACP's statement, and Greg Jones did attend Economic Development Committee, and we very much did our due diligence. I mean, we read the entire thing. So I just do want to, for my colleagues to understand the work that we actually put in to make it make sense and to get to where we acknowledge all employers versus, 10 out of the hundreds in Madison.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak on the Latimer. Alder Latimer Burris.
So
for the
don't
third
forget,
time.
in it, it does say all major employers. It doesn't not say it. It says all major employers. So it's starting with health and includes all major employers.
Thank you, Alder. On the Latimer Burris amendment, all those. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In order to offer a substitute, we'd have to dispose of what's before us now?
No, the Alder has offered an amendment.
Okay.
Are you suggesting that you'd like to amend it further?
I would, because since there's such a discussion in terms of what's there and what's not there, I think I would like to recommend that we place on file and that allows us to bring it back. Is that in order? I'm asking.
Is it in order? Yeah, so a motion to place on file is in order, no matter how far down we are. Is there a second for the Alder's motion? The motion is to place on file without prejudice. Is there a second? Alder Figueroa Cole will second it. This motion takes precedence. Alder Wahilahi on the motion to place on file?
Can I make another motion?
No.
Because I was thinking to re-refer, to refer.
If the Alder wants to withdraw her motion, then we could entertain another motion, but otherwise, that's what we're voting on. suggest that our first item is a possible pathway forward. We referred it to the next council meeting. If you all really want to spend your time wordsmithing this resolution that has no enforceability, I would much prefer that you don't do it on the floor. So Alder Harrington McKinney, are you withdrawing your motion?
Discussing this on the floor, because if we're going to refer it to the next meeting, do we need to be specific? I just want to make sure what's our pathway forward.
So if you'll withdraw your motion to place on file and make a motion to refer to the next council meeting?
Okay, I'll withdraw, place on file, and what I'm putting forward is that it be referred to the next council meeting.
Thank you, Alder. So the motion is to refer to the next council meeting. Is there a second? Alder Wahila, he will second. Is there further discussion? Alder Latimer Burris?
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. It will give me a chance to make it, smith it, and connect it as I didn't have a chance to do it, or to get it to Karen in time. So it's just what it is.
Right, thank you, Alder. No other alders wishing to speak? Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Alder Madison will object. Seeing no other objections, we'll record Alders Rummel and Madison and Curry will be recorded as voting no. Seeing no other objections, the motion to refer passes. And we'll move on to item number 78, which is Legistar 78041, a substitute amending the Police Department's operating budget and authorizing the mayor and chief to accept a Project Safe Neighborhoods grant award from the Wisconsin Department of Justice for overtime to process ballistic casings. On item 78, President Curry, a motion?
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. On item 78, Alder Latimer Burris had questions, but she has left the room. Is there any question or discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Alder, I've called for the vote. Alder Latimer Burris on item 78.
I'll withdraw that. That's fine. We can just go to the vote.
Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item 78? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 78. And move on to item 81. Item 81 is Legistar 78202, establishing rules and procedures for Common Council deliberations of the City of Madison's 2024 capital and operating budgets. President Curry.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 81. Alder Latimer Burris, you had questions?
Oh, yeah, we'll go ahead and just, I'll withdraw it. It's getting late. I was just going to ask questions about it, but.
All right, seeing no other questions or discussion, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item 81? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 81. Brings us to item 82, which is Legistar 78323, authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute a sole service contract with Madison Development Corp. To administer a small cap TIF loan within TID 51. On item 82, President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 82. Alder Latimer Burris, you had questions?
Yeah, so many times that I pulled these is that when we have to do a 15 or more person vote, I think we just should be aware of what we're voting for. So I don't think that that hurts, but I'll go ahead and withdraw that.
This is not a 15 vote item. It's been moved and seconded. Is there further conversation? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item 82? Seeing no objection, recording unanimous vote in favor of item 82. That will bring us to item 83, which is Legistar 78324, authorizing the mayor and clerk to amend the 2023 capital budget and execute a development agreement to fund, to make a TIF loan to Roth Street 1 Limited Partnership. On item 83, President Curry.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 83. Alder Bennett.
Can we take up item 83 and 84 at the same time since they're directly correlated?
Is there any objection? All right, so then item 84 is Legistar 78325, authorizing the mayor and clerk to amend the 2023 capital budget to execute a development agreement to do a TIF loan to Roth Street 2 Limited Partnership. So on item 83 and 84, President Curry, can I assume the motion is to adopt on both? Yes, and the second is to adopt on both. All right, so on items 83 and 84, are there questions or is there discussion? Alder Latimer Burris.
Yeah, so, I authored the TIF. I'm in support of having a TIF district, a TID district and TIF financing. I think that having that community meeting was good. It was a forced meeting because when we went to the finance committee, of course, we got blocked. And so we had to do it fast and furious, but we did it. And so at this point, I'm thinking, I wanted to refer it out for the next 2 weeks to the next city council so that we could talk and work through some issues and I can work with the developers to try to bring all parties together. But the developers have assured me this afternoon that just like this other issue here that's in a different district, that they want to, they want to work with the constituents. They want to get through problems. And they also want to say sometimes, hey, we're not really sure what's going to happen, but if this happens, we will do that. So I think that this ended up being good in the end, and I want to support the district, and I'm looking at the developers. I want to support them, and I want to support the environmentalists, and I want to support the neighborhood, and I want to support the staff and everybody. I just want to have people come together. But you got to know that in this process, when we go through and we start making big decisions, when there's no alder in place, and then we ask for more time to engage in community, and we tell people that we've heard you enough. We've heard you enough. Stop coming back. We heard you enough. That is not our job. And so let's go ahead and support these guys so they can get going, but let's do things with transparency, integrity, and accountability. We are human beings. We give a lot of hours to this job, and we have a right to ask questions and a right to aspire to bigger things. So I move to adopt as well.
The motion has already been made. Alder Miadze?
I really don't want to speak, but I'll have to say this instead because I just want an alder that understand that she was newly elected, but Saeed Abbas worked very hard with the developers for such a long time. I attended the meetings. Like they said, they were he was very instrumental on the environmental part of it, and also about getting this approved. So I just want to commend the developers as far as making sure that they have something in place for the environmental part of it. That is really a plus. So I just wanted to say, as new alders come in, just to be aware that of the things that has probably happened before they're elected. So no part of saying anything bad about any of the process that was taken, because I think the process was done right, every step of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I do just want to say I attended that neighborhood meeting in person along with Alder Curry. Alder Latimer Burris attended on the phone. And I just do want to say, because I was there in person witnessing the space, that I do want to just make note that never did I feel disrespected or as if the developers were trying to get over. I did do my due diligence to follow the project and get myself caught up before attending the meeting. And the presentation, and I also want to say that, I'm not even going to say it because I think we all know. But I just think that they've done their due diligence. The city's done their due diligence. And I'm very conscious about us we're not saying things that are just sort of our personal opinions, but we are saying things that are factual, such as maybe the work Abbas done. We need to be careful of that, of how we state things. We need to state things factual versus our personal opinions. So.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris for the second time.
Yeah, so I had to attend the meeting, of course, because I was at the airport traveling back. So I sat on the phone, my husband was there, recorded it, and I was able to get a good idea of what happened and go back and listen again. And so, Alder Abbas, I replaced him. He was fully supportive of me becoming the alder. We have had long discussions. I know exactly how he feels about this. And the TIF money, being applied for, he is concerned about the environmental. I have done my due diligence, except for talking to the city, because I've spent about 50 hours on this, going through, talking to everybody else. And that's where I determined we needed to bring people together. And I appreciate Alder Madison showing up, at this meeting after voting down, giving us any more time to meet with the constituents. So I appreciate that. And like I said, I want to move forward and make sure that this project goes forward and we get the money for the TIF district. So let's just leave it at that.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak on items 83 and 84. The motion is to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, recording unanimous vote in favor of items 83 and 84. That will bring us to item 91. Item 91 is Legistar 69800, approving a certified survey map of property owned by J.D. McCormick LLC located at 428 through 444 State Street. On item 91, a motion, please, President Curry.
Move to adopt under suspension of MGL 2.055.
Sir, moved and seconded to adopt. On item 91, Alder Field.
I have a question for staff.
Go ahead.
I know that the Plan Commission didn't approve the demolition of the buildings at this site, but did approve this CSM item in case the developer still wanted the CSM to pass. I'm wondering if staff have communicated with the developer about whether the developer still wants the CSM to pass, given that the demolition failed.
To my knowledge, staff have not asked the developer that question, but approval of the CSM this evening would be consistent. The CSM as proposed meets all of the standards, and the developer can choose to move forward with the CSM to combine these lots even while the buildings remain on the site. Or, more practically, more likely, they can choose not to move forward with recording the certified survey map, but even if it's approved by the council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Mayor. My question is very similar. I guess I don't understand if a proposal doesn't move forward. This is the skeleton for the proposal that didn't move forward. Should it just go down with the underlying issues that didn't pass at Plan Commission? And if they wanted to come back, they could? I guess I'm not really clear why we would pass this. I mean, what's the benefit?
I think the question before the council is whether the standards for certified survey maps are met, and they clearly are in this case. The Plan Commission struggled with the same question, though, because from a practical standpoint, it's unlikely that the developer will choose to move forward with the certified survey map to combine those properties when they are not allowed to demolish the buildings. However, if they choose to move forward with the combination of those three lots into one, they certainly can, even with the three buildings that are on site today. And so I think our advice and the Plan Commission's advice would be for the council to go ahead and approve the certified survey map with the knowledge that it's not likely that the developer will move forward with recording it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett?
I'm waiting for discussion.
We're there.
Okay. I just wanted to speak as the alder of the district. This is something that I inherited and wasn't really able to be part of, the process fully. And know Alder had handled that more. But I did want to give, I do believe that this should pass. Should the developer want to bring it back? I understand at the Plan Commission, the demolition permit was not denied because they didn't provide a good enough case for 7 that the buildings were in disrepair and couldn't be repaired or whatever. And I believe I want to just at least give them the opportunity to come back and give us a better argument for that, because I believe that, from my understanding, that the building and the design itself wasn't necessarily the issue. It was just the issue of the demolition.
Thank you, Alder. No other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motion is to adopt. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 91. Brings us to item 97, which is Legistar 78283, authorizing the council to delegate equivalent authority for approval of the Metro Transit Public Transportation Agency Safety Plan to the Madison Transportation Commission. On item 97, President Curry, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 97. Are there questions? Alder Slack.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just have two questions. One is, what are we talking about here with the kinds of things that would be in the safety plan? Just because I'm a little not a fan of pulling things from the council, especially issues related to transportation, which I feel residents really need representation around. So I just wanted to get a sense of what kinds of things would go into this plan. And second, is this just one of those things that we have to vote yes? Because of the language here makes it sound like we just are pro forma here, like it's.
Director Lynch is here.
Yeah, one of the conditions of the FAST Act, which was passed in, I think, 2015, is that transit agencies develop one of these safety compliance plans. Our plan was developed really under the leadership of Crystal Martin about three years ago or so. The Transportation Commission has the delegated authority to review the plan. There's one plan online that you can see. It's on the MPO website. It's about 45 pages. It kind of lists who's responsible, who's the safety officer. It lists the metrics that are being measured. There are similar metrics that are in the transit database. It's a very necessary plan, but it's not necessarily an exciting plan. You know, it fulfills our responsibility and makes sure that we do what we can to make sure our buses are running safely, our drivers are trained appropriately, we're collecting the right statistics, and when our crash rates increase, we're addressing those and finding what are the causes. There's a checklist on the FTA site of what they like to see in the plan. We follow the checklist. This, I think, has in the past been reviewed by the Transportation Commission because Transportation Commission in our ordinances has kind of oversight of Metro Transit, and so the FTA said, well, could just to confirm that delegation that's in the ordinance, could we also have a resolution that says that the Transportation Commission can approve this, you know, has the authority to approve this. This also goes before the Madison Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, and it's in their minutes as well, the last time they saw this.
Alder Knox?
I guess my question is, what are the implications of not passing it? Or if not, then what? Can you answer that?
Well, then it would probably just go to council and then get referred to the Transportation Commission and then go back to council. I'm not, I might need to defer to Attorney Haas because I think the ordinances do make this a delegated authority, so I have to maybe defer to Attorney Haas on that.
Yeah, I think what we have a conflict between the ordinances and the request from the FTA. So the current status is that the Transportation Commission is delegated the authority to approve these plans. The FTA has asked us to make that slightly clearer via a resolution. If we don't make it clearer via a resolution, I think we'd have to revisit the ordinances, and it sort of opens up a whole nother.
So what does the ordinance say now?
The ordinance says now that the council has delegated this authority to the Transportation Commission.
So why we have to act on it if it says that already?
because it's a broad delegation of authority, it's not a specific delegation of authority. So the resolution makes it specific that this particular plan is delegated, whereas the ordinances have a broader delegation that relates to a number of things around transit, not just this particular safety plan.
And excuse me, I don't know who, I guess I'm
Right.
addressing you. So the the Transportation Administration recommended that? Is that somewhere in that request in writing, or?
Yeah,
I didn't see an attachment.
I think what's a little bit different amongst Madison Transportation versus most transit organizations is that I'm going to say 99% of them have their own board, and their board approves the plan. We are one of the few cities that actually the transit agency is part of the city. And so the FTA is saying, well, you know, who's the approving body, right?
So we don't have a transit authority?
No, we do not. And so that, most of those duties have been delegated to the Transportation Commission, including the safety and operation of Metro Transit. And so, and I think they just want that to be made clear. It's in the ordinance. The ordinance does not specifically state this plan. This plan has a very specific statement. The ordinance does talk about the duties that are incorporated in this plan, or the components, and I think they just want the specific delegation of the plan spelled out.
So would this plan be identified by like a date or something, like the 2023 plan or something like that?
Well, we submitted one a couple of years ago, right?
Okay.
And I think, I believe we get audited every 3 years.
Okay.
And I believe this was kind of one of the recommendations from the audit. You know, you have different auditors that go through, and I believe what's prompting this is a comment from the auditor saying, could you please clarify this delegation of authority?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alderfield.
For discussion.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to offer, because I'm a appointee to the MPO Policy Board and participated in the discussion about this item, this was explained to us as primarily a technical document rather than something that is public-facing or would be useful to a bus rider or member of the public, and more procedural in nature. So wanted to share that.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Slack?
Could I just ask Alderfield one follow-up question? So it's not about planning or anything around like bus routes or other things like, you know, related to how you make decisions about where to plan routes and things like that. It's about safety on the bus or near the bus.
I think that's probably a question for Director Lynch.
Yeah, so I'll just run through some of the headings. Like basically who are the safety enforcement officers, what grants we are receiving, urban transit grants, the plan adoption, you know, the safety management and policy statement, organizational roles and safety responsibilities, where you have the organizational structure of Metro Transit, in graphic form, the teams that they have, the plan approval, the updates and the process for the updates, the safety performance targets, which, you know, come before the MPO about every 2 or 3 years. You know, what are our current number of injuries per 100,000 revenue miles, and what's our target? How many safety events per total? You know, how many safety events per 100,000 vehicle revenue miles? The system reliability versus, which is like the vehicle revenue miles over the failures. It's a ratio. The safe risk management plan, the hazard identification, the reporting processes, employee discipline processes, risk assessment, safety risk priority, risk mitigation, monitoring methodologies, safety assurance, safety performance. You know, and I don't want to waste your time, but that's the type of the headings.
All right, thank you. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motion is to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, item 97 is adopted. That will bring us to item 98, which is Legistar 77208, a substitute creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at a variety of addresses on West Johnson, West Dayton, and North Bassett. This item is up for reconsideration as requested by Alder Conklin. So I'm going to ask Attorney Haas to just walk us through the process of reconsideration and then then the actual consideration.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to recap for the council, on June 20th, this item, the rezoning was defeated on a vote of 13-6. For a motion to reconsider, only an alder who is absent or who is on the prevailing side can offer a motion to reconsider. Must be made at either the same meeting or the following meeting. Just the basic rules, the motion requires a second. Discussion should really try to focus on whether the action should be reconsidered, not really a full-fledged debate regarding the main motion. In other words, whether or not the council feels that there are grounds to reconsider its action. After that discussion, there's a vote on the motion to reconsider, which requires 11 votes for passage. If the motion fails, the council's previous action will stand. And I also just wanted to address briefly and to be completely transparent, as many alders probably know, our office reached out to alders who had voted against the rezoning to express our thoughts and concerns that the council may not have created a sufficient record on which to base a denial, and that a better record should be made if the council actually wished to deny the rezoning. As we have discussed in the past, often alders can vote whichever way they wish for whatever reason they wish, but in some cases, such as denial of licenses to sell alcohol, or rezoning decisions, or certified survey map decisions, those are subject to state laws which establish standards that must be the basis for plan commission and council decisions. And I would say, while tonight the council raised some important questions with the speakers, both big and small questions, some of those, to be honest, are not relevant to the question before the body tonight and should not be the legal basis for the council's decision. Now, I would say I may not have done the best job articulating those standards at the June 20th meeting for the council, partly I think because the motion was actually to approve, and I may not have anticipated that the council would need to create a record to justify denial. Although I will say Alder Verveer did a good job of providing some legal guidance to the council that evening. But after thinking more about it the following day and discussing the council's decision with Assistant City Attorney Kate Smith, we decided to reach out to alders who had voted to reject the rezoning to make sure they were aware of the concern we had. And as a result of that, several alders expressed an interest in reconsidering the council's action. So if a motion to reconsider passes, the main motion will again be before the council. At that point, I think it would be helpful if Attorney Smith provides a brief overview to the council of the applicable standards for rezoning decisions. And then alders can certainly ask staff questions and then again discuss the matter, and approving the rezoning would again require 11 votes. So I'll stop there and see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Attorney Haas. Are there questions on the process? Alder Vittever.
So just to clarify, our role here is not to revisit the conversations that we had last time or earlier tonight. Our job is to consider just whether it is appropriate to essentially deny this because
So we have,
because it's for approval, but so we would have to create a record for why to deny it if that's the direction of the body.
so if the motion to reconsider passes, right, then we're back to the main discussion, and the council can the alders can articulate what their reasons are for supporting or denying. And I think the difference is maybe we'll have a little bit better specific guidance from Attorney Smith about what are the appropriate factors to base your decision on. But for the motion to reconsider, as I said, that should really be a discussion about simply whether or not the body thinks the matter should be reconsidered.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional process questions? All right, seeing none, then Alder Conklin, a motion to reconsider, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to make the motion to reconsider this agenda item. As we just heard, I think I myself have learned more information since the June 20th, and just purely on legality issues, I would just like to have this reconsidered. Thank you.
So Alder Conklin moves reconsideration. Alder Miadze?
Second.
Will second. It's moved and seconded to reconsider the item. Is there discussion on reconsideration? Alder Slack?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, but I want to read this because I've worked hard at this, and there's been a lot of stuff flying at us. I want to thank Alders Govindarajan and Bennett for raising concerns about this rezoning request, writing astutely about its complexity, and putting students' voices front and center in the recent debate about this project. Although we can't consider affordability in city planning and rezoning approval requests for private developments, affordability is clearly foremost on students' minds. And as such, I need to make this statement because I'm tired of people oversimplifying the solution to this problem. There are multiple things working against affordable student housing close to or on UW's campus. The campus-adjacent area is a relatively small geographic strip landlocked by 2 large lakes and encompasses some of the most expensive and in-demand land in Madison, and land prices are a major driver of rent prices. Every luxury rental development that goes up in proximity to campus is a lost opportunity for more affordable housing for students.
Alder Slack, I'm sorry, but the discussion is on the question of reconsideration only. If reconsideration succeeds, I think it would be appropriate to discuss the content of the project.
I'm explaining why I'm voting the way I have, but we've...
On the question of reconsideration only.
So, okay.
The vote before us is whether or not to reconsider the item. If the item is reconsidered,
Then I'll continue.
then you should continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak on the question of reconsideration. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor on the question of reconsideration. So the item is now back before us, and I would like to turn to Assistant City Attorney Smith to remind us of the standards that are relevant here. Attorney Smith?
Yes, I was going to say good evening, but we've moved to good morning. And so I am the Assistant City Attorney that works on land use issues. And for those of you that I haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, hello from a very large screen, very late at night. And I hope to meet you in person soon. So what is back in front of you is the rezoning. And when we talk about rezoning, what it is a map amendment that is changing or that is making a change to the official map through an ordinance. And because of that, it is an action that goes in front of you all to make a decision about. But what there has been a lot of conversation for, and how these things do get really confusing, is that there were other actions in this land use application that do not go in front of you. So what there was, for example, was a conditional use application, a demolition application, and a CSM application. All 3 of these have already been approved. The demo and the conditional use by the Plan Commission, which has jurisdiction here, and the CSM by this body at the last meeting. And I bring this up because what you need to understand is the the narrow action that a rezoning request is and what it is not. So and that is important, I think, when, as Attorney Haas was talking about, how this is a legislative action that is reviewable. So what is in front of you is a discussion on whether or not to change the zoning for what was three parcels, 2 of which are PD and 1 of which is downtown residential 2, to all 3 becoming UMX. And if you remember the diagram of what this development is, you have a top box that's already UMX. Okay, they already have UMX zoning, and the bottom is 2 PDs that are sandwiching a downtown residential 2. And the PD zoning is significant because it's a planned development zone, meaning that the owners, and they own these properties, right? They cannot do anything different other than what already exists in the PD zoning without a rezoning. And then they are again asking for the DR2 to be changed to UMX. And this is a decision that the Common Council makes. And it makes it using what I think is helpful to think of as a 3-prong test. So if you look at Madison General Ordinance 28.182, it has the 3 prongs written into it. And while the state gives the city discretionary authority to make this legislative decision, it is not entirely discretionary. It's reviewable. And we know that because you have 3 prongs that you have to look into, and because of how it would be reviewed by the circuit court should it come to that. So the first prong is whether or not the rezoning is supports public health, safety, and welfare. And that I think has been talked about a lot without necessarily knowing what it means. So when we talk about public health, safety, and welfare, and whether or not it's based on public health, safety, and welfare, we say that because that is the police powers that give cities the authority, the ability to make property decisions for people, right? So you have this constitutional right to make your own decisions about property, but there is sometimes a big enough reason for the government to take those decisions away from you. And that is police powers. It's anything from, well, for property rights, it's that, but it also includes, public safety and moral laws, public health laws, all that. Because when we say police powers, to get really nerdy, it's because in the 18th century, police meant policy. It doesn't mean police as we meant it today. So it is this hundreds-year-old concept of why governments are allowed to do things. So, and public health, safety, and welfare is kind of so foundational to why a government is allowed to do anything. It is almost so foundational, it doesn't really get defined that much. But the general idea is that it exists to bring the greatest welfare of people by promoting kind of public convenience and general prosperity. And so that's your first prong, okay? So that is, does changing the PD in this particular case, right? Changing PD and DR2 to UMX, does that promote public health, safety, and welfare, or the greatest welfare of people by promoting public convenience or the general prosperity? We can think about it that way. All right, so let's go to the second prong. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And what consistent means here, it was clarified in 2010 based on a Wisconsin Supreme Court case law, is that it is not, that says consistent means not contradictory. And so it gives cities discretion to find out whether or not it is consistent with the comp plan or not contradictory to a comp plan, but that's not unlimited. And the comprehensive plan is required by the state for cities to have. It is a fixed entity. It exists as the local government's guide to community, physical, social, and economic development. There's a process by which the comprehensive plan is worked on and drafted and adopted and all of that. So what that prong means is you are looking at whether or not the rezoning, this change from PD and DR2 to UMX, is it consistent with the comp plan? And planning staff can give you information. I think that everyone has kind of gotten that information about whether or not it's consistent. But the comp plan is a fixed item. And so what it isn't is, for better or worse, right? It isn't subsequent student emails or surveys or anecdotal conversations. The comp plan exists as an identifiable document that can be reviewed. So that second prong is that you need to see if it is what is being proposed here is consistent with the comp plan. And then the third prong is whether or not it complies with Wisconsin and federal law. That's usually not an issue, right? We try not to propose things that are not in compliance with state and federal law, but there's been a lot of conversation about the state laws on inclusionary zoning and our limitations here and what we can do about rent. And so I think it's worth bringing up just when it comes to that third prong, because we are talking about state and federal law. And I think, unfortunately, we have this very rigid, very succinct state law that says under Wisconsin statute 66.1015 that no city may enact, impose, or enforce an ordinance or regulation that requires a certain price on rent, right? We cannot regulate residential rent unless it is in a very discrete and not applicable here carve out. So those are your three prongs. That is the extent by which you need to examine this. And when that is going to be reviewed, it's going to be reviewed as whether or not the body, all of you here, made a decision that was not arbitrary, that was not unreasonable, and that was not capricious because you followed the prongs that were set in front of you. So that's the review if it would go to circuit court. And typically that is pretty straightforward, right? Like you follow the prongs, you talk about each of them, you lay a record to it. But when we run the risk of having a council decision overturned as being unreasonable and arbitrary and capricious, or otherwise known as when the body is acting out of its will and not its judgment, is if the reasoning that you make to deny the rezoning, to deny the action in front of you, is based on things that are not in front of you. And so, for example, issues that were relevant to the conditional use, which I will remind you was already voted on by the Plan Commission and is not in front of this body. Well, the conditional use addressed outdoor recreation. It has rules already about whether or not the rooftop pool was allowed. That's not relevant to the rezoning. Affordability or rent prices are not relevant to the rezoning. The rezoning really is a very discrete legislative action by which you absolutely have discretion over, but you still need to follow the prongs that are set out in both the ordinances, which are reflective of the power granted by the state legislator to the cities. I can go into a little bit more detail, but I want to be respectful of all of your intelligence and how late it is. So I think I'm going to cut it off there. I expect there might be questions, but that is the overview of what the action is in front of you.
Thank you, Attorney Smith. I think we will start with getting a motion on the item. President Curry?
Move to adopt.
Motion is to adopt and seconded. All right, so then are there questions for Attorney Smith on the standards? If not, are there questions for other staff on the project? If not, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Alder Miadze.
Just a question for Heather as far as about why it was not, there can't be a, as far as, I'm sorry, my question was to Heather as far as it not being able to go forth with low income for student housing. Why it didn't meet the criteria?
Sure. Great question, Alder. So currently, we have one way in the ordinance, which is freshly adopted earlier this year, whereby market rate developers of non-student housing may pursue additional stories in the downtown area in exchange for a land use restriction agreement that would basically pledge them to have a set percentage of those housing units remain affordable to households under 60% of the area median income. And as has been discussed earlier tonight, there really isn't a good mechanism to do that for housing that's really focused on students. And the reason being is that we don't have a mechanism in place to gauge what that student's income or buying power for rent really is. The UW, Madison, and other institutions do sometimes have access to the financial information from the student's family of origin, how much wealth or income that family has to go toward rent. But by and large, most students would qualify as low income since they, perhaps are underemployed and focusing more on school. So let's see, how can I simplify this? So we don't have a good mechanism at this point to guarantee that students are from lower income families that would qualify for the more affordable beds. We are working on, we're working with UW at this time and expect that we could have a change back in front of the council later this fall or winter that might better pull UW in as a partner in order to better address the need for affordable student housing through this height bonus that we have at our disposal for non-student affordable housing development downtown. But in this case, there simply wasn't a mechanism for Core Campus to utilize to move forward with affordable housing. Now, I want to mention another example that came up tonight is the development that's underway right now, the OLIV project by Core. For that particular property, they went through a planned development process, and they rezoned the property to planned development and had to meet a variety of conditions, standards for approval for planned development, which the Plan Commission and Council found met, completely aside from the fact that they included the affordable housing. On this particular property, with the design that they've come forward with and hope to move forward with, given council approval this evening, staff did not believe that they would be able to meet the planned development standards, one of which has to do with the fact that in order to get a planned development, you cannot simply be providing greater density. You can't ask for planned development simply to achieve greater density on the site. That's probably the toughest standard for them to meet. They were able to meet that on their OLIV project because they dramatically stepped back lower sections of the building along State Street in order to achieve a few higher levels. They made some very significant massing changes to the building in order to really meet that standard. And so that's how that project was able to meet the planned development standards. And outside of the rezoning process, they also pursued a memorandum of understanding with the university and the city to commit to a certain number of units being affordable to students. That was a really creative way to do it. There wasn't that opportunity on this site. the site that they're looking at in the future, which came up earlier this evening, there is another very narrow and, I'll admit, creative opportunity for them to achieve 2 additional stories, have the land, a little sliver of land that's city-owned today, be conveyed to them for development, that basically meets our ordinance and basically demonstrates that the city is funding or providing direct support for their development in exchange for a certain number of affordable student bedrooms. And so we've found one creative approach that's in the works today, another very creative, unique approach that hopefully can be in the works within the next 6 months or so. But for this project, there isn't that opportunity for them to achieve the additional height in exchange for affordability.
Thank you so much for that answer.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Are we in discussion?
We are.
A question? Okay. The reason that I asked.
I'm sorry, Alder. Apparently, when I asked for questions, nobody rang in quickly enough. So with your indulgence, Alder, let me hold off and see who actually has questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahili, questions? Alder Wahili, go ahead.
Thank you. Heather, you indicated that there will be a collaborating effort with UW-Madison, and I'm wondering if there will be an opportunity to revisit the downtown comprehension plan and include some language like affordability. Is that something that we can revisit?
We will be revisiting the downtown plan in about 3 to 4 years as part of the new sub-area planning process. And so we will be revisiting that at that point. But what we hope to do would hopefully be able to happen much sooner. We want to work in partnership with UW-Madison. We're exploring ways that institutionally that they might be able to support this kind of scheme whereby the city grants additional height and they serve as partners to make sure that they're identifying the students who need access to the income-restricted bedrooms. We need them as a partner in this, and I think it will take some months to come up with a really good path forward, but certainly much sooner than revisiting the downtown plan. But we do intend to do that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox, questions?
Yeah, Heather, I'm kind of glad you said that, because when you were saying we didn't have another mechanism, and I was sitting there thinking, having had a number of students, I know the university has financial aid information, tax information from the parents. So is that because it's confidential that you don't have that mechanism?
Right, that's not data that's available to the city, so we would need that higher institution to really come on as a partner for that.
Okay. So, but that's, in some situations, that's a possibility? Okay, I just need to understand that. Okay.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for Ms. Stouter. When I read the staff report and look at the map that in the application, it looks to me like the corner, the properties along West Johnson and North Bassett are all UMX. So that one building, which can, I believe, go up to 12 stories, would, if it were a solo effort, it would only need, it would only could be reviewed by staff. Is that correct? Oh, thank you. Look at that. Hypothetically question, I guess.
It's a great question. No, in fact, anything over 4 stories in the downtown area does require Plan Commission review.
So it would have go to the Plan Commission.
Correct.
So, theoretically, if it were one parcel, it would be probably easier than these two joined. The second question I have is, you mentioned earlier that when you seek plan development, you just can't ask for greater density. But what standards do we use to take away plan development? I mean, I know you have a right to rezone, but it seems to me, at least from my experience, and I know we changed the zoning code, it was always like the highest and best way to go forward, given what was available to us. So, you know, this, one of the projects has a ADU, and another one mentioned that's a 2,000 addition, and they were all planned development. So, I mean, are there standards, or what is involved with that?
Aside from the general standards for rezoning, we don't have any specific standards for bringing a property out of planned development into a conventional district. I would note that both of the planned developments that you see here were accomplished prior to the new zoning code that was adopted in 2013, when virtually everything in the city moved forward as a planned development. We have hundreds and hundreds of planned developments out there that wouldn't need to be planned developments today, that would meet our conventional zoning. I just wanted to mention that as an important side note, but.
Right, I'm dating myself when I say all that.
What's that?
I'm dating myself because that's when I remember planned developments when they were in that mode. So there's nothing to say, oh, it's fine to take something that's a planned development and take it away. There's no steps or process.
Correct, other than just the standards for rezoning that Attorney
Thank you.
Smith summarized.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue with questions. So, Miadze, a question? Yep, Alder Miadze, a question?
Just one more for Heather. Just by your expertise, the 90,000 people that were expected to be in Madison, with hearing about Epic building its 6th campus. Also, I don't know, in December, I saw an article where students were actually lined up outside of places waiting for vacancies. Do you think denying this market rate project would actually squeeze out, further squeeze out affordable housing?
Well, I think that's been discussed this evening with many experts. I'll say that one thing that I think it will do is that it will result in fewer housing options in close proximity to the UW campus that students are seeking. You know, as you all know, students can seek housing anywhere in the city, but there's obviously a very high demand for spots that are within walking distance to, you know, everything they do in their day-to-day lives on and near the campus. And so I think, you know, if the council were not to move forward with an approval of this 861 bedroom development, there would be, you know, 600 plus fewer housing units at the end of the day. And I think that's been, you know, discussed at length this evening. I think it's also been said, and I agree, and maybe Matt Wachter wants to weigh in, that, you know, construction of this building in and of itself isn't going to immediately result in more affordability for the, you know, the rent rates in the neighborhood, but it certainly does have an impact on the vacancy rate for students and young professionals in the downtown. It's part of that overall supply that we as a city desperately need in this particular area.
Thank you.
Alder Govindarajan, question?
Discussion?
We're not quite there yet.
Okay, I can wait.
I just want to make sure that nobody else has questions. All right, seeing no further questions, then we will go back to Alder Harrington McKinney for discussion. Alder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to read this statement because I need to verify why I'm switching. I'm in order. The staff recommendations was that all the zoning requirements have been met, and recommendation for approval to the council. Aware that the reconsideration was based on zoning regulations and the potential that not approving this project may cause negative financial risks to the city and future development. But I was on the finance committee when another Chicago firm, Beitler Real Estate Services, did not end financially well for the city. So that is not a driver for me. I was impressed by the quality of supporters speaking on behalf of this project. I was impressed by the developers who showed up and answered direct questions offered by the council. I visited the specific properties that was included in before us tonight. Some were constructed as early as in 1914. All were substandard housing, but students live there. I'm a West Side Alder. I understand I'm a West Side Alder. I understand the need for affordable housing stock. My original rejection was to call attention to residents who are non-students. Many of my constituents are being priced out of Madison. Apartment rentals are increasing, as has been identified tonight. Housing density should be across the city in all neighborhoods. Students as well as residents across Madison want to live in locations that offer a shorter commute, making walking, biking, public transportation more accessible and possible. Thank you to District 8, to the District 8 Alder for actions to support his constituents. We would not have had such a robust conversation had he not moved forward. He represented his constituents well. I am voting yes, but I don't have to hold my nose in voting for this project. I think we were well heard through the robust conversation. The project leaves many behind, knowing that residents, families on the west side and my district, as well as students, are struggling just to pay their rent. So I'm switching my vote for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan.
I debated on whether or not I want to read off the thing that I said, but I think based on principle and all the people who reached out and sent emails, I decided I will do it. When I timed myself, it was 5 minutes, so bear with me, I'm sorry. First of all, I want to thank the 1,700 students who spoke out about their housing experiences and reached out to the Common Council. Thank you to the 200 students who sent emails to alders. Thank you because even if you weren't physically in Madison, you took out the time to speak up for what matters to you. We students constantly feel like every city's decision has been at our expense. The Common Council needs to recognize that and make that active decision to stop this. It's already clear that this specific project has had very little engagement prior to it getting to this point at Common Council. If any major project such as this was to get UDC approval in any other district with only 3 resident inputs, it would not have sped through as fast as it did. Students had less than 1 month for engagement, which coincided with the busiest time of the academic year, and now even with this vote, which is taking place in the middle of summer. Why is it that I get questioned on the validity of a survey with 1,700 respondents, but not a single member of Plan Commission asked this developer why there was a record low engagement on theirs? Three weeks ago, after we voted down this development, I literally jogged out of this room and handed my contact information to the Core Spaces team, encouraging them to set up a time to meet with me. In response, they told me to educate myself in a tone that every person of color in this room is all too familiar with. But I did it anyway. I went to my constituents, I spoke to students, and I learned what their thoughts on this matter are. Now that same information is shared with you and made public. I hope this developer and others can use the same information to educate themselves on future projects, just as I was asked to do. We now know what students want and what they really need when it comes to student housing. 3 weeks ago, when I voted against this proposal, I did so because I did not want to see lower income students displaced just to provide wealthier options in the downtown area. 3 weeks ago, I admitted that I didn't expect the vote to go the way it had. Instead, I focused on the same goal that I will repeat today. This is not the type of housing that students need. We do not need pools, we do not need state-of-the-art fitness centers, and we do not need luxury. I will say it again, similar to 3 weeks ago, my goal is not to shoot down this proposal, but to start a necessary discussion on student housing and focus on the long-term actions, both with increasing engagement and what the Common Council can do. With that being said, I have to honor the many, many, many students who spoke up on this proposal, and thus my vote will remain the same. As I said during our last meeting, I understand the legal constraints we face. So here is what I am asking you. On behalf of the thousands of students who live in this city, if you are on the Plan Commission, if you are on the Urban Design Commission, Focus on these projects much earlier on. Make sure that there actually is public student engagement, and it cannot just be from me. It cannot just be me asking other students to do so. It has to be from others as well. Making sure that major decisions are not happening during the summer and finals is vital. We need to build more housing in general, and I agree with that, but this council also has the ability to focus on the type of buildings necessary to our communities. I want more housing, I want more high-rises. Hell, I don't even have a problem with luxury housing. However, I don't want only luxury high-rise buildings. This is a shared sentiment between the majority of students on campus and off campus. So what happens now? We on this council, we need to focus on next steps. Fellow alders have said it themselves, we need more housing for students, and I suggest we start with the areas closest to campus. There should be no reason that student housing continues to expand only towards the east. There should be no reason that right next to Camp Randall, right across the street, has low-density, two-story tall housing. Just take that in for a minute. Imagine Camp Randall and its height. Now look next to it and you'll see low-density housing. One single block later, regular single-family housing. Why is that? Let's look at Regent Street, which is filled with student-oriented businesses. There should be no reason that buildings immediately south of Regent Street are zoned at such low density. Majority of these homes are rented to students, so that provides us the opportunity to increase the density instead of just single-family zoning. A revolution does not require the elimination of single-family zoning, though. A revolution simply requires us to understand that student housing must be centered around campus and must expand south and west of campus. This specific development, though it provides nearly 800 beds, is a drop in the bucket when comparing to the 5,000 additional students enrolled by UW in the past several years, but is a further drop in the ocean when compared to the thousands of Gen Z professionals moving into downtown Madison every single year, which is only expected to grow. Downtown Madison is not going to be a student majority residence anymore. The comprehensive plan, even though it was just 5 years ago, is completely unprepared for what is to come. I understand the vote that fellow alders might be taking today. Many of you are doing it because of the legal constraints, which is frustrating, but it's okay. I understand as well. So we have to look to the future. We have to review the downtown portion of the comprehensive plan, and we need to realize that high-density housing needs to be expanded outside of just District 2, 4, and 8. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Slack.
Okay, I'd like to continue. Again, thanking Alders Govindarajan and Bennett for elevating this issue. So there's different segments of the rental market, and they don't all have the same barriers and hurdles with respect to affordability. College students who've been invited to have an on-campus learning experience at the UW-Madison have complicated lives, and convenience to campus is more important than ever. Most are accruing student debt. Most are working. Many have kids. They are struggling, and for the 23 years I've been employed at UW, they've been struggling. There are multiple things working against affordable housing. I've mentioned a couple. Also, the state legislature won't approve more residence halls for UW students on campus, according to everyone I've talked to. Presumably because of this, the UW has a West Campus plan underway that does not currently include plans for more residence halls, let alone housing for staff. The West Campus plan does include, from what has been presented publicly, at least 4 mostly market-rate apartment buildings on campus land and not reserved for students or staff. We have a state law which precludes consideration of affordability in approving private market development projects, tax credit subsidies that can't be used for students. We have an affordable housing definition tethered to the area median income, which is rising and could very well outpace inflation if it isn't already doing so, as higher paid sectors of the economy continue to grow in and around Madison. A good thing for our economy, but it does work against affordable housing prices in the area in question. We have a city with increasing levels of debt service in our operating budget and a plan to address the coming fiscal cliff that borrows against our future property tax dollars, constraining our ability, among other things, to invest in land banking or creating strategic partnerships for affordable housing at a much larger scale. Large market rent apartment buildings typically provide higher property tax revenue to the city, which we need. Luxury and market rate apartments are more profitable for most developers and their investors than almost any other type of residential development. We have a home ownership market that's increasingly unattainable and which keeps too many would-be homeowners in rental situations who, if they had affordable home ownership options, would free up spots in the rental market. We have many one-size-fits-all city building codes and policies that result in more costly construction, and this is just simply passed along to tenants. We have a Madison comprehensive plan that, as one of my colleagues has pointed out, doesn't even mention students. We have many city policies and programs that prioritize, encourage, and incentivize development in the areas directly surrounding campus, and ensuring, as we are already seeing, a large infusion of capital exactly right where students need to live. And no clear plan from the UW-Madison, UW system, or the city that tackles the actual complexity of the affordable housing crisis for students. There's a vocal portion of the public who wants the rest of us to accept a grossly oversimplified supply and demand argument as the solution to the affordable housing crisis for students in that constrained geographic area around campus, ignoring the numerous other variables that need to be considered if we truly want to solve this problem. In the aftermath, and I'm going to cut out a bunch of stuff after this, but in the aftermath of this last vote on June 20th, I found it fascinating to see how much sudden and urgent interest there was in addressing affordable housing for students, and who it was coming forward to voice their opposition or support for the Common Council's first and now second rezoning vote. It's also been interesting to note the absence of certain voices. I voted no last time. I'm changing my vote for two reasons. First, I'm being told that Core Spaces will maybe sue us, and I don't want that potential cost on the backs of taxpayers who are already on the hook for reducing our growing debt. Second, this project is supported by local labor unions, groups of people I also care a lot about. But we need to stop pretending that students win with what is happening around campus, including with projects like this. I'm supportive of more development. We need developers, and we need the investors behind them. When it comes to students, we need an intentional strategy because market forces alone are not going to magically fix things for them. I'm hopeful, though, that we can come up with an effective plan and that all those with the influence to make it happen will be at the table in earnest and actually willing to embrace the complexity of this problem. In the meantime, I really hope that students who will be displaced by this development will be taken care of somehow, and I'm interested to see who, if anyone, steps up to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Martinez-Rutherford.
I will be very brief since the beginning of this meeting, my neck has sagged 2 inches. So I can't help but to think that if the developers would have come in with the information that they had tonight, last meeting, and we felt like they were prepared, that we would have made a different decision. So thank you for bringing all of the information that you brought tonight. I am disheartened that there aren't more options for us to do to help the students at the moment. But I understand the need for housing. I understand that this employs local workers and empowers them to feed their families and take care of their responsibilities. That being said, I will change my vote and vote yes on this. But I would encourage everyone to come with as much information in the first meeting that you're here and be able to answer our questions, if not, get back to us immediately to avoid something like this. I don't want anyone to think Madison's a pariah because we're not approving things. I want housing. I want the best for this city, the students that come to live here, and the people that work and move through the city. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Mayor. I voted to reconsider because I heard from the city attorney that we need to give a reason if we don't support rezoning. So I welcome the opportunity to tell you why I'm continuing to vote no, and that as alders, we have the authority under state law to amend and regulate the zoning code. That's in chapter Wisconsin Statute 62.23(7), which says that we, for purposes of promoting health, safety, morals, or the general welfare of the community, the council may regulate and restrict by ordinance, subject to some abbreviation, the height, number of stories, and size of buildings and other structures. Percentage of that lot may be occupied, the size of yards, courts, and other open spaces, subject to Stat 66.10015 sub 3, the density of population and the location and use of buildings. I could go on, but we have the authority under state law. And if you take a look at our own ordinances in the text in the map amendments, we obviously have the power. So I'm hoping that this will teach us not just to rely on a good presentation from developers, which I agree was better, but to read our ordinances and state law to know your power. So our power says that we have the right to amend the text of this chapter or the zoning districts in order to promote public health, safety, and welfare throughout the city. And I'm going to quote, highlight, giving due consideration to existing conditions, conservation of property values, building development, providing best advantage to the city, the current use of property, and in the case of map amendments, the cost of providing municipal services, ... So as the city attorney has pointed out, we have to say whether something's consistent with not only the public health welfare, but the comp plan. And so I hope you all started digging into the comp plan, because I did. And the second part of it talks about our housing standards or goals, and there's at least 8 of them. And it's hard for me to say that this project meets all of them, because it does not. So I could make an argument that it's not consistent with the comp plan because it doesn't support housing strategy number 2. Support development of a wider mix of housing types, sizes, and costs throughout the city, not just in certain districts, throughout the city. And strategy 4, which says integrate lower priced housing, including subsidized housing, into complete neighborhoods. And then also we have the comp plan general GFLU map note number 7, which refers us to the downtown plan. And in the downtown plan, if you go there, it has an objective to provide decent, safe, and affordable housing that is conveniently located for the large population of students. It also has a recommendation, number 115, to have housing suitable for a diversity of student populations in a variety of building types. So when you look at these kind of this language, like they do consideration to existing conditions, I want us to take a look at what that means. So we've seen a decade of high-rise buildings, and now I'm not saying, I'm not going to fight over the argument whether something luxury or not, but they're high-priced, high-end apartments. And so now we're in a condition that is, for many people, students and young professionals, they can't afford to live where they want to live. And, the downtown plan talks about this neighborhood that Johnson Bend is for students. It's for students, but a lot of them can't afford to live in a part of the city that we've designed for them. So there seems to be a real problem to me in general. Now, I don't know the fix, but, at some point, we have a captive market that's renting beds, and maybe that works for them. Personally, when you get older, it's hard to imagine. But this trend of these high-rise units that sell beds to people has created existing conditions, which is part of the text amendment, that I believe displaces lower income students. So, I think if you want to vote for this, go ahead. You're going to do what you're going to do, right? And I can see where this is going. But the one thing about this particular development that really struck me is, compared to some of the other things in the last decade, this proposal displaces so many more beds that exist now than any other project based on, the letters of intent from, things like the Park Place or the Hub or the Domain, which was excessive, the Lux. They were much lower than, I don't remember what, so Brian said 56 units. I thought I read somewhere 67, but which has either 146 beds according to Brian, or I thought it was 108. But we're losing an incredible number with this particular project of beds of, per the professor, maybe it's not the best housing, but I would say it's not substandard. We don't have building inspection going in and saying it's not habitable. Could it be invested in? Yes, it ought to be. And, we can't make anybody do that, but we should. I wish we could. But anyway, so there is still a reason if you don't want to support this project to say that it doesn't meet the prongs that Attorney Smith mentioned to us about the public health and welfare and the comp plan, and as well as state statute. Under state law, we do have authority to do this. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say, in leadership, sometimes you have to just say, hey, had I had more information, I would have made a different decision. And for me, that's really what it is. I had a little bit more time, but I think if I would have had the same information or had more time to get the same information, I would have likely supported it at our last meeting. So the reason I'm going to support it tonight is because I have more information. We can't mandate a developer to do affordable housing. Currently, there are no controls to ensure those who are renting aren't low income. So essentially, anyone in any financial status can rent what has been termed to be naturally occurring affordable housing. After speaking with the developers, I do appreciate the project from the Olive that creative 112 affordable housing student or affordable beds for students. And I do like, I'm hoping that we do more or encourage more partnerships with UW-Madison because that was like brilliant. And then I think a project that just support union jobs and hiring local labor makes a whole lot of sense. So I'm gonna support because it's bringing more jobs, but I just wanted to say in leadership, sometimes you just have to admit that if I had more time, I probably would have made it a different decision last time. I don't blame anyone else except for myself for not having that time, I guess. So.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that the hour is late, but as the alder of the district, I feel compelled to say a few words. I won't repeat. I'll try my best to not repeat, most of what I said when this was considered previously about 3 weeks ago. I do want to begin my remarks by very sincerely thanking my colleague Alder MGR for his advocacy. I think that he has provided a great education for us as a body, for the student body, and for the greater community through his advocacy in this regard. To be honest, am I happy that we're here after midnight, or after 1 a.m., I guess, now, discussing this a second time? No, of course not. But I do think that this was very valuable in many regards, that we are able to consider the critical issue of student housing affordability these past several weeks as we've mulled this over. So I also want to thank very much the many students that responded to Alder MGR's call to action. All of us received dozens, scores of emails on this topic, not to mention the over 1,000 students that responded to the survey. So I really appreciate all that. I read each and every one of the communications. I reviewed the survey to the best of my ability when we received it today, the results when we received it earlier today. And it's literally heartbreaking reading so many of these stories of students that are living on the edge. For so many of us in this chamber that had the luxury of not being in those positions when we were students, or speaking for myself here, when I was a student, it's just tragic. And I obviously was aware of the crisis in our midst, but the communications that we received in the last few weeks has really brought that home. Now, with that said, as I tried to convey the last time we considered this matter, unfortunately, our hands are tied in my estimation. My analysis of the law is such that affordability cannot be a factor in our consideration of that. I'm sorry if I didn't do a very good job, just like Attorney Haas kind of fell on his sword tonight. I will do the same and say I thought that we had tried to convey that in a fairly coherent fashion, but obviously I failed in that regard. I do believe, I'll just summarize, that I do believe very much in my own personal analysis of this matter that we have to be consistent with the requirements of Chapter 28 of our ordinances and Chapter 66 of the state statutes. And we cannot in any way, shape, or form consider affordability in this matter. It's clearly prohibited by state law, unfortunately. I said it 3 weeks ago. I'll say it again tonight. I've said it publicly in other venues. It is extremely frustrating that we don't have more tools to be able to make a difference. I was a co-sponsor of the inclusionary zoning ordinance that the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled is unlawful many years ago. We wouldn't be having this conversation if IZ was still on the books today. So I shouldn't go on with affordability because, again, it cannot be a factor as we consider this zoning map amendment, this rezoning. So with that said, let me move on and say that I sincerely want to thank all of the downtown stakeholders that worked with the development team from Core Spaces on this going back to the year 2022. Yes, I repeat, 2022. We heard tonight a history that is not completely accurate, that the community engagement only began in the last few weeks. I will admit fully that the community engagement was not where I wish it would be, where I wish it would be at an optimal level. But the development team did approach me and the leadership of the two adjacent neighborhood associations, Capital Neighborhoods, where this block is located, and the Campus Area Neighborhood Association back last year. That was on the PowerPoint presentation by the development team tonight in their testimony. The fact of the matter is that we were aware that the development team's schedule was such that if this proposal was approved, it would not begin construction until the summer of 2024. So I think perhaps we didn't realize, there was a bit of a miscommunication between parties. We didn't realize that they actually were on a very strict schedule until it kind of became too late. And that strict schedule was necessitated by their strongly held belief that to secure financing for this project, they had to have public-facing land use approvals yesterday, weeks ago, months ago. This was delayed, as those of you that may or serve on the Plan Commission here tonight are aware. We went to the Plan Commission and asked for referral, something the applicant was not happy about, but we asked for referral. I appreciate once again the Plan Commissioners for granting that referral to allow for further conversation. And then when this was at the council, it was referred again. So we did try our best to allow for additional time for community engagement. Let me also say, but I appreciate the hour's late and you don't need to hear this, but I tried to respect the state statute regarding the so-called 50-piece rule. And so I literally did not mail the postcard for the community meeting that I helped sponsor until after the election, a few days after the election. The exact same thing happened 2 years ago with the Olive proposal by these same developers, where they come at us with these proposals in the midst of the election season, and following the state statute, at least the spirit of the state statute, we unfortunately, I feel that I'm compelled in this case, in the case of the Olive proposal 2 years ago, to wait until after the election to send out the mass mailing for the notice. Now, if I was as ingenious as Alder MGR, I would figure out how to email 50,000 students perhaps in one email, but I'm not that smart. So the reason why things were delayed in terms of the community participation was for those reasons. And I just wanted to make sure you were all aware of that. I don't want the concerns articulated about the lack of community engagement or the perception of lack of community engagement in any way, shape, or form to be seen as critical of the volunteer stakeholders that met with the development team ad nauseum, again, initially going back to the fall of 2022. So just wanted to get that out there. Let me also say that I've worked with this developer now for years and years and years, going back to the original hub proposal. That proposal, in my estimation, had a lot of positive attributes, but the one that I really was excited about was their choice of who the general contractor would be, and that's our homegrown Findorf. And the fact that they're such a good neighbor and corporate citizen, and moreover, the fact that they are a signatory to every organized labor agreement. The fact that, and several of you are still here at this late hour of after 1 in the morning, the fact that organized labor, the building trades, came out tonight, have stayed here this long, communicated to us in writing, I think says it all. This developer could go with the non-union contractor, and they choose not to. They decide to go with quality and care about the people that are in the trades and the fact that they're so well trained and so forth. So I want to acknowledge that and thank the trades for engaging with us tonight. Let me conclude by again saying, what I tried to say 3 weeks ago, and that is, I believe that this rezoning should be supported. I urge your support tonight. I'm sorry that all of you were put in the position of not feeling that you had enough information 3 weeks ago. I respect that very much. The reality is that when Court came to me with this proposal last year, I was not thrilled with the location of it, not because it's in the 4th Aldermanic District, but because of the issue of displacement of existing residents. As I said, though, earlier, that was mitigated, in my mind, at least by the fact that this proposal was at that time over 2 years away, or about 2 years away from construction. So although some of us might be losing sleep, as I have with this proposal from time to time, the reality is that unlike some other proposals in the downtown during my tenure, elected to represent some of the downtown area, at least the tenants that are there today and those that have signed leases to continue through the spring of 2024 did have well over a year notice that they likely could not stay there past May 31st of 2024. That wasn't the case when the domain was built adjacent to this proposal. I've gone through enough painful conversations with constituents over the years who are displaced because their homes are being redeveloped. And again, I'm not debating affordability as I say that, but just the human factor of people being forced to find new homes, and given the market, given rental rates, that is one tough position to put people in. So again, one of the things that I appreciated about this is that the development team did come to stakeholders early. The landlords that they purchased the properties from notified their tenants that they would not be able to renew their leases past the May of 2024. And so I just wanted to share that as well, because that hasn't been said tonight, that for those of us that are pained by the displacement issue, that there is a bit of a mitigation there, although it doesn't compel the fact that, completely mitigate the fact that 146 folks will not be able to live there beyond May of 2024. So with that, I urge your support again tonight. I appreciate the fact that City Attorney Haas and Assistant City Attorney Smith made themselves available immediately to speak with any interested colleagues about the constraints posed by state statute, and believe that hopefully we're all now in a good place, a comfortable place to move forward, and that we can do everything we can collectively to deal with that overall very difficult and critical issue of affordability. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett?
Yes, thank you so much. I first want to address possibly the elephant in the room. I understand that some of my colleagues may be upset with my questions. I do want to say that if you had a developer that came into your neighborhood and consistently just flipped homes and then left right away, you'd be upset. If that same developer, you had your constituents reaching out to you saying that their living situation is substandard, the property management company, their new landlord is not responding to them, you would be upset. Honestly, 3 weeks ago, what I saw was an indicator of what I have seen from past core developments. And that is a lack of trying, a lack of care. And I totally understand and really respect the union workers and all of those that would be affected by this development. And I think that any time a developer comes to our community, they should be representing those people fully rather than just going through the motions. Just like we saw with only having like 3 students that gave input to this development. So there are times as an alder when a no just means a no. And there are times when a no means something more. I understand that some alders might have said that their no vote was the wrong vote. I don't think so. And I want to thank the alders that voted no, because your courage allowed us to reach beyond one-sided stories by the Wisconsin State Journal and open a long overdue public conversation about the brewing student housing crisis with some of the most intense public engagement out of any other development proposal. We had feedback from undergrads, grads, non-traditional students from all over the city, north side, east side, west side, south side, and of course downtown. The story derived from this survey is that 17 of every 20 respondents, or 85% of respondents, are thankful the development was turned down last week. Respondents feel forced out of the campus area by developments like these, and as one student pointed out, the words of Jimmy McMillan, rent is too damn high. 9 out of 10 students responded having negative experiences with housing in Madison. And then students live in self-described obscene conditions, whether they live in luxury or otherwise. We have students living in luxury apartment buildings that still don't even have regular electricity in their homes, or severe security concerns with stolen items, stalking, and trigger warning SA. It's very concerning, and I recognize that there are students with the privilege of having financial assistance in the form of parents or scholarships that can help them pay for housing, but the vast majority do not have that privilege. And we must stop accepting our student housing situation as the cost of an education. The cost of an education in Madison should not be homelessness. The cost of an education in Madison should not be food insecurity. The cost of an education in Madison should not be living amongst filth, cockroaches, mice, and other public health violations. The cost of an education in Madison should not be spending tens of thousands of dollars in student loan debt just to pay rent that graduates will be paying off the rest of their lives. The cost of an education in Madison should not be settling for inadequate housing or housing that does not meet their needs. As one respondent stated, I am one of the residents of the houses they are wanting to turn down, and I know for certain every single person living in my house does not want it to come down. I've spoken with my neighbors and others living nearby, and they all agree this project should not happen. I also think the city is losing its character, and areas around campus feel less and less like a college town as these houses come down and big buildings go up. Madison is becoming a place that is not student-friendly, and a lot of students are struggling to live here and sustain themselves. While thousands of students are struggling to survive, we have opportunistic developers building rooftop pools, hot tubs, saunas, spas, and yoga studios. The irony of these luxury features is that the structure is founded upon cheap materials, cheap appliances, and an over-lackluster design that adds little to the central core of our city. As one respondent stated, "I am appalled by what Core Spaces Inc. has been doing to downtown Madison. It is completely out of sync with what most students need and want, and it is clearly fueled by the developers' greed to profit off of a vulnerable population of students. Furthermore, the new high-rises are ugly," all caps. "There is nothing charming, eclectic, or unique about them, and they are leveling Madison's fabric to build them. When I visit friends who live in places like the James, I'm always struck by how corporate, cold, and uninviting that building is. All of that rent money, and the hallways and living spaces are downright depressing. Therefore, I am extremely thankful to the Madison Common Council who voted against another development on Johnson and Bassett. Thank you so much." A majority of students and graduates, myself included, acknowledge that we want more housing. This debate is a manifestation of students, young people, downtown residents being enraged that the only housing we are building is luxury high-rises. And I see little distinction between the Johnson and Bassett Street development and Core's formal developments. There is minimal public engagement, as evidenced by the several canceled neighborhood meetings during key points in the design and review process. And as a result, there was few building design changes and improvements made by the developers to meet the desires of students. Changes to the development that would meet the needs of students would be a welcome to improvement. Nonetheless, my optimism must be demurred to real-world constraints. I realize that several alders will flip their votes. I bear no hard feelings, and I congratulate Core Spaces. I hope that in the future you take a more long-range view to your developments and their impact on the campus community. I further encourage alders, especially campus-adjacent alders, to strive for something better. I heard many of my colleagues and possibly the chair will preach about how we need to build, and build more. We treat these developers like a god meant to save us from our housing crisis, and they are building downtown Madison in their image, not in the image of students, the institution, or the broader campus community. Building for the sake of building has led to some of the worst developments in the city. Unfortunately, and regrettably, are no longer a good enough answer. We deserve better. It is easy for us to point fingers. The state legislature has bound our hands in many respects. The university cannot build more housing and, in my opinion, cares little about student housing anyways. Scolding an institution for not planning for student housing when the UW can't even secure an engineering building is the type of wishful thinking that gets us nowhere. We as electeds need to hold ourselves accountable to the fact that we have made the student housing crisis exceptionally worse. We BS'd our way through the process, making 0 mentions of student housing in the comprehensive plan and only 9 mentions of students in the downtown plan. We have single-family zoning directly across the street from one of our most prominent locations on campus, Camp Randall Stadium. We have a 3-story height limit on Regent Street. And we have an alder attempting to build a quasi-historic district blocks away from this development on top of current student housing, limiting height to 4 to 6 stories. Yes, I am talking about Mifflindia. If we truly want to be revolutionary, we should stop solely listening to the loudest voices and start treating students and the housing they live in as more than just city tax revenue. If we truly wanted to be revolutionary, we would stop prioritizing single-family housing and historic preservation and expand housing west of campus. If we truly wanted to be revolutionary, we would try harder than routine listening sessions and improve our plans for student housing. My revolutionary next step is to make a substantive update to the comprehensive plan acknowledging student housing, increasing tenant education, and spearheading the task force that was mentioned several times during this meeting on student housing to bring us actionable solutions to this crisis. In the meantime, I encourage alders to stand up to bad developments, support zoning changes like eliminating parking minimums in single-family zoning, and work with us to serve all the unique needs of the city. Finally, I did not have this pre-written, but going back to what a no means in a no, I too have reconsidered my vote. I think that I know that a lot of my vote is determined by the legality of this issue, and also I am compelled with the supply issues, specifically how this relates to the Johnson and Broome Street development, and I want the developer to try their best to increase the set aside of units and the depth of depth of the affordability to this development. I hope that this would offset all of the displacement that is happening in this project. Thank you so much for dealing with me today and in the future.
Thank you, Alder Amiadze.
Given all the comments tonight, I don't want to be long, but I wanted to say too that I was among those that have actually voted no. But given all the testimonies and all the information, the context of the project tonight given by the developers, I'm switching my vote tonight to yes. It's not about the legality. I even made that known to the developers. It's actually going there myself and actually taking pictures about how inhumane it looked, and it definitely needed to be redone over. Also, too, as a strong union worker, you know, seeing that the trades are going to be involved, given how much we all ran on housing, you know, or in our campaigns, that we're in a crisis right now. And given all the people that are coming to Madison, it's important to actually move this forward. And also the other information that we heard tonight. So I'm definitely in support of this. And like I said, it has nothing to do about the legality. I appreciate my fellow alders, their passion about the, you know, when I voted on this, it was an ideology about affordable housing. But realistically, you know, we're in a capitalist society. And what we're going to do tonight is basically try to move the city forward. But we do need to address some of the concerns. And I like the fact that our fellow alder said that we need to start looking at the comprehensive plan and actually seeing if we can implement something for student housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan for the second time.
Only because it's been called into question. The timeline that I described about the engagement can be found at the steering committee report, which is attached to the Legislar. I encourage you all to check that out. That's from the Campus Area Neighborhood Association. And then my final thing I'm going to say is, my final plea is, please don't let this be the last time we have to talk about this. Genuinely, like, there are a lot of students who were happy that this happened, and this vote will likely disappoint them if it goes the way that I'm pretty sure it's going to go. But we do need to look at the comprehensive plan sooner than 3 or 4 years, and we do need to make changes weeks ago, months ago at this point. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yeah, real quick, because I talked so much tonight. I'm so glad that we got to this point, because I do think that we have to address affordable housing, and it's clear that, you know, there's major issues with the law and how things are done, and it's only going to get worse. So I appreciate the alders bringing this forth and being very passionate and selling us on it. I'm just torn. I mean, I'm really torn, 50-50, because we need to move the city forward, and we also need to actually do affordable housing, not just in the student area, but everywhere.
Alder, I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motion is to adopt. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Vice President Figueroa Cole. Aye. Figueroa Cole, aye. Govindarajan. Govindarajan, no. Harrington McKinney. Harrington McKinney, aye. Knox. Knox, aye. Latimer Burris. Madison. Madison, aye. Martinez Rutherford. Martinez Rutherford, aye. Miadzi. Miadzi, aye. Rummel. Rummel, no. Slack. Slack, aye. Tischler. Tischler, aye. Verveer. Verveer, aye. Vitiver. Vitiver, aye. Wahelia. Wahelia, aye. Bennett. Bennett, aye. Conklin. Conklin? All right. President Curry. President Curry, aye. Duncan. Duncan, aye. Evers. Evers, aye. Field. Field, aye. Latimer Burris. Latimer Burris abstains. And Conklin. Conklin, aye. 17 aye, 2 no, 1 abstention.
17 ayes, the motion passes. That is the last item separated from the consent agenda tonight. Alder Figueroa Cole, it's your turn.
Motion to adjourn, is that what it's my turn? Okay, motion to adjourn.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording an enthusiastic unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Good morning, everyone.